I would have done that. The mouse and mouse pad that I was playing with when I was pro have both been discontinued, and I don't have backups. So maybe that's why I'm washed. I think it's probably just
a mouse issue.
It has nothing to do with not playing as much as I used to.
No, no. You're not old and bad. You just have the wrong mouse.
Correct. RIP the MX Revolution wireless mouse.
Hashtag sponsored. There you go.
It's really not. It's discontinued. You can't buy it anymore.
Well,
there's no sponsorship here.
We are paused briefly. Hopefully not going to be any issues as the players are loading into game. But hopefully we can get this one kicked off here pretty quickly. If you are just joining us, this is week 1 of the LCS Lock-In playoffs. We are only best of 5s from here on out for the rest of Lock-In. The teams that win here, there's actually some pretty big stakes. If you're in the upper bracket and you win, it means you at least qualify for the America's Cup, you know, because you are going to be top 3. And then America's Cup is going to be the 2nd and 3rd seed from the LCS versus the 2nd and 3rd seed from the CB LOL. Of course, the first place seed will go on to first stand and compete against the LPL, the LCK, the LEC, and so on and so forth. But, you know, even just a win here is actually pretty important, especially for a lot of these players that have never had that opportunity for that international experience. And you're also going to be afforded the opportunity to have potential scrims against some of the very best teams in the world because you're going to be there during first stand.
For sure. And I was talking to Mark about this since we haven't talked that much about what the Americas tournament is going to entail. So since it is before first stand, I think mostly for that tournament, it's about the competition with the CB LOL teams. But the winner of that tournament for the end of Split 2 gets a 14-day boot camp in Korea before MSI, like during MSI. So the prize is actually future practice, if that makes sense. So if they qualify for MSI, obviously they get to go anyway. But let's say that DSG wins the America's Cup. That means while MSI is happening, Riot has an all-expensive paid boot camp for them to be able to scrim against the best teams in the world.
There you go. Or just to eat some really good KBBQ.
I don't think that would be the best use of the boot camp time, personally.
That's fair.
But it depends how much you like the vibes.
So one of the players had to run to the washroom, so they are back now. So that was that secondary delay.
Yeah.
So we are ready to go. We are finally going to be getting underway here. I can see that they have unpaused, and everyone kind of just chatting back and forth. Call me saying, Akali again, are you scared? And Darkwings is like, we'll see. So a little bit of banter back and forth.
Okay. Oh my god, we made it.
Finally get things underway here.
We actually made it for
Sentinels
GameStop.
versus DSG kicking it off.
I like the banter between Darkwings and Call Me.
Where's my camera?
If we remember that last series, Darkwings, when they lost, did have several deaths in the side lane. So he's got to make sure to
Hello.
improve
Oh my god, my
upon
camera
that
is...
if they want to have a chance in this series.
I'm in Mexico.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that is kind of the question. You know, even talking before the season started, some of the opposing teams' coaches were saying, you know, we're not so sure how Sentinels will do because a lot of people feel like in League of Legends, in competitive, you have to have an incredible mid laner to really have success. And people weren't sure how quickly Darkwings would be able to develop. You know, would he be able to really hit the ground running and establish himself as a top-level mid laner? Because if he can,
Hey guys,
then
how's it
people
going?
feel like Sentinels could end up
I was having
being one of those
a lovely
very
meal. I went out,
top-level
as you guys
teams.
saw.
Yeah, I'd say he's had
With
some really
the good old
inconsistent
Centrovies and gin.
performances. I'd say even
I
last
got them
week
some
his
Jamaican
Galio
food,
game
so
was really strong, and that wouldn't even be something you'd think he'd be able to excel on. But
hopefully
Orianna would be
you guys
absolutely
enjoyed
in
that
his
if you were there
wheelhouse
for that.
You would expect him to be proficient.
Now we have some LCS.
And these two teams,
Also
you know,
need to tweet
did
that I'm
meet
live.
up. A couple weeks ago, you touched on it. It was week 1 of the lock-in tournament, but it was a very close series. You know, the goal difference, as you can see, only plus 39 across the entire series. The close percentage, which is when we're within a certain amount of gold, a certain percentage of gold, was very high, meaning that this remained a very competitive series overall throughout those 3 games. Of course, DSG did end up winning, and that was with Kisno, as they are trading really heavily as Darkwings wants to get this wave in, and Call Me was getting some good damage down, but it's costing him a ton of CS as a result. He was so focused on that trading, he missed an entire wave out of the 2 waves that have come.
Yeah, and Darkwings had perfect vision on Kryra, seeing him clear
Yo.
the Raptors.
Hello.
Nocturne isn't trying a cheese gank. I think that's part of why Darkwings is willing to play so aggressive, is it's against a Nocturne.
Locked in,
usually
locking
it's just
in.
a full clear, but he's going for it. That's a
flashing
flash.
in.
Wow.
Does connect on the E, but he can't even take it. Darkwings is too far back.
Interesting.
I guess he's just hoping to like freeze the wave
How's the
now,
Oxtail?
but I don't
Oh
think
my
he's
God,
going to
that
be
was so
able to really hold it. There's not a lot of health on that cannon, so at the end of the day, he spends his flash for the
Honestly,
E, and I thought
that
he
was
was
some of the
gonna full
best
send it, but
Oxtail
just
I've ever had.
Didn't end up doing that, and now Darkwing should be able to TP
If I'm just
back,
being
and it's just
real
going to
for
be
a
kind of
second,
like
that was
you're down a
incredibly
flash
good food.
for not really much of anything.
Yeah,
Let's move
Darkwings
my camera
can
over
only
here.
buy the one.
If I move my camera
Monocrystal, but
here,
obviously
I kind of want to
back.
flip my. I'm
CS
going
is
to transform it.
kind
I'm
of
going to flip
because
it.
he did deny a couple with where he got the wave, but
So
I'm
that
gonna
I'm
take
looking
the Flash
in.
over the 3 CS pretty much any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, I think it
It's also
looks
just
really
kind of
weird,
a
you know?
fun matchup because of what happened in the offseason, right? You know, DSG last year, you know, really struggled through the first couple of splits. In split 3, they started getting things going. They got Rahel, they got Darkwings, they started to win, and people started to get a little bit more excited about them. But then in the offseason, well, lo and behold, Sentinels come in.
Yeah, I think
they
he just got
end up
mid-food.
taking away a
Oxtail
lot
is
of their
just...
players.
You made
What's
this?
yours?
No, I made this.
Is mine.
It's so good.
Darkwings, Rahel, Huhi. And it did seem like it was going to be really difficult for DSG to rebuild off of that, but they've
So
done
good.
a
Also, I've
very
got
good
a... I
job
think I have the
with
YouTube
the
chat working. If
replacements
there's
that they
anyone
found, Calmy,
who's in YouTube
Sajed,
chat, if you wouldn't
and
mind just dropping a
Lions.
hello or a
But
hi.
it creates
I just want to make sure that I can close the studio side.
Chat,
I guess to be
as
fair,
long
I
as
could
both
actually
teams
just type in
found
it.
Success, you know?
Yep. Yep, absolutely the case. And I mean, it's interesting, right? Because, you know, I was talking to
I'm being
Ido
silly.
in the offseason, you know, and he was just saying he can't blame any players for wanting to join
What's up,
Sentinels
hello? Okay,
because
perfect. Thank you, guys.
the
Appreciate
relegation
you.
tournament was so stressful for
Appreciate
them.
you. Welcome in as well.
They found it really, really intense, really, really stressful. It's a lot of extra, you know, practice during the offseason, and then it can feel like, okay, if we lose this series, if we get
We've got a
relegated
lot of-
because DSG is in
Oh,
the guest
because
slot,
of
they
course
don't
I was
have a
chilling with those
guaranteed
guys. They
spot.
maybe
If they
like
lose
shouted
that,
me out.
well, guess
or
what? You might
something.
not have a job next year, right? So a lot of the players found that incredibly stressful, and so as a result, you know, he was saying, hey, we can't really blame these guys if they want to
Interesting
be on a
comeback to
team
carry.
that knows they're going to be
Yeah.
in the league next year.
Let's
And I'd
see,
also
who do I think
say,
wins? I
as
think
a
it should
fan,
be a
this is the way
4-game
that I want it to
series.
turn out.
I actually
if
think it can
the
go either
guest
way,
slot
though,
team
to be
or
honest with you.
DSG ends up just being the team that's really good at finding young rookie talent.
I think Sion is
then they
really
get to
hard to
display
kill
their
here in this
skills.
game.
They're going to become
Homie
fan
really has to have
favorites
a
pretty
pop-off
much right
game
away because it's
Yeah.
been so long
On
since
this
we've been
Akali.
very
Nocturne is
excited
there to
about
help
having,
too.
like a
I
surprise
think this
team
mid-jungle
in-
really has to
in the
pop.
LCS because the way this
I
ended
think
up
the game
working
is really hard.
DSG kind of got last pick of the talent, and they're performing towards the top of the league, which is got to feel very good for the org and for the players.
Really does.
As you are
It
watching
puts
it, you
a
can
huge onus on
make it
their
into
scouting,
clips if
right?
you want.
You've got to be able to find
It
the
doesn't have to
diamonds
be
in
like
the rough,
its
the
own
best
thing.
players in tier 2 to be able to bring up and
admittedly,
really try to
bro,
get them going
I'm just going to keep it a
immediately.
buck with you.
It's also
You'll be
just
doing
kinda
this on
funny
your own,
because DSG now
like,
looks really good,
volition.
you know, and
I don't want
there's
it
a world in
necessarily
which
as
it's
videos,
like
but if you think there's good
DSG
content in
wins a
there,
split, and then they
make
go
it,
have
but
to go play the relegation tournament.
this will be
Yeah,
like
I mean,
a
you and me
little
were
project
talking about this.
for
I forget
you.
what your prediction on the dive was. Was it DSG 3-2?
Yep.
That ended up being
15
my
watch streak, my goat.
prediction as well, but it just doesn't feel right.
Overcome are
yet.
kind of underperforming.
Part of it is just because
Yeah, a little.
we saw DSG losing so much last year, but based on the games that they've played, they've been very successful so far. And
You want them to be a
does seem
little
like
bit
sound
higher-
prediction, so we'll see what they can
higher up in the
deliver
lane.
today
But, like,
as we
Jin
are
Nico
nearing
isn't
the
a lane that
60
can be
crowd,
shoved,
and we have a
like, out
mid
easy.
lane / jungle
Oh,
fight.
Humbug.
Yeah, as Hambach going to be face-checking Kryra, will get feared up and not going to be ran down or taken out, but it means he gets chunked pretty heavily, so should give Kryra
yeah, I
the
feel
edge on
like
this scuttle.
DSG
I think
really have to
Hambach's
finish
just
the
gonna
game
have to
fast.
give that up, especially with Castle moving over. Hambach just has to base. As Huhi
Very
taking
aggressive.
quite a bit of damage.
There we
There's a
go.
shift
Wow.
in there from Sajed, who is getting some damage down. Huhi will survive, but again, a winning trade there.
Really
for
good trade.
DSG.
And they got
win the
plant as
skirmish
well.
Around mid, they win that skirmish around bot as well. And they get access to the plants as there's an ult in from Castle. Impact's going to get interrupted on his ulti, getting incredibly low flashes out. Castle will not be able to finish him off.
Yo,
That
Bush
is
was good,
great
man.
for Castle because
It's a
Impact
really
now
good
has
force
no
flash
ult,
there
no TP,
from top.
so he can try to potentially crash this wave, deny some minions there from the Scion.
Yeah, very nice laning there by DSG. I feel like they were just very aware of the way the map was working. There's been so many
Look at this
battles
jungle is doing its
around
thing here.
that second Scuttle Crab spawn, and I do believe it's very important. You see teams in the LCK doing this so much, but FlyQuest and C9 have been very vocal about how important that was.
Is Nocturne even
Kryra
good?
was
I feel
just
like I only
set
see
up
it with
there first,
Ori.
right? He had control
I didn't see the draft
in
order
the
because I
line
got in
push,
late, but I'm going to
pushes
assume
Hambach
the
back, gets level
the
6,
Nocturne was taken
but
to
then
split the combo up.
concurrently, Since you had the level 6 Nocturne,
I'm gonna assume
Castle's
Sentinels
able
had
to go all in
first
because
pick.
he'll win the 2v2 with a Nocturne ult. And since all the junglers were
Unless
top lane,
DSG like took it
their Ezreal
themselves.
Karma goes super aggressive and wins the trade.
Yep.
So just all collectively, they were very aware of the state of the overall map.
I mean, it was fantastic, and there was even one more knock-on effect when Impact has to go back to base. So then Kryra says, all right, I can invade, and he takes away his blue, because he is level 6 to level 5
I love this
over Hambach.
Darkwings
So
build,
they
by
get
the way,
blue,
too.
They win skirmishes in all 3 lanes.
Going
across
into
the
Roa
map,
when
and
you're versus
TSG,
this
you know,
much dive
utilizing
is
that
so-
pressure,
is
it
very
is just
smart.
a slight gold lead, though, of
Yep.
course. You know, it did not result
just
in
stack
a kill or
HP and you're gonna
anything
deal damage
that,
anyway.
But still, it's nice to see DSG
Like, I think
playing
people
aggressive,
really
realizing
overestimate
where they have that power, where they have those
needing,
advantages
like,
and trying to
full
get the
pen.
most out of it.
And that's a lot of the stuff that top teams are able to do is they can get these small
especially when you're like so
advantages,
OP
which will
like
then
this.
ladder
I
up
guess
when
like
we end up
Nico's
seeing
there,
team
right?
fights.
But
So
she's
the
more
first team
like
fight of this
AP.
game is probably going to be around the first Drake, since that has been the primary win condition for both of these teams. Week 1, Sentinels wasn't very organized.
Or first pick, not
Week
take away.
2,
Yeah, that makes sense.
They took 8 Drakes in 2 games, got 2 souls, and won a 2-0. Last week
Did I
against
ping
Lion,
Discord?
DSG got the first 7 Drakes of
yeah,
that
I think
series
so.
against Lion. When these teams are winning,
Yeah, Discord was
it's because
pinged,
of their ability
the
to
YouTube stream and
control
the
what has become the primary objective in League of
yeah
Legends
YouTube
this season,
stream
which is the
and
Drakes.
Twitch stream. Yeah,
It's also pretty interesting. Darkwings is going to be going back to a very old school style build,
What's up, BM?
Which is the Roa. Almost exclusively, we have been seeing, you know, the really bursty builds with Ludens, Shadow Flame, Deathcap, you know, all of these upfront burst items. But because there's the Ambessa, the Nocturne, all of this, they're playing it pretty defensively. As Hanbok trying to get in, DSG do have first move on
Has
this
anyone
dragon.
ever told you
I
you
don't
look like
think
James
there's gonna be a
Harden?
contest.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Happened a couple of
Darkwings
hours
is
ago,
gonna be
actually,
playing
as a
this
matter
much
of fact.
slower build. The Roa, a lot less burst, a lot longer to come online, but does give you that additional health and survivability.
It's a good call out and a really well taken dragon by DSG right there, having the bot lane push.
Is
having the
Phase
Nocturne
Rush? Is
ult
that
threat,
what
I think
PR
most
is? I'm
importantly,
assuming
having the
because
inside track
yeah,
on
Phase
mid
Rush
lane as
more
well.
than Comet.
So if there's a fight, they'd be
Actually
able to
worth
win.
it.
And also because Darkwings
Yeah, I
is
just think
going with this,
Phase Rush in general is just super
slower
useful
build.
rune.
It also does
Even though
make
it's
sense. He
nerfed,
doesn't
like
wanna
it's
get
quite
one
gig
shot
nerfed
in
this
the
patch, but
sideways, which was one of the dangers of picking a control mage into a
movement
college.
speed is
So,
just an incredibly valuable
Sentinel's
stat.
definitely slow playing this a little bit.
Yeah,
Very hard
and,
to,
every time we look top lane, it's like, oh yeah, you know, Castle's
very
really
hard to
bullying
find
Impact.
often.
But then you look at the CS and you're like, it doesn't really.
It's why, like, even when I
doesn't
play
really
Victor, for
matter,
example,
you know,
I
it's
take the
kinda
movement
just how
speed
Sion
shard.
plays.
Like, movement speed
Sentinels
shard
go
is really
first
OP for
here
spacing.
on the
This could be a
grubs.
fight. Castle wants to
Castle
go
moving
in.
over. DSG gonna go for it. In comes the ulti. In onto
Spell
the
shield was a
Nico.
little
The
early
combos are
there.
pretty good. The fear does land.
I mean, they can
Nico's
still
gonna get
one-shot
knocked
him, though.
down,
Oh my
but is that
god.
going to be enough? Flash
Lions
away
is
there
fine.
from
Wow,
Lions
what
on
a
the side.
well-played
Hanbok
fight
trying
from
to get
DSG
the
so
gun.
far.
Big
It's a
shockwave
good
across three,
shockwave, but
not a lot of damage behind it.
kind of doesn't matter, does it?
Just have no consistent
Wow,
DPS
they just got
in this
completely out
fight.
team fought.
It's Darkwings on, you know, really just a catalyst.
That was
It's
so
Nico
clean from
getting
DSG.
focused down. Jin is still in the bot lane, so the more high
did
damage
blow
comp from DSG really wins out
3
despite the
flashes
great
there.
shockwave.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this DSG team because they did all the small
They did blow
trades,
3
and
flashes,
then
but I
when
mean, at the end of the
fight
day,
happened,
the
they
Drake's up
also
in
had
4 minutes, so
just
that's
a
fine.
Slight numbers advantage. They were there a little bit sooner, and they attack the weakest target. So Kryber goes all in onto the support.
Ah, the spell
Once
should actually
fear
blocks out the
lands,
Nico E, so it
that's
wasn't
when
late.
the Ambessa goes for the ultimate,
See,
so
this
it's
is why he's a player, that's why
undodgeable there
I'm-
from the Nico.
why I'm a
Even though
caster.
2 people get hit by the
why I'm a
shockwave,
co-streamer
like,
now.
what else is there actually
Really good,
in
though.
the fight?
Really,
no
really
one
good.
ends up falling below a quarter health, and they completely wipe Sentinels off the floor in that fight.
Yeah, you can see Golden Glue looking pretty stressed by the results of that one. You know, it's a much slower build, but this was DSG last year. So this was DSG last year without Rahel, without Darkwings, you know, in the splits 1 and 2. They really struggled, 2 and 18. And so the reason this is important is because once they then lost those players coming into this year,
this is
people
upper
were
bracket,
thinking,
bro.
oh, are they just going to go back to that sort
Yo,
of
be nice
level
on
of
Scary Jerry,
performance?
okay?
But
He had a nice
even
name.
losing Rahel and Darkwings, they were able to bring in Call Me, bring in Sajed, bring in Kryra, and have a lot of success. You know, they're starting off pretty hot. They're looking really good this game. I think
Yo,
they just have a much
gentlemen,
stronger
side note,
skirmishing comp.
I put on the pair of jeans
especially
today
when
that I
Darkwings
hadn't
is
worn
going
in a
this
little
slow
while.
scaling build. They don't have a lot of DPS
And
in the early
low-key,
game. And if
they were really
DSG can
easy to
zero
get
out
on.
one of their threats, well, you have no consistent damage.
And they're
Like, they
playing
weren't tight.
Just a very
Like, normally
I
they're
wanna say
quite a little
controlled
tight
game.
around the hip
2
area for a while.
full item completions
Went
now
on like
in
it was
top
nothing,
jungle.
bro.
We're gonna have ultimate up again
We're
for
so
Kryra
back.
in about 8 seconds. So if this river tries to be contested, he's just
gonna have such a
R
slight
in
waste by
and go
Summer.
in for another kill. He's an incredibly strong Nocturne right now. Not to mention he's gonna have fully upgraded Smite after this.
Yeah, Castle is going
You
to
can see Castle
be
here
a bit of a
looking for
problem
bit
if
of
he
a
keeps on
proxy
accelerating
play,
like
trying
this.
to be annoying to Impact and is going to be able to clear that up as he hits level 10. Call Me just continuing to push in the gold lead now, almost up to 2K here for DSG.
Curious to see what
Wants to
Castle does with
continue
this proxy
pushing the
angle.
pace. They already did grab that first
He's actually
dragon,
gonna drop
so
it. He's a little
expecting
bit
them
worried.
to try to continue for that. As Hanbok has just been waiting in this side, is going to look for Lions. Can't connect on the EQ, unfortunately. Lions just backs it up, had no flash.
But also
so
on
if
the
that
Twitch
connected,
side,
then the
because I
Infernal Chains
started
could be
streaming
there.
late.
Could have potentially been a look.
It could have
Because
been
I
a look, but
started
if we're
streaming
thinking about
late,
how these competitions
mid-rolls are going
need
to want to
work,
come on in
I'd
15
say
minutes. I'm
Sentinel's
going
in
to
a
try and
pretty
run
difficult
ads
spot
like
because
after the back of a
Aatrox is
team
good
fight or something like that.
when the
Like just a
Ambessa
30-second
Nocturne
spot
are
just to
trying
try and push
dive
it back a
through
bit.
them. The Aatrox is not good when he's
I will
trying
obviously
to
let
move
you know
into
when that
cover
happens.
Ezreal. Like that, that gank has such
Well,
a
just
low
heads up,
chance
because
of
normally
success.
when I start a stream, I'll be able to run like fat ads. Oh, hello.
And the ulti's in. He flashes
just
out,
dead.
but doesn't get the distance. And now
Wow.
Hombach's in trouble as well here. Good spell shield there from Kryra. As Call Me threatening, Hombach is going to go back in. There's the R2 forward. Hombach now
he's
pops
just dead,
the
no?
ulti. Who he's coming over, but Castle has arrived first. The pop blossom comes down, but it is
I mean,
too
it's
late.
5
Rahel
from
gonna join the
Sentinels, and
fight,
they're
but
kind of
Humi's
getting
gone.
3v5.
Impact's in. Can Impact get a kill
Humi's
back? Looks
finally
like he
gonna
might be able to
die.
finish off
Oh my
Call Me.
god!
Call Me flashes
Oh, no,
away.
okay.
Impact flashes to follow.
Oh
Rahel
my god,
getting
that was
some
about to get
damage
so
down.
freaky.
Castle could be in trouble. Kryra waiting around the edge. Nice follow-up there
Oh,
with
it's
the root.
fourth
They
shot
get the
though.
shutdown.
Lions is here now. He
trying
gets the
to
split.
flash out
Oh
to
my god, he gets
safety,
the
but he
speed up
can't
shield.
quite do it. Rahel in a lot of
Oh
trouble.
my god,
Kryra
Kryra
knocks him
almost,
down.
he
Lions
almost
has arrived,
spaced
and
the
Impact
Scion
doesn't have
Cube
the
Pro.
damage to finish them
This is
off.
so crazy.
At
This
the
is
end of the
3
day,
versus 5
DSG
basically into
win
4
out
versus
on the
5
fight
delayed.
again.
And that
What?
was with Sajed not being
DSG
involved.
are nice
the
on
Ezreal's
this.
collecting plates on the bottom lane that entire time. This is
I just want to
becoming
say, someone
an
who
incredibly
asked me,
one-sided game.
was
that
it Sanch? Did Sanch ask me about
a
this series today?
extended 4v5. All 5 members of
He did. I
Sentinels
think it was Sanch I was talking to.
participated, but it begins with just a
Like,
nice little
how will it
trade
look?
from
I was like,
Call Me.
I don't
The
know, like,
Nocturne is
DSG
close,
are a
and
nice
once
team
enough
now.
poke lands,
Like,
they
Lions
just
and TL
ult
are
in.
supposed
The
to be
flash
good, but
doesn't
like they've
clear
not
the
looked good.
fear tether
DSG,
range,
this is
so
such
it's a
good looks
pretty
from them.
easy kill for Kryra.
Even
And
this like
why
delayed
not
turn, you know?
just keep hitting back since the Ambessa has the first move, lands the R onto Hombach,
absolutely
finishes
one-shot
him up,
this guy.
and it's just because Sentinels isn't quite synced up. 3 people are dead by the time Impact arrives, so they salvage it a little bit, but it still becomes a disaster in the end.
Goodness me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of having
Just
the
this
push.
delayed
DSG has
walk-in,
been
man.
So quick on
So
these
bad.
moves. As long as they knock down one of the carries early, which they've been able to do every time, Sentinels just
This is a
doesn't
very
seem
big
to
problem
have
for
the
Sentinels,
damage,
you know,
and
like, if
that
they-
fear not breaking the tether hurts.
I mean,
Golden
hell,
Rule
I think they might be
definitely
far enough behind
seeing
that the game is a
writing on the
bit
wall for this game as it's
hard.
getting more and more out
DSG
of
still have
hand.
to execute,
Was
like,
also
that's the
worth
main
noting,
thing.
we'll see how many
DSG,
roll
they have
quests
to
are completed
go
now, so finally Hombach completes his.
a little
But
bit
it was
further ahead
5-2
here,
roll
like
quest
with a comp like
completions
this.
after that fight. So they did have that advantage.
It's so funny.
Comp
the
like
requests
this, they have to get a little
seem
bit further
like the
ahead,
completion
but-
time doesn't matter in 9 games out of 10.
Yep.
But in moments like that, it can actually have such a big impact. They're here on Drake number 2. Nocturne has level 11 and ultimate once again. So the river is, you just can't pass into the river, I feel like, because Kryra will kill you. So should be a pretty easy Drake. He's going for a steal though, desperation.
Yeah, can't quite get it away. You can see that Rahel was heading up towards top lane to maybe try to
Wow.
think about a play towards Castle. Castle, though, just constantly pushing that
Should I
in.
come
He is
late
now
for that trade?
4 and
Nah,
1
unless-
on the Ambessa. Has
Come
been
late for the
very
all-in.
quick to move towards
Just hold
these
it.
plays, constantly having the push on Impact. We touched on it earlier where it's like the gold was basically even.
Like, there's
even
still
though
a small
Castle was
chance that
winning
they
the
take a-
fights,
like an
but
actual
because
fight there
DSG
after that, so
created
it's fine.
action that Castle could use his tempo to fight at.
Yeah.
It
Did you see the disgusting
exploded
series
that
from
lead
DK
to
today?
something
No.
that actually feels like it
We
matters
might
now.
watch in between the
Really
games
does.
here.
And then also when
But
the
the-
Ambessa
out-
gets
it depends,
flipped,
like,
the
the,
matchup
um,
definitely changes with
The
every
turnaround for
champion,
LCS
so
games in between
he's
series has been
perma-pushed
really
right now.
fast.
Really, they're just keeping pressure on
It's
all
been
the
really,
lanes,
really
and as long
fast.
as Kryra's around when a skirmish happens, he's going to be ulting in. So he's just kind of walking around the map collecting objectives right now. We need to see some
Yuumi game
miracle
1.
who he engage, I feel like,
What?
to bring this game
Are you?
back into normalcy, or just kind of baiting Kryra into diving too deep, since he does have that extra bounty right now. But
No,
this
you're
has
lying.
been a very impressive game to
What
me
was
from
Yuumi
DSG.
into?
They've done all the little
At
things
least
right,
humor
and
me.
they've
What was
found good
Yuumi
fights.
into?
Completely agree. And there's finally the role quest completed there for Darkwings just this minute. He'd been sidelining for a long time and wasn't getting as much role quest completion as a result. DSG look like they're going to be able to grab this Herald uncontested.
Set on him.
Yeah, it is going to leash,
Ezreal
unfortunately,
Yuumi into
but
Corki
doesn't
Nami.
fully leash anymore. So just pull it back into the pit and are
Ugh.
going to be able to eventually finish that off as they're set up really well in the side lanes. You know, Akali and Ambessa both really excel in the side lanes, and we'll see what they can get done.
Chovy carried
You can see
Keenan
that
Ruler in
little
some of his
second Jhin
games.
on the minimap down towards bot lane is Huhi, so he's trying
Shout out
to see
Chovy.
is there any
Chovy's
sort of a
back.
trailing play I can make.
I saw a
and
screenshot
at
of
least
Chovy
create
doing
some
like
safety
80k
for
damage on
Darkwings, 'cause
Aurora.
You do not want the Akali
Was that
in the
real?
wrong lane against that Orianna feeling safe to look
How do you do
forward.
80k on Aurora?
Definitely not. But this is the
That's
perfect
so
situation
nuts.
when you have a team comp that wants to flank into the back of fights with dive buddies galore for the
You went Shadow
Nocturne,
Flame Storm
Akali, or
Surge?
Ambessa flying in.
Ah.
These types of compositions don't work very well from behind, but they work exceptionally well from ahead. And it's looking like first turret is just a matter of time for Castle, as he's going to get a couple shots on it every single cannon wave that arrives. And Impact is, I mean, yes, he has teleport, but he doesn't have many other options in this lane.
Yeah, and even his TP's on cooldown had the ulti though, which I assume is what you meant.
Oh,
just
right.
be able to ult back to lane.
The role quest thing actually trolled me there.
Yeah, it does trick you sometimes. But We'll see as he's going to go for an ulti, but
got a minion to
Castle got out of the aggro of the tower, but in comes the Nico ultimate.
Oh!
To turn it around, but Castle just flashes out using that.
Oh my god.
Plus, the flash wasn't even a flash, excuse me, just the public execution and a dash to be able to get safety. So
dude, what?
That really, really well.
Without having to flash. By the way,
doesn't have to spend a summoner, just trades the ultis. And it's Huhi that
dude, that's nuts. I mean, he'll get pushed about here a bit, but Lions is even here to help him, so it doesn't matter too much.
And he's still able to clear the way pretty easily at half health. This also means
and now bot side, like they're just getting completely pulled apart. Like Sentinels are just dizzy here, man.
Both solo lanes and the jungle now with over
Sentinels are just dizzy.
Advantages. Sentinels trying to get a little bit back on this play. They do have a 3v2, but they're just since they don't have good eyes on the Nocturne and Cryo would be in alt range, any type of dive would likely just lead to a bigger deficit.
I mean, Sentinels are just really struggling, I think, with lane assignments, right? Because once the Akali and the Abessa both get ahead, there's not really anywhere safe for the Orianna to go. So Nico's kind of just walking around the map, trying to stay around Darkwing so he can actually be able to farm. They know they need to get him strong, but, well, that ends up being Cryo just power farming, you know, DSG being able to move around the map and kind of winning both sides. And even though they got impact out of this matchup, that was pretty tough. Castle just bases, goes right back down towards him. We'll see if Sentinels are going to try to swap again, because they would rather have the Akali laning against Impact here. You know, he shouldn't be able to burst down Impact.
What's up, Solaris?
But Darkwings is going to struggle in either matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they burned their TP to get him.
I don't know if I've ever seen Cleaver on
Ambessa. The tempo they have, maintaining the teleport on the Akali.
It's I mean, interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, you do cleave through armor quite quickly. Like, you apply the stacks fast, so
from the little things,
it's not like a bad item or anything. It's just not like a necessary one, I don't think.
Spawn that we saw that Cryo was in position to capitalize on, to the way they found all the skirmishes. They've controlled all the important objectives. They got the Rift Herald as well as the 2 Drakes. They still haven't even expended that Rift Herald. They're probably
okay. I'm gonna run
to see if the 3rd Drake is gonna be contested
after the conclusion of the dragon fight, assuming there is one.
Like, are you really going to be contesting this Chem Drake in 22 seconds? No. Probably not.
No, I think there's no shot. And I mean, I just think with their comp, they need multiple items on the Aurea and the Aatrox to really have much of a threat. And Kryra is just power farming.
Edge.
Yeah, he's up 2 levels. And we'll see if he can win the smite. No, Hombok does get that, so Hombok does go to 12. That's something going right for them. But this is one of those games where sometimes you'll watch a game and people talk a lot about tempo and you're like, yeah, but they didn't get anything. Well, this is a game where they got everything, right? They had pushing lanes across the map. Cryo used those really well. They forced skirmishes that they then moved quickly to and were able to create a very big lead as an advantage. It is now all of the outers gone. It's a 5K gold lead at 20 minutes here.
Yeah, no, I know she has percent pen, but still, like, percent pen on percent pen still feels really good.
Soul is up in a couple minutes here, and Sentinels are just going to have to settle for a scuttle on the top side and trade for that dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, Jhin
ult opens up for fun.
Opens up, closes down.
Yep.
Right.
And game 2. That's where it's going. The biggest disappointment for me in DSG this game is the fact that I have Sajet on my fantasy team, and he's yet to have a killer assist. Everyone else is doing too much positive work that he's not cleaning up fights like he has in the last
YouTube, not YouTube, Twitch side, I need to run.
Castle's actually been.
I'm going to run ads. I'm just going to choose to run ads now so it doesn't hopefully interfere with anything.
But what about Jat's fantasy team?
Sajed, please.
Also, I mean, to be honest, if you want to go over to the Twitch side, to YouTube side, there's no ads there basically ever, so I'll see you in 60. Sorry, it's just, again, I couldn't stack them before I went live, you know?
That's true. Yeah, gold leads don't give you really much of anything. But Call Me, he has 2 items completed. Castle's got 2 items completed. Kryra's got 2 items completed. Across the board, they are really online.
YouTube chat is really lax. I agree.
Of Castle, Kryra, and Call Me, and then you look at their counterparts, it's really sad. It is very, very hard for them to get anything done here as Rahel
he flashed last frame there, Rahel.
To survive for now.
Any longer, he would have been
feared
for sure.
Moving forward.
Wow.
Ezreal does chunk Rahel low, but much to Jat's dismay, no more fantasy points earned by that.
Still 0-0-0, man. Doesn't matter.
It's tough out here.
It doesn't matter. 3.5 minutes until Sentinels can also concede the soul. That just, it seems like we're just waiting until PSG
just YouTube. I don't stream on Kick.
Like lopsided
I guess maybe I should.
From DSG. This is technically game 3 against Lion was more lopsided of a win.
But the thing is with Kick is I for sure probably wouldn't interact with the chat.
Plays to get back in it, but this is kind of what League of Legends, as they might get Castle.
Nice little CC chain there as they use the point blank ulti and the deadly flourish to lock up Castle.
Is he allowed
Castle
to walk out here?
back,
I feel like
he get out. The Q's come back up, but he's flash rooted
oh
by
my god.
Huhi. Is he going to turn around and get
oh
a kill?
My
He
god.
is in the 1v3, takes one with them, and now in comes the Jet as
Dude,
well as Kryra.
what?
The TP going to arrive here from Call Me, but Sentinels have backed it up. It cost them the flash from Huhi, cost them a lot.
Castle is having a
just
game
one
here,
for
man.
one, but at least they got Castle.
I mean, they got Castle, and they didn't lose a ton of tempo because GSG was slowly moving to support him rather than trading up for turrets or tempo on the rest of the map. Like, that could have been a play where DSG could have just started Baron and potentially taken it. But the point I was making is this type of slow, methodical victory at 22 minutes where you're waiting for the soul is one of the most reliable ways to win League of Legends games now. With Baron only giving you half the gold reward that it used to, as well as being harder to kill, the reliable way of winning is going for Dragon Soul.
Jhin
So
feel like they need more damage.
in this weird period where Otacon used
Jhin
to
can deal
accelerate
damage
the
into
game,
this enemy comp,
I
to
think
be
we're going to
honest.
see a lot of teams just kind of keeping the game in a holding pattern. They're going to get slightly
It's
more
not that
farm
bad.
than you during this period. They're going to try not to give you bounties, and then they're going to take the soul before eventually going for Baron in the end.
And we can see this play one more time. It's just honestly really nice CC chain. The point blank ultimate into the deadly flourish buys time for that full Q smash from Impact. Then the flash forward for the root. Even with all of that CC chain happening, he still gets a 1v3. And he wasn't even trying to kill him until the Nico flashed on him. He was just trying to run, but that is how fed Castle is.
Yeah.
I wonder if
And it's
DSG can win with
1:30
Sajid
until
being
Soul here.
0-0-0.
Kryra also, these are the Dream Nocturne games. When
Maybe.
you're just power farming the whole time, and the only times you ever have to fight is with your ulti, it feels so nice. I mean, he has kept up basically with the Soul Laners.
Surely not, though.
It's actually ahead of
It would be
Calmy
funny.
on experience on the Nocturne jungle. And I think Sentinels probably will contest the Soul, because I know they're thinking it's pretty cooked. I mean, maybe they say, you know what, we just stay in our base.
Is Castle
and wait
Loki
for
the second
Elder
best
and
top
hope we
laner
get
of
a
this
flip.
split?
That's kind of the other option, but often, you know, in these kind of games, you see teams
Well,
just kinda
Thanos
walk
is
out,
number
fight the
one.
Soul, get aced, and then the Baron goes and the game's kind of over.
I think the Soul is the correct time
Impact
to
has
do
not
it. You
had,
see
like, the best
Actualizer
split,
on
then there's
Orianna, which
Castle.
maybe give them a little bit more burst.
And there's
Also,
Gakkos,
it's
who
an
can
Infinity
fine.
Edge on Rahel, so that's another change to this season with the fact that 80 carries have such increased gold income. The game starts sooner,
Morgan and
but Dragon
Dokla.
still spawns at the same time. Plus the 80 carry quest, plus the cashback. I'd say last year, if a team is going for a 25-minute soul,
Have you
the
seen
team with
Dishy? Yeah,
low
we saw
income would
Dishy
never have a
versus
3 out of 80 carry here,
FlyQuest.
but
I
now
can't
they can
remember
actually fight, right?
how
The
it played
80
out, though.
carries are equivalent in gold. If you land a good Actualizer ult on the Orianna, and if your Scion is taking the right space,
Yeah, Wes,
it's
that's probably
absolutely
true
their
as
best
well.
chance they have
Like,
to salvage
most-
this game.
Yep, and
Common
they are kinda
hypothetical is
first
likely
to the
that.
objective now. Kryra just coming out of base, doesn't have the full money for the GA, but did get his BF. Castle, though, has 3 completed items here. He's monstrously strong, and he is on the side. Has been spotted. In goes Kryra.
Rahel
Just
has no
looking
flash.
For the Jhin. The ulti, though, misses the pop
I mean, they're kind of- they're kind of getting rinsed, though. I don't think it matters.
No health. Castle falls. Calmy is low, but it's Impact. Hombach trying
Like,
to
they
make
were
a stand here,
all,
trying to
like,
get something
the assassins
done.
were
They
all
just
doing
don't
AoE damage.
have the damage. Hombach flashes in. Does got one. Darkwing's still there behind Impact.
Kryra
At
is
the
alive
end
and
of the
Hombach
day,
isn't,
though,
so
it is
that's just gonna be
+1 for
Chemtech Soul.
DSG, as well as a big health advantage and the jungler staying alive. And that should mean it's Soul for DSG.
It'll likely be Soul, but this was a well-played fight from Sentinels. You can see the ultimate ends up landing on side, and the fact that everyone grouped up this much really benefits Hombach's Aatrox. He's not that fed, but he ends up almost at full health from all of the Aatrox healing he gets in this very close fight. Ends up finishing Calmy at the very end of this. Nicely done before falling. Chemsoul does go over, though. Ends up being a little bit too little too late. But you could see Golden Glue thought, hey, maybe this is the time we clutch the game. They got a couple
Really
bounties
close.
out of it, not to mention
Really
this
close.
turret. So
Oh.
they're still barely involved in the
Did
game.
they see? I think they know.
Darkwings
Oh,
did
they
stay
know
up
now.
to grab
Left.
that tower. Castle, though, hunting for him. It looks like he's actually able to walk out. I mean, that was a really good fight from Sentinels. If the gold is closer, they look really good in that fight.
It
I
could be
think
team
I'm
comp
hoping
pick,
this
right?
game ends
Totally.
soon. I'm
I
going to
feel
try and
like Rahel
snooze the
actually
ads
played
for
it
the
quite
rest of
well.
this game.
The backstep to actually avoid the ult from Castle, otherwise he insta-dies, forced them to spend a lot more to actually finish off that Jhin, allowed him to get a little bit of damage out with that IE before he goes down. And Sentinels fought valiantly there, but the gold lead remains 5K, and now Jhin going to get
Trying to
spotted
get
out,
his flash
has the
again.
flash, has to
Oh my
use it.
God.
As soon as that came back up, it is just gone again.
Wait,
and that
Ori
is
is Roa
Level 16
Actualizer.
has the GA completed and a much shorter ultimate cooldown now with the rank 3.
Yeah,
Well,
really
with Roa,
good
at least you
ward
get the
there
extra
at
mana.
Raptor Pit. Rahel was just trying to play safe.
Honestly,
keep
like,
up farm. I was gonna
if-
say the only advantage they
if
have
he
now
gets
is
like a
that
big
Rahel's
shockwave
flashes
off
back
with
up,
equal
and Kryra
with
says,
Actualizer on, I
"Not
can see the
anymore."
vision.
Getting rid of that and immediately starts up the Baron.
Yep,
I can
starting
see
up
the vision.
Baron
It's
here,
also
trying to
really
force
cheap.
a fight. Kryra won't have his ulti.
It's also
but
really
we'll
cheap.
see if they can
I don't
even
hate
get
it.
over to contest the Jett and Lions, trying to keep them away.
Like, I
DSG
think
will
if you
have to
go
pull off. It
tier,
would take them a long
like, the problem is
time
if
to
you
zoom
go
in that
tier,
Baron.
you go Archangels, I
That
think
is
that
not
build takes too
Nazir or
long to come
Kai'Sa or
online.
anything like that, but meanwhile,
And then you have
Calmy
like
is just
not
pushing
enough mid game
bot side,
power. So I kind of
and
understand
no
this.
one was answering, so
I think it
does
at
get more
least
plates
kind of
off
makes
that
sense.
before Impact can get down and collect that wave.
Like, I think there's some logical reason behind it, you
Curious
know?
how
Like, if you know the
PSG
combo's
will
about to
play
hit
out
and you
the
press
rest of
R,
this game. Currently, they're sitting in a
oh my
1-3-1.
God, he's just
Another
R-ing off
here.
cooldown.
Humbug could be in some trouble. The fear
Oh,
tether
he got the
is
fear
there.
off over the
Castle
wall.
ult over the wall. Shockwave does not get much done. Lions
Can they
comes
kill him
in,
through
and
no
they're gonna
anti-
lock
oh, they
down
have
Humbug,
anti-heal.
who has no flash. Humbug fighting valiantly will fall to Castle. It's another kill from DSG. They have no hesitation on this as almost Calmy falls on the bot side to Impact, who narrowly does not take him down. The Seekers was not used, and Calmy survives, and they're going to go right back to the Baron now. There's no jungler here. Sentinels will spot it out. They have no choice.
Looks like he's going
but to
Void
contest.
fourth.
Yeah,
Or
Akali's
third.
going to be able to teleport in. They might look for a flank engage from the Akali, but they have no ultimates other than Ezreal, so I think it's a little dangerous.
Yeah,
They might
Huhi
play to
trying
finish.
to look for an ulti. They're getting it low. Will they be able to finish it off? Pop Blossom across multiple members. The Jett goes out. They secure the Baron. Impact and Huhi in the middle of the pit. They're going to start falling here. Darkwings and Rahel trying to get some damage down, but they're being threatened on the side. And now Impact is just
This is
getting
actually also where
focused
Cleaver
down
comes
by
in handy.
everyone. Flashes over the wall,
Oh,
tries
boy.
to get out. Kryra
He's
gonna
on
ult
top
into
of-
the backline. He's in on
Bro,
Rahel.
Kryra is
Rahel is
doing a
feared
thing
up.
here, man.
Kryra can't
Oh,
quite
good
finish him
shockwave.
off.
Kryra got a little bit
Shockwave
greedy there.
away. Rahel's still
He's still dead.
alive.
Oh my God.
Finally falls. Kryra doesn't even lose his GA as he heals back up with the passive.
Wait, Kryra didn't
auto.
lose his GA.
DSG crushing
Oh
through
my
this
God.
game, looking to be
Wow.
completely in form here for the lock-in
What a
playoffs.
stomp.
Looking really good. I'd say Chemsoul did a lot of work in that fight as they were sitting at low health, but just a very strong sequence of play. They kill the Aatrox, and they say, you know what? We're just going to take whatever damage you throw at us, make sure we secure the Baron, and then we'll fight in the later 5v4, knowing that we have GAs and stopwatches and the Chemsoul, and they're just very confident in taking the extended fight. The same ultimate that they used to get the Aatrox dead immediately comes off cooldown, probably for a 10th of a second before Kryra uses it again. As you mentioned, doesn't even lose his GA. Absolutely crazy. Triumph procs coming in at just the right time, likely making this game out of reach.
Yep, and you can see the look on Impact's face. He knows it. This one is definitely cooked. It is a 10,000 gold lead here. We may see Sentinels just try to come out and contest at that Elder Dragon, but 10K, Soul, Baron, DSG, full control start to finish, it feels like, on this one. Really playing a great game, and Castle just monstrously ahead now. 4K in the gold lead. Impact trying to just kind of create a little bit of space to knock down that wave so they can then run mid and try to clear out that wave that Kryra is buffing up.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels really just trying to walk forward because they knew it was 5v3, but since they're more of a counter-engaged team composition, unless Huhi finds some miracle play with no stopwatch to not instantly get one shot, they're not going to be able to withstand this. But yeah, they're playing 1-3-1, which is, generally speaking, a pretty risky strategy, but with Nocturne, able to pick their side.
Yep, going to be going in onto Darkwings, and he is just dead in a hurry.
Wow.
That is the difficulty.
Wow.
Against that
Nice jumper, by the way.
in that
Thank
mid
you.
lane, joins the side lane very
We'll
easily.
definitely
Down
cop.
the bot
This
side,
is
you can see no
vintage,
one there
big
to answer
dog.
that wave. As Sentinels work
This
hard
jumper
to
older
clear
than
out
this jumper's
mid,
older than
which
I
are
am. I was wearing an
responding
old
down
ass
top.
fit today.
DSG though, make
I had
the
a
dive
Burberry
cleanly
jacket.
happen. Kryra
This is
stays
Stone
top
Island.
Now. They're going to lose all 3 towers in a hurry.
I mean, this is the best game I've seen DSG play. They're doing so much right, as
Shit's
we
fire.
might just see him die.
Yeah, Castle
Well,
does fall, but they triple inhib them at the same time, very likely. A little bit of health on that mid lane.
Had to look
one.
good
The
for
GLT
Sanch.
gonna be
No,
opening up. Sentinels
it
trying
wasn't
to force
for
the fight
Sanch,
here, as
sure.
they are gonna get
I
a
just hadn't been
nice
out in a
move.
while. I
Good
wanted to
catch
dress
onto
nice.
Jet. He gets burst down.
Like, I legit
Lions
can't remember
falls
the
as
last
well.
time I left the
There's
house.
actually a timing window to maybe try to force Elder. The tough part is it could still get
This is
stolen. Maybe
weird.
someone could backdoor as Carver's still
All
on
right,
the
I need
map,
to
but
snooze the
30
ads
seconds
again.
until Elder spawns. There's 40
Inshallah.
seconds here onto Sajed. And Castle won't have TP when he respawns.
If that's not a caster curse, I don't know what is. They had played
We're gonna
so
have to be on
well.
top of the
Like,
ads
best
once
game they've seen.
this game is done.
It was looking like one of the best games I've seen in LCS this split. It's not obviously not the fastest game, but just like the decisions they were making.
How's the food? Oh my god. It was like, for me, that's just like regular home-cooked food, you know?
I was really buying
regular home-cooked Jamaican food, but oh my god, it was so incredible.
Just his timing all around the map. And then the team does that, and it's kind of like, okay, they're still working on things. They're still
it was so incredible. Like that Oxtail, I've never had Oxtail before. Oxtail was the first time I had Oxtail. It's very similar to Karigo anyway.
He just wasn't controlling the team well enough. But as you mentioned, this could be Sentinels trying to pull the game back. They're just going to flip this Elder if they know it's good for him.
It's just, I don't know if they can kill it fast enough. Sajed has respawned. He's
Everyone's
running
here.
Out on the map. Going to try to just burst this down. We'll see if they can make it
How
happen.
can play?
In comes the engage. Cryer going to the backline.
Cryer has GA as well. Like, Shockwave, I think, missed. It didn't hit anyone. And Callme has killed Darkwings, and they're all
as well
dead.
as Castle just piling into the backline. Huhi is down. Darkwings is down. Sentinels are looking like they are toast.
Oh, the TP didn't even go through.
Cryer even grabs the Elder. They're going to finish him off. They're going to clean up the game.
Wow.
DSG looking like
Vintage Clothings, where is that? Living in the UK, you probably have access to crazy variety. Yes, actually, it's really nice.
They will strike first.
It's really nice.
They will strike really dominantly.
Well, really good game from DSG. I have to say, like, Callme had a really great game. Cryer had a great game. Castle had an amazing game as well. Complete stomp. Well done, DSG. That looks great.
I think at the end of the day, that's a perfect way to pick up 5 extra kills at the Elder Drake. But
that was the kind of game that makes me think this could be a 3-0.
Goes soundly.
I don't want to be like a game on Endy, but like, you win a game like that with this draft.
What do you think?
You win a game like that with this draft. That's a statement to me. It's very impressive. It's very impressive.
There's just one game. It's still a
all right,
part of the plan. All right,
guys. 1 minute of ads here. And then maybe like 30 seconds or something like that afterwards. Once we go into champ selection, we should be good. I'll see you in a minute's time.
DSG look like a well-oiled machine.
Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for dropping in. I know I was a little bit late to the start today. I apologize.
DSG, it's not superstars. It's how they're playing as a team.
Really I do apologize. Obviously, I was getting back in from dinner.
Got this dive angle. They pull off their dive from super early on. I'll go actually.
Okay, well, apparently the ads might run
grab a couple clips here.
Hey, drag that with you. Drag that with you.
We need the tech as well. Bring that with me. Okay, so actually, I want to start with something they had a question about. The Cactus had a question about at the very beginning of the game, which was pretty funny to watch because Callme just flashes on Darkwings. So the best explanation I can come up with is right here. Everybody loves cannon minions. So my best explanation
I'm looking forward to DSG playing Fly in the losers bracket.
I'm not going to need my flash. I'm a
Bro, they might not be in the losers bracket. Like, again, if that game 1 is anything to go by, man.
Kill angle, level 6 or something.
Once, thank you for the follow. Timestamp, thank you for the follow. I think I have the alerts muted right now.
The Darkwing still got the cannon. So what? So even if that
Wait, where is the alert
the goal, I wasn't able to net. Anyways, that didn't
wasn't punished for it either.
That didn't end up mattering at all, Raz.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter.
So for something that really
jump
did matter,
scared the Orianna.
I'll turn the alert box back on.
This is before the game is
Rest
kind of
assured,
lopsided.
friend, I am not that big nose
Impact actually just teleported. This thing with Spectator Client is actually on cooldown. He just teleported
up there.
And so look at the setup. It's so good here.
Rest assured, friend, I am not that big nose gorilla.
Already, Ambessa looking here, gonna line up an ultimate. Nocturne can also go.
I don't think they'll beat C9.
And because
FlyQuest? Yeah, no chance.
Out the lights, you'll see
I'll be super surprised.
Has a really hard time joining the fight. He's gonna have to like drive blind during.
Now, once have I seen NA do anything with a Jin pick?
And so look at the coordination.
It's a weird pick to have on your team to like make work, especially when you're like not a top team.
And then feared into chain CC.
The only thing you can normally get is like pretty constant cryo in a lot of matchups. And even then, you're not like guaranteed.
Building the comp for diving and then getting good setup, being there ahead of time, and executing on that dive on their target so quickly that they win that little fight up by the grubs. And then Emily. They had a couple more plays.
We're gonna do a baton pass.
Okay, boom.
Yeah.
They get some more gold out of winning like some 4v5 fights.
It's the wrong Olympic sport.
It's true. That's in the Summer Olympics. It's fine. we're going to take a look at this play here, which is really, to me, where
I don't know. I don't think that.
breaking open
Oh,
the game.
okay. It should only be 30.
I'm short.
It's fine. Like, we're not in game right now. So once it's
You
done,
don't need to
once
see me
these
anyway,
like
it's fine.
annoying ads are
So
done,
they've
then we're
pushed
like
in
chilling,
this mid-wave,
and
right?
like
And
everything
the
will
thing
be
that you're
succinct
really
with one
gonna
another
wanna pay
again.
attention
It's like
to as we start
ads as
playing
we go
this
into a
through
game, ads as we
is
come out of a game,
down
and we're chilling
here,
for the rest of the
we're
stream
gonna
now.
have a back, and it's going to end up that Lions ends up backing as well. So Ezreal is going to be by himself, Sajed down there. Now, right here, they decide, okay, you know what? Darkwings, he's in a good position. We can make a play onto him. So they make an immediate play onto him. We end up playing this out
so
where
nice.
the kind of Hambach goes in. He's going
This turn was so nice here.
to get got here. Cassian's already coming down to join. The other thing that you really want to see, again, we're going to take a look at the mini-map. Because Ezreal's just down there getting plates, right? So as we speed through this, the big thing here, Lions is able to end up joining, but here, Sajed ends up getting a ton of money off this, plus they win the 4v5. This was at the point in the game, they'd already done a good job of contesting objectives, getting early objectives. That was the point in the game where I was like, okay, it's gonna be really tough for Sentinel to come back.
The whole game, I like how they use the 3 core of the divers, the Nocturne with the 2 diving solo lanes.
Yeah.
For most of that fight, it was 3v5 before Lions was even there.
And
I'm listening to the stream while playing DQ, and I thought
and it was all DSG
you're playing Civigan when you said this turn was so nice. No, I won't like. I want to fuck around and do stuff like play Civ whilst I'm co-streaming LCS. Did I miss game 1? Yeah, Taylor, the game 1 finished already.
Honestly, you look at all these members. All of these members, I felt like had an exceptional game. So it's looking tough if you're a Sentinels fans.
What's we doing, bro?
Lighten up, all right? Looked at the screen. We all have to see this, all right? We all have to recognize that DSG took game 1, but I'm not sure about game 2, Kobe.
Not sure about game 2, Raz. Well, me and Emily gave them some games as well. We've got some leeway in there. Thank you. Cryro, though, is looking exceptional, so I think deserved player of that game.
Yep. Congrats to him.
What's we doing in the YouTube chat, bro?
As we head to break, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented
I timed him out, but if he does it again, I will just ban him.
On you by chat, or voted on by you.
They are dropping waves. Wait me. I don't have TP. I'm home now.
I still want to engage you.
We can, I think now.
Look at Jin.
Okay, if you want.
Is the YouTube chat racism special? Well, very randomly, someone came in and just started spamming, please protect the Liberal Democratic Republic of Korea with a South Korean flag and an American flag just on repeat. Just a really weird spam. Just a really weird spam. Like,
yeah, we need to wait this, okay?
Yeah. I don't want it like smite fight though. Yeah, we might need to fight like 10 to 8k.
You should go, I think.
You're just dead. I'm gonna go soon. Yeah, I'll do it. It's 8k. Yeah. I wanna fight.
Play through.
Yeah. Or dead. Gen 1 HP. Nico dead.
I'm with Sion here.
I like the build-up comms here. Yo, the build-up comms here are really nice.
We can end. Yeah, just commit. Nice.
I like the build. These comms, I like.
Yeah, you made my cortisol spike. I ain't gonna cap.
Did Kara say anything? Yeah, he did. He was talking about how he wants to fight at 10 to 8k on the Dragon. Like, it's just giving a vision for the for how they want to play the fight. It's really good.
If this is different, I like different.
Right message, wrong place.
Right here.
Perhaps.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already. Wrench in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hearing that with a Canadian accent is hilarious au Quebecois. Yo, the music gets the YouTube VOD like completely nuked. I completely forgot. Well, I'll have to deal with that when the VOD goes down. It's fine. I have to play my own music for 1 minute. If you're on YouTube, you will not hear the music, but oh my god, heaven can wait. We making babies? It is Valentine's Day, bro. I'm just saying. It is Valentine's Day, man. Sensual LCS. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, Sajid is nice, bro. Yeah, let's get some Sexo spam going, man. Just get some Sexo spam going. Get some Sexo spam going, man. Come on now. It's Valentine's Day, man. Me, I tell him no. I don't want nobody else to hold you. That's the chance I'll take. Baby, I'll stay. Heaven can wait. Alright, LCS is back. What about a little bit of Marvin Gaye next? We could.
Hi, my name's Darkwings. I'm mid laner for Sentinels, and I just recently found out this trick on Zeri. That's when you have Q and E, you can actually just cancel your E animation if you zap them first and then you Q, EQ. So like that. I'm just gonna zap and then Q, EQ, and it cancels the E animation. So it's good on like short trades. That was my pro tip that I just learned.
W. That's kind of nuts, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you, Darkwings. Love it. If you haven't actually been watching those videos, you should definitely check them out. They're on LCS socials. A lot of really, really good tips, like little minute things, where sometimes you're watching a one trick or you're watching a player and you're like, it just feels like he does more damage. And well,
mid laner giving a Zeri tip.
These tricks.
Yep. Especially because so many of them end up being these little like animation cancel things that you can't even really tell watching until you have it explained to you. The Gakos one on Ambessa was when you ult, if you S key as your ulting, you can get an auto win before you cast your spells, which not that many people do, but Zeri's another example of just like quick little extra auto you're sneaking in.
Did you see Impacts? He did one on Renekton where basically
double empowered WQ.
Exactly, you can get a double empowered WQ if you WRQ, basically like, you know, allowing you to have 50 Fury, then W, get the empowered, then insta RQ, and you get double empowered abilities back to back instantly. So really cool little tricks from that. I'm loving that.
Yeah, Rene has
been a lot of fun to watch. Sentinels,
oh, by the way, so today we're not gonna have the Telestrator on. I don't know if you guys can tell. Like, I'm just a little bit late. I just don't really want to. We're gonna have a setup. I have a setup for tomorrow, like our own replay system and everything as well.
Could be a little scary.
But DSG just played to their win conditions wonderfully. You can see what is banned from Fearless in the middle. They had the triple divers, and they used the dive just right. I would say, for the people asking, like, what was Sentinel's plan in that game? Well, the plan was to not fall 5,000 gold behind and then be better in 5v5s, because they were almost better in 5v5s prior to the
it's really
Soul.
good,
But now
really
we'll
good.
see what happens in the rest of the series, because we were just talking about how Rahel has been the main
really good
win
content from
condition
LCS.
for Sentinels, oftentimes on
Alright, well, the bans the way they are. Obviously, Talia, I think on live patch has changed, but she's still fine.
But now that those divers are no longer
Cryo strikes me as the kind of guy that wants to prio Pantheon in a game like this.
For a Rahel
you could really play
Remember,
pretty easy side lanes here with something like Renekton, Pantheon, Talia, and then like a scaling
pick as soon as one of them lock it in
bot lane.
Yep, will be very interesting to see who grabs
there you go.
that first. As Rise obviously first picked here.
And they know
for
Pantheon
Darkwings,
isn't really prio.
Really high prio pick.
Oh, sorry, they know Talia isn't really necessarily prio here.
Orion has been taken away, so Rise kind of king of the mid lane from this position. We have seen people responding with both the Anivia as well as the Cassio. Those are kind of becoming the two really popular ones.
They could also go
here though with the Renekton as well as the Pantheon.
They go something like
CC,
Kai'Sa,
a lot of lockdown, which can
and then ban out 2 lane bully lanes.
You know, Rise is relatively short range.
Like with Lucian and Varus out, you could ban away.
It's hard to pump out the damage when you're just constantly getting stuck.
Some pretty easy lane bullies like Corki and something can then be pretty chill about your matchup.
Game against Lion where he was very effective as well. So another double AD top jungle. Last game they had the Ambessa Nocturne. This time they have the Renekton Pantheon. They had a very strong top jungle in game 1. I think they're going to look to run that back.
Yep. Jarvan going to be coming through, so now we see.
I see what they answer this with. I'm really curious.
Here, or are they going to be trying
they
to?
They should.
Not necessarily
I think the way that you want to play this draft is just not show your hand, get a good AD or support matchup, and then try your best to blind the other.
Right now, you see the Renekton. And just kind of go forward from
I think
there.
Going for an AD here is a bit like
going for
any
sort of protective
I like
bans. Gnar has become the really popular answer. I mean, it was for many, many years. Has been just losing in the LCS, but
okay, they want Kai'Sa here on 3.
Very
sure.
heavily associated with the Gnar.
Sure,
Maybe not
I
as
rock
much
with this.
In the more
This is still
years,
fine.
But I feel like it's one of his iconic picks.
And now again, like you get to ban away something like Corki, you get to ban like
both Rahel and Sajed
a Kalista maybe if you're worried about it.
Whenever they've had it, and there's already 2
I think these are fine
Kai'Sa
bans.
enablers that press their stun to apply the Kai'Sa passive so she can
and now
fly
things like
in at the end
Rakan
of
are really
fights.
high prio. Like
So
DSG could even maybe ban away.
She's going to be very happy about the
like,
first 3 picks in this draft.
Annoying
It's also
supports.
Great,
Kate
you know,
is
not
also
only
worth.
for the
Yeah, Kate is also worth a
plasma
shout.
to be able to ult in, but something that I think sometimes
Let's see
people
what they do.
overlook is it really increases your DPS, right?
Aphelios,
Especially when you are
interesting.
These full AP builds.
Really interesting.
You know, we were talking about this on the dive. Medios was saying how, you know, in one of the games last week, one of the full AP Kaisas, their passive got up to doing 48% missing health damage. So when you have a lot of stuns and you're constantly applying plasma, you are proccing that like non-stop. When you're AP and you hit a W, that's 3 stacks of plasma.
He's liable to play it if it's like an okay spot for it.
That's an insta-proc, and you are dealing
At least your LCS have better drafts.
damage. That is a 7-item AP Kai'Sa, to be fair, but
I think it depends on your
times. We are seeing
your overall like
bans here. Mid lane going to be targeted by Sentinels as they have their mid laner. Bot lane going to be targeted by DSG as they of course have their bot laner. And it is a couple of those
are you
hyper
okay
carries that you had
with
talked about? You know, for Rahel, they ban away the Aphelios, they ban away the Yunara.
I feel like typically NA teams go for like easier to execute drafts on average.
Go towards some of the less common carry picks. You know, things like Jinx do sometimes come out, Zeri and so
whereas
on.
at least
Corki
you get a slightly more volatile drafts.
Go for a Corki, but Corki's the only thing that he has played that is not banned, so I'm kind of expecting he might just go there.
Probably has to. They don't ban out the Anivia despite banning out the Talia.
I don't like
so
this Anivia.
Shocked if they go.
I don't like that this is turning into like an answer into Rise.
Becoming a more popular pick.
I still think this is a champ that just requires like
Rahel's been the best performing AD carry
good circumstances.
It seems like DSG doesn't completely disagree with that, as all of their bans have just been slammed into Rahel.
They definitely agree that he's the best performing AD carry on Sentinels.
He's probably going to end up on
you know,
Ashe Seraphine maybe?
So we know that much. So
Ashe.
Okay.
Ooh, Ashe Seraphine.
Oh, this is actually hype. This is a really cool combo because of the passive slow from Ashe. It empowers the root.
I mean, I think
so
you still
you
probably just slam Nort.
When you get one hit of the Seraphine E, it roots
I think you probably just slam Nort.
Rooted, you get stunned, right? So when you do an auto or a W from Ashe, and then you have an empowered E, it actually stuns you.
Oh, I like this.
Response of Blitzcrank
oh,
is really
okay, cool.
hype.
Blitzcrank in response. Okay.
They do not care what you pick. They will immediately
I'm down with
slam
that.
whatever.
I'm down with that.
The old school counters.
All right,
cool. They're looking to be exceptionally
see you guys on the Twitch side. Ads will run if you're not subbed. Just
like
wait it out. You don't have to sub.
Always,
just like chill. It's all good.
They'll
be done by the time we get in game.
I feel like
and then YouTube
to
side, something will come up. I don't know what, but I'm gonna press a button.
I actually think DSG in the 2v2,
and then Ad will
as
come
long
up.
as you don't get hooked by Sentinels and you just play in the minions, I think they're gonna stomp them. I think it's gonna be really hard in the 2v2
really nice
against
draft.
Ashe Seraphine.
I'm interested about this.
Tough lane to fight into, but
Stop, so we could follow man.
And you get flash knocked up and hooked, you're just dead.
Rest assured, friend, I am not that big nose.
It's going to be really, really difficult. So that is the challenge here for Rahel and Huhi. But very cool combo.
Do you have any Valentine's Day plans?
that the Blitz
Bro, I spent my day with a Canadian, Egyptian, and a Chinese man from New York sharing food together from the same pallet live, and now I am here late night watching the LCS with you guys. Do you think I have Valentine's Day plans?
So exciting draft for game 2.
That's the more exciting part for me, is it wasn't like they see the Ashe Seraphine, which it's a combo that other teams have picked historically.
Didn't you Prima Sanch think you put me on? Yep.
And they immediately knew exactly
I
what
love
they
those
wanted
guys,
to
man.
do. It was a risky thing, and they did it right away, which just makes you think that this team is brimming with confidence.
So
and it's
are
such
we
a stark
your Valentines?
contrast
Absolutely.
To what DSG was like last year. This is just a completely new team. They're completely trying to change their brand. And as you mentioned, Jungler's going bottom. Cryra's already there. He's hoping that they're going to check the bush, and they might be pulling off some shenanigans in the early game. Ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah, Cryra is looking like he wants to even potentially just start down here.
Oh, now it's weird.
Moving to support. They know this is happening.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Pantheon level 1 is very strong, and now they spot him.
Oh, this is rough.
So now Cryra's going to have to just leave. He's not going to, like, die or anything, but you can't...
Loki walk around like a psycho.
That really hurts Cryra right there. He was hoping to take over bot side.
Ooh, he's way behind.
But Huhi and
Okay,
Hanbok
here's the play now.
really
Hanbok, go over the pit and go and invade him. Legit, go over the pit and go and invade him. Wait. No. Go over the pit and go and invade him. It's so funny. It's so funny and good because you'll probably still get prio.
Yeah, they very clearly were. It's a great read from them. Maybe it's something that they've seen out of Cryra in scrims. You had touched on it earlier, but even when DSG was playing with Kizno, they were still scrimming with Cryra. I believe they said that they had like 3 total scrims with Kizno ever. Yeah. So clearly they have been scrimming against him.
I'm feeding my missus naan and hummus in bed. Hashtag living the life.
We have Raz now
okay,
on the sideline
mods,
with Golden
time
Glue.
him out
What
for
do you think
15
about that
minutes.
That's
also,
right. I've got Golden Glue with me right now. If you can look at the
no
screen.
one asked, and
that's me. Hello.
You're watching. You're watching. You're feeding your woman some of the most.
I mean, I feel like I was a little.
You're feeding your woman some of the most soulful food possible, and you have the Jamada stream on in the background. Mods, take his kneecaps. Don't just time him out. Take his kneecaps as well.
In the early game.
Take his kneecaps.
Game, and I'll see if I can ask this question before I send it to casters. Just the thoughts on game 1, because game 1 it felt like a pretty slow burning loss. Where do you think that's coming from, and like maybe something that you want to see from your team?
Yeah, I mean, I think
so
in game
performative.
1, we had a little bit too much
performative
and not enough priority. So as you can see, we kind of flipped it around. We have much more prio lanes this game, so we can have a stronger early game and kind of protect our camps more. So that's kind of like the change we're making game 1 to game 2.
And there's a lot to be afraid of because of how spicy this game is, but anything that you're noting from this composition, because an Ashe Seraphine is cool, but then seeing the Blitzcrank from Lions, anything you're concerned about from the DSG side of the comp?
Yeah, I mean, I think the
is that a Dom sub emote or is that like a 17 VMO? I think it's a Dom sub
like,
emote, right? Yeah.
The global to go on Rise on side, but I do think it's one of those things is if we're grouped up, we can kind of. I think we'll.
Okay,
win
does
Hanbok
know that
we don't get picked
Cryra is this far behind on his clear?
Or like split.
Shit. Oh! Oh shit. It is what it is. We'll send it to the casters because the action is going on.
He's so stressed. Golden Glue is so stressed, man.
Poor Golden Glue. He's looking extremely stressed.
At least they're double crabbing him. I mean, Hanbok has done a good job capitalizing off of that late invade, so he's going to be 2 full crabs up. There was nothing really Cryra could have done to avoid that, and now might be, and also gets the deep vision. I think resetting is the correct call as well, but despite the hooks, that lane's still working out fairly well for them. Huhi burned his flash, but I'd say
I love a lot of the other the other guys have like really good emotes.
Unplayable, I think, for Jed and Lions unless you can kill them. They have force flash, so they have their own flash and the jungle flash, and maybe they can call him down. But
Darkwing's gonna have to flash
as we may see him getting involved. Another flash force there by Lions.
Really unlucky. Like Darkwing just loses his flash for doing the correct thing.
DSG in his debut. Really showed up huge, playing against one of his heroes in Inspired. Darkwings does know they're down towards that bottom side, so should be able to sniff this out and avoid it.
To mid here.
And we'll be able to do so. And he's on that ward.
Yeah, we'll be able to see it now, but we'll also just, I mean, he's lit up like a Christmas tree in here. He's walked through vision time and time again. They'll even see him doing the Gromp. So the rest of the lanes can play with a lot of safety, but it's just a matter of what can they actually pressure, because Darkwings has no flash ghost, and Impact is
such good emotes, I
going
consider
CS
something about
and trading very aggressively with Castle up top lane.
I mean, it was just so fun for me to see, Cryra coming in, Going up against Inspired, you're like, well, that's the hardest person you can debut against for a jungler. And having so much confidence, not only did he play well, but he was kind of styling. Like he was, popping off on the player cam. Then in Game 3 on the Mundo, he's in the base. He's spam taunting, showing some personality, showing that confidence, which is just great to see. Because this was a DSG roster that, according to Ido, was meant to be kind of built around Cryra and the idea that Ido really feels strongly. You play through jungle. That is the way to play the game right now. And Castle, he's trying to push for 6, but Impact at 6 first. Castle levels up.
Oh my god, that was so awkward.
Has to flash back to do it.
Now Ryze
Castle
is
thought he was going to get there first. Ryze does have no flash, but in comes the Realm Warp, and that is going to be a freebie. You have to think for Dark Wings. Castle trying to buy time for the abilities to come back, but can he slice and dice out to safety? They are waiting a long time on this. Impact is scared. He doesn't want to get involved because he knows he could get taken out. Rune Prison will grab first blood for Dark Wings. Nicely done. Castle overplayed his hand. He thought he was going to get 6 first, but Impact beat him to it.
Wave's a bit weird now, though.
Something must have happened with the way the minions went, because with where the wave was, I would think Renekton would get level 6 in that 1v1 as well. But Impact outplays him. And then also I'd say the Ryze is the great equalizer there. Whenever you have a really aggressive top lane trading pattern, whichever mid laner can move first often sways the matchup, and that's what ends up happening there.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, Dark Wings had no flash, but he just moves up towards top. Realm Warps in. As we can see it one more time.
Yeah, watching this, trying to count the minions. Yeah, Impact just hits level 6
yeah,
first.
so he just needed
beforehand. Castle getting level 6 does delay it.
He needed one extra melee there, and he couldn't get it.
And aggression coming ball in, but look.
Lions has no hook, so his hook missed, and that is how the lane looks when you have no hook, is they just walk at you. You are outranged on the Kai'Sa, who he, though, has no flash, going to get flashed on here, and the follow-up knock-up is there. Sajed coming in, they knock him down. Good
good flash from Lions.
Flashes forward, ults in, Sajed is locked into this Cataclysm.
Cryra can't move.
Rahel cannot really join. Rahel is just hitting
I see, it doesn't matter.
And now Hombok on the side is losing the fight. Sajed flashes away.
Wow.
Survives.
Oh my god.
As everything goes pear-shaped, Rahel was just hitting Cryra. He needed to stay with Hombok, or Hombok needed to stay with him, but they were not on the same page.
That is crazy that they ended up coming out of that one ahead. Hombok was level 6, Cryra was level 5, Lions was out of health, and they end up getting 2 kills
getting a bit manhandled
out of
here in this matchup.
That negates a lot
I don't think this matchup should be going the way it is right now.
From the early laning from
I'm not super clued up on it, but I don't think it should be going this way.
Just finger check there from DSG to come out on top against Sentinels.
Yeah, Cryra, right place, right time. And even though Hombok had 6, he had the advantage. Ash was not hitting who he was hitting. They were just not on the same target. So everyone was low, but no one died. And that is one of those disaster scenarios where you kind of wonder, what were the comms
finger
like?
Check? Yeah,
were they just calling for different
things?
Did they not realize what their teammates wanted to do? Because Hombok even committed his flash to go in on Sajed there, but Rahel was not in range, and he still had flash ghost. So you have to feel like there's a way they could have played that to hit the same target and probably come out on top.
I absolutely think so. But now Sajed, despite being down 15 to 20 CS, is even in gold and also is 30 CS through his call. So he's going to be well on his way to being powerful. And the Kai'Sa power for both of these guys has been very high. As you can see, 3 games in every series Sajed has played it. In 2 of the series, Rahel has played it, and both of them have absolutely dominated on it. So we thought this was going to be a Game 1 pick. It ended up being a Game 2 pick that DSG picked early. So look out for Sajed later on in this game.
Calming, got a nice little trade there down on the Dark.
I mean, it's also just useful for getting out the Anivia R2.
A little bit for range users, but he's also on the Swifties. He has Ghost. He's got a ton of move speed to deal with some of the difficulties in this matchup. But Anivia skills really, really well, and the wall can be so effective. It's just kind of splitting up fights and making it annoying.
Swifties, tenacity,
if you're not just walling someone in for a stun, sometimes you can just wall out the Ashe or the Seraphine or whatever and kind of split up the fight and try to turn things around that way. But it is
there's a lot of CC on
enemy because it has such low mobility.
There is.
You really
but if you have tenacity shot there, I think it's fine.
This is not
really undervalued tenacity shot in my opinion. I think people need to take that more.
You got to be in the right place at the start of the fight.
Yeah, definitely an old school pick that has found new prevalence into this Ryze. And I think overall, it's not like it's just against Ryze. I'd say it's good against the Ashe Seraphine too.
Result secondary is interesting.
That don't have
well, because Ryze is a robo builder, you can go overgrowth and
allow them for some
even
nice
maybe conditioning in a lane like this. And it's fine.
Is in this game very briefly, but I think Drake is going to be traded for Grubs here, which if you're DSG, you're very happy about. Against the Ashe Seraphine, being able to get the first Drake on your side is huge.
It really is. You know, we saw Golden Glue in that interview talking about how...
Curious about where Cryo's first thought was going to be. This Dragon is kind of a big tempo killer. He's got Sundered Sky right now.
You know, Castle was kind of outlaning Impact
very
in the first
likely
couple
soon.
levels. He had pressure on him. You know, Huhi got hooked twice, so they kind of lost
the
some pressure
next
there.
2 camps, I think, maybe.
Darkwing's going to be able to stop the recall from Calm Me, as he's getting quite low on mana, and Darkwings did just get back to lane,
mid,
so happy to
oob.
delay that base, but Calm Me should have enough mana to just clear out this wave and then reset.
Cryo completely recovered from that early game as well, basically because of that skirmish down bottom lane. That,
sure if you had Overgrowth
if you look back on this game, if this ends up being a DSG win, it's going to be about that fight that happened a couple minutes ago where the CS advantage was removed essentially between Sajed and Rahel in terms of overall gold, and then it also allowed Cryo to gain back the advantage.
This just kind of broke my brain on Rice scaling. I mean, that's just Actualizer as well.
It's kind of all on where Lions
a lot of people aren't used to
Still a
Actualizer and the
difficult
amount of
lane for him to
scaling it
play,
gives.
But they're in a situation now where they might have the damage that one hook can actually lead to a kill.
Yeah, and Blitz is just one of these champions where if you are controlling vision, it is terrifying. And if you see the Blitz everywhere, he feels worthless.
Yeah.
He is just doing nothing at all. So it is going to be a big vision game here. Of course, it is scary for Huhi to be checking things, but he's walking with Darkwings at this point. Not going to be too worried about it. And it's just a really tough matchup in the 2v2 if you are not landing those hooks. So we'll see. Seraphine scales incredibly well, and I just kind of have this feeling that the game is going to move more and more and more towards Enchanters.
Okay, Cryo's got Sundered Sky now. Let's see what he's going to end up doing.
Enchanters just outpace melee supports so heavily when they're on multiple items.
I agree with what Zell's saying here, by the way. I think Enchanter champs are so broken right now.
Ever really has been, because control wards
people
cost
just
less,
are not
you get
playing
passive
them
gold,
at all.
As Impact taking a big trade here against
Flash R maybe?
Castle, who will be forced to pop that ult.
I mean, the problem is Castle
may
can
have to use it as in comes the Realm Warp. Can he even survive? Flash forward there from Hombach with the Flash Q. Darkwing's going to try to finish him off. Drops the turret aggro.
I think Castle maybe should have just continued to walk out there.
But they do get it done on the second round.
The reason why he backsteps is he's thinking he can maybe get a double Q heal.
Off bot lane entirely.
Good stuff here from
Cryo. Go over to Calm Me. So Darkwings did get that assist, but he had a 600 gold.
He knows it's fine because Sajid can fly in if he lands a W. I know it looks a little bit troll at first, but he's chilling.
Bottom lane, so that might have been an overinvestment. We'll see if Impact can take over the side lane from here, but the immediate reaction to that play is that it monetarily wasn't worth it in the short term.
Yeah, I completely agree. Hombach going to get spotted on the ward. They're still waiting around. I don't think he's going to expect this. Going to get stunned in. In comes the killer instinct from Sajed. Hombach, remember, he spent his flash in the previous play. Sajed going to have to cleanse flash out. Nice sidestep on the ulti coming through there from Huhi, but Darkwings is
a lot of damage from Cryo, but now he's in trouble. He's going to have to flash.
Pretty quickly. Calm Me trying to get there in time to help
out. He can't move.
Maybe he can throw it on the wall and keep Cryo safe. Looks like he will
Another
be
hook maybe? Nope.
Lions has the hook back up, but it's going to be a whiff as Darkwings is just going to push forward through this Anivia ulti, gets
the unfortunate thing from the ult there from Sajid is it gets basically used as a taxi as well.
Sidestepping the Seraphine ult, I think he would have went down.
I completely agree. Flash, ult, and cleanse all down from Sajid. You can see Flash is still up for the mid lane as well as both AD carry and support for Sentinels. So they win out overall on that little 4v4. I want to credit Darkwings for a lot of this early game. He has been first to move in so many situations. I think he's been crucial to their ability to play with Prio. But with all that being said, gold is even and it's 1 Drake to 0 for DSG. So a lot of league left to be played.
Absolutely is. And double tiers stacking up, of course, for Huhi and Darkwings. And if he has tier of his own. But it always feels really nice on these Enchanter supports to be able to afford the tier and not get punished, because you're spending a lot of your early game gold for no combat power whatsoever. But the Whispering Circlet upgrades into like Diadem or whatever. That item is very, very strong for Enchanters. And helps with a lot of the mana issues that you do have. So being able to actually have an Enchanter support item, that is some of the changes that I think really did help out Enchanters coming into the season.
I completely agree. I think if you want to gain elo and you don't mind playing Enchanters, like just doing tier Seraphine and Sona all day in solo queue and playing a lot of games, you're just going to gain elo, man. Like, you're just, the shielding and healing becomes so overpowering later in the game. In Pro, it can definitely be a little different with all the different angles and coordination that DSG can engage on them with. So it's the complete opposite, really, of playing Nico, where he's constantly looking for these engage angles. He needs to be constantly on the lookout of getting engaged on.
Top die.
If they set up in the 5v5, once he has that fully upgraded Diadem of Songs, will be very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, the baseline of Seraphine is just comically higher than that of Blitzcrank, right? Blitzcrank must hit a hook on a primary carry to have equal or better value than the Seraphine, who just has to basically press W in a team fight, right? Like, if you hit a tank, if you hit no one, You were doing
thank God they didn't hit that hook, low-key.
So a lot of pressure on Lions. We'll see if he can make something happen. He's going to get connected onto by that Ashe arrow. Has his flash available. Didn't flash anything. Just CC down. 100-0. In comes Kryra and Call Me. They arrive. Flashing forward there on a Hanbok. They're going to try to knock him down. Sajed gets the kill there as Darkwings arrives. Sajed incredibly low. Rahel pushing forward. He's going to fall. Call Me in trouble. Kryra in
Ashe Seraphine is just so impressive. You have to, like, they have to be the target.
But he's rooted up.
Oh, he can't get the 1-for-1.
Rahel gets a double. And the fight from DSG
They're so
goes
strong.
terribly as Rahel gets paid and gets the double buff.
That's the fight that could swing the game for Sentinels. Double buffs all across the board. The Ryze ult comes in at just the right time. I mean, Call Me's going to try and move in right here, but this seems rather ambitious by Call Me and Lions.
Yeah, I mean, with what damage are you going to do something here? He's hoping for some sort of a misplay, a miracle steal, but they're going to be able to grab it. No problem at all. Lions did have the hook, but didn't think he had to flash the ulti coming through from the Ashe. But once he got tagged by that, the CC
Loki, I would have flashed in and stole it.
Because in comes Hanbok, in comes the CC from Huhi, and I don't know if he got a spell off. He
Yo,
just
what's up, Rave?
died for free.
Hey, bro.
No, he got absolutely nothing off. I feel like if he even just gets an ult off, it might be enough to equalize that fight. And I think that's kind of what DSG was hoping for, because once the engage happened, DSG kind of fully committed to this fight. So kind of watch this. As the arrow comes in, Kryra and Anivia are already in River. So Pantheon starts channeling his ult and the teleport now, thinking that maybe Lions would be able to fight back. Now they're committed. They're trying to salvage the play. Kryra gets hit by the Seraphine ultimate, so tries to go all in. And they do kill Hanbok, but all of this is just a result of how clean that initial kill was and how DSG
is just the second best team in the LCS? Nah, they're not really
so
the second best. They're
big
probably like
for Sentinels.
like third to fourth.
He does have no sums, but Castle does not have the damage to be able to finish him off there. And is going to end up equalizing that trade as Dark
in terms of performance, that's probably where they're
back at the end of it. And yeah, I mean, it was just great CC chain in on the Lions, Crystal Arrow into the knock-up, into a stun from the E coming through from Huhi because there was all that CC already on him.
I still think FlyQuest is better.
He went down in a hurry, and Huhi timed the encore, the ulti, really, really well. So not only did he hit Kryra, but he forced the flash from Call Me.
Yeah,
you know, it was really well done. And
I'm also going to change out my
once you lose some of those engage tools, Rahel's stepping forward, and he is going to be slowing you down and really punishing you heavily. So this game now feels like it is definitely going in the favor of Sentinels. We'll see if they can turn this around as Hanbok going to take the bad end of a trade there. Kryra gets him chunked down a little bit low, but Hanbok does get some damage back to try to even things out. And you can see Kryra just feels like, hey, I need to protect Anivia in the side lane because Anivia, very low mobility, can be super vulnerable, especially with no flash.
I mean, Sajed is going to be in a position where he's the one who needs to carry. He's got a decent amount of gold on the Kai'Sa, but it's just a really hard game to play right now if he's always flying into the Ashe Seraphine. You can see DSG really want to be able to contest this, but probably realize that it's a losing fight. So more indecision for sure in this game out of DSG because they're not even aggressively trading elsewhere. Whenever you're kind of just eye contacting someone at an objective and you decide not to engage, you end up not trading back for much on the rest of the map.
Yeah, they were trying to push as fast as they could with Castle, but you know, maybe denied a minion or two. I'm not even sure if he got a plate, but not much of anything, as you're saying. You know, Impact had his TP available, so he TP's down as soon as that objective does fall. And Impact was just ready for it. He had the Mega Gnar ready to go, had the TP to respond to the side lane, so well prepped there by Sentinels. They play the map well. Sajed, though, is that one with the gold lead here, up about 900 gold, even though he's down farm and has the same amount of kills as Rahel, so has been able to cash in on some of those plates. Impact could be in some trouble. There's the stun into the hook. Do they have the damage here from Kryra? Will he Mega out? Huhi flashes in, has the shield to try to protect him, and now Impact's going to be able to go Mega. Castle gets knocked up. He's going to be thrown to the wall. Surely, in comes the ulti there from Huhi. They don't have the damage to finish anyone off just yet. Rahel now arriving. Hanbok messes up. Oh, no, okay, I guess that was the Spectator. Kind of went weird on the flag and drag.
That looks really
odd. End up knocking him down. Rahel pushing forward. Can they try to turn anything around? Kryra has to
flag and drag.
Sajed is in trouble. This
it's so nasty.
Lions is incredibly low. They're corralled under the turret. Call Me comes in. Can they defend the dive? Lions is so low, and they have the Herald.
I think Call Me can wall it, or did he wall something else? Okay, good.
Hanbok going to get interrupted, though, by the Anivia wall.
Oh my god, what is going on? By the way, Ryze is just pushing top the entire time this is happening.
The Anivia may have just bailed them out of this situation.
Oh, man.
Well done, but on the other side of the map, the Ryze is cashing in the top lane.
I mean, it's bad for DSG, but it could have been a lot worse. As you can see, Darkwings getting free plates. I feel like Hanbok actually jumped out of the Herald there. Not entirely sure if it was the wall that canceled or not, but I thought the Herald would have allowed them to dive if it just stayed in turret range. I think everyone there under the turret would have died, but regardless, they lose.
Yeah, Rahel is going to squeeze
They lose
this game.
multiple waves, and now they're 3,000.
Feels really good to be on Ash this game.
He just threw it down when he hopped in. That got the interrupt.
Except for maybe like if Blitz can ever hook you. That's
exactly. Just let the Herald go for the charge. He can still wall.
The wall did cancel it, yeah.
Then you're spending the wall on just on that Herald and not really getting anything done. And Huhi able to come in. They just don't have enough damage to kill off this impact.
It's a Renekton who's behind and a Gnar who's ahead, which we talk about as the scaling of those early ganks. And then the Kai'Sa's just behind on the play. I'd say Huhi with the ultimate, even though it only hits one, delays
He's Korean,
the play
bro.
long
He
enough.
simply won't let Blitz hook him.
The flag
Yo, tell that to aiming. Huh? Tell that to aiming right now.
DSG managing to live under the turret.
Tell that to aiming right now. I will never forgive him for that series. Like it's actually just like it's burned into my brain.
Cryer may be able to catch up to him. Does have that smite, but on the other side, it's going to be Lions again getting caught out. They are behind, and when you're behind on Blitz, you are looking useless. And Lions definitely is looking this game thus far as Huhi, Hanbok, and Rahel take him out. So a lot of crystals built up there. Calmy trying to get some damage down. In comes the Encore, going to get flashed by Calmy. Nicely done by him. Cryer arrives. In comes everyone from DSG. Impact on the side, though, is crushing.
Can Rahel die or?
Okay.
Into
the egg.
Yo, nice shutdown. Castle's kind of putting in work. Hold.
Jed is starting to pick up a lot of kills, but can Impact and Darkwings make it happen?
What was that?
It's a solo
How comes it was
laner
Nivea
on
in
the
egg?
side,
I feel like I'm not sure what
trying to
stopped
get
her
it
from
done.
recasting
Impact goes
Q
into
there.
mini. They're going to try to back it up. Can Castle get in over onto Darkwings?
I think he can, you know.
Slice, dice. The slow does not connect as the phase rush is still proc, but the stun does come through, and now Jed is going forward. They're trying to knock him down.
Phase
they
rush.
have the damage.
Nice. I mean, you'd love that 800 gold to go into Sajed, but like it's still good. Well, that's a huge gold swing. And look at that. Sajed is now 4-1.
I mean, Calmy seemed like he
That's so
started
nuts. Such a crazy turn.
1v4,
At least Impact gets a little bit of gold on the bot side here, but
of both Sajed and Rahel on Kai'Sa, they just seem to clean up these messy fights, and now he's
remember the rumors about aiming
really
1 to join G2? Yeah, I think
Kai'Sa after the end of that, and that's without the 800
those are real as well. I don't even think they were rumors. I think they got like confirmed.
Hanbok wanted to get that engaged.
There's like always an odd like Korean or Chinese player that has like a bit of a link to typically G2, but
like the play is completely over, but
an international team.
In this bush, they coordinated with the teleport from the Renekton and the Pantheon.
That was one of those times where it was like kind of real.
Being positioned up top, they actually kill him at the start of the fight, and then when it's 180 carried to 0, there's not enough damage to kill the level 14 Renekton. So
that one was fake?
Really
the aiming one was fake? Bro, but like I heard there was others as well.
But DSG was all on the same page. Now they're going for Drake.
Yeah, we're back to live over here by the Dragon. Can DSG knock this down? Hanbok is in the area. It is getting focused down quick.
Okay, Ash Arrow doesn't
will not connect onto Calmy. Is able to sidestep it. Impact has
Crying
already.
rules. Yeah, Cryer is secure.
On the side.
Even if Lions dies here, like I think they can still play front to back maybe, unless.
Sun comes across multiple members.
Weird.
They are locked in the Cataclysm.
Hanbok's really ISO. And Impact nearly died in the middle of all that. I don't think they can walk forward. This is really awkward now.
Who's going to be able to win out on that one?
Yeah, really weird.
A bit of a scrappy fight, but at the end of the day,
badass
DSG do
from
get
Sentinels.
the Dragon, and it is just the 1-for-1. They kill up Hanbok.
Scrappy fight in a very scrappy game. The Smite Steal going in the favor of Cryra is what makes this a winning play, but then when Castle picks up this turret, that's a bounty that he picked up on Ryze at the end of the last fight. That's 2 turrets that he's picked up as well. So despite dying 3 times, he's actually up 800 gold on the Renekton. Watching this one more time, these fights are really about whether or not Sajed can make a strong entrance. And at the beginning of the fight, the Seraphine and the Ashe kind of keep him back. So big smite here, 1500 to 0, times it with the Q. Sajed just waited until someone was spread out in this fight, and it's actually Hanbok. Once he took that EQ through the team, Sajed says, hey, wait a second.
Aiming, despite being hooked by Blitz, still had a KDA of 15. Google aiming to aiming 15 to find out more. Yep.
1-for-1, which they are very happy about.
I feel like Calmy is smurfing in a lot of these fights too. You know, that previous fight, he was playing really well. This was a quote from Sven on Pros about picking, you know, Sentinels or DSG. He said that they originally wanted to pick Sentinels, but then they couldn't because they got 2nd seed. And a lot of people thought, okay, well, you're going to pick DSG. But instead, they actually picked FlyQuest, you know, so showing that their power rankings kind of had DSG as the best of those 3 teams. And Castle, going to be annoying, steals that red buff away. Should be able to walk this one out, but yeah, I mean, Calmy has just played so confidently with all the move speed that he has. He has the upgraded Swifty boots, and you know, flying in a lot of these fights, utilizing his passive well, forcing people to go in on him.
Who's on the analyst desk today?
I mean,
it's
river flank
Emily, Raz.
That's crazy as well.
Oh!
Very nicely timed.
Oh my god, that Ash arrow was crazy.
Instantly when he arrives. No
wow.
DSG was really in the area to follow up. I'm not sure what Cryra saw there.
Is it Kobe?
Maybe
Okay, lovely.
So many members were around, but he dies for free. And now they're just going to start the Baron.
Okay, so it's just Anivia Blitz Kai'Sa. This might be one where they try and trade gold rather than fight, since Sajed might want to protect his gold lead. Let's see them teleport in. Nars no TP, so it is a temporary 4v4. No jungler, though.
They got a force.
Is that really random on
Twitter? They're looking for Rahel. Rahel is going to get actually cleansed out, but he just dies anyway. Darkwings on the side is getting
let me look in for a sec.
is in some trouble.
Guys,
Darkwings is going to fall.
DSG are kind of hunting them?
Can he make something happen? Does land the stun. The wall comes through. Jumps in.
Okay, Sajed is dead.
Knocks down Sajed. Huhi on the side, trying to run from Calm. Gonna have to
I know she's a blue sky user. I think I need to. It's like
Castle pushes them back. DSG hold on, defend the Baron. Aren't able to get it themselves though, thanks to the reinforcements from Impact knocking down Sajed.
Still, your call out
DSG
on Call Me
being
is true
this competitive
this
is
fight.
not
He is
good.
just landing these incredibly slow-moving skill shots on priority targets every single time. So we're going to watch the beginning of this. They thought Rahel was catchable.
What did he see?
He sees Rahel in mid lane, and he's going to stun him into a blitz hook. But then when all of Sentinels see him channeling, they can see where he's going and collapse very quickly. From here, though,
Rahel
I'm
just really bad.
Just gets caught between a rock and a hard place. The Renekton is pushing him. The wall pushes him into the Renekton as well, and Sajed can just walk him down. The continuation of this fight also ends up being a little bit messy, since Huhi's pushed out the back. Anivia stuns Darkwings, and it's just become a scrappy game where I'd say the Kai'Sa keeps getting more and more gold, and Rahel is actually the one that keeps getting picked off.
Rest assured,
by
friend,
the
I am
Pantheon
not
or
that
Renekton
big-nosed
or a
gorilla.
random Kai'Sa flying in.
And I mean, even with that perfect Mikhails there from Huhi on the Renekton side, it just didn't matter because so much damage was piling in on Rahel. And I think what actually happened with that Cryra ult, there was a pink ward in the side brush from Sentinel, so I think he didn't see the Rise. I don't think he realized that Darkwings was there. So I think he thought, oh, it's just the Ashe, I send it, and then all of a sudden you get Vision as you're ulting in. Oh, Rise is there too. That's problematic. So able to turn
I just
around.
add everyone from the LCS.
Now DSG up 1K gold, even with Sentinels.
Hopefully these guys don't random engage on mid-wave.
Last game. DSG has been
I said I was slightly late. Rez replied to me with colored people's time or black people's time as a cultural stereotype and colloquialism, referring to a pattern of people arriving late, because I said I was late to the co-stream. So now I'm eyeing everyone on the LCS and I'm asking them how often is he late to work.
He takes damage in team fights that isn't damage dealt to someone who matters.
Cheeky
What
bastard.
he's done? He bought Vandal Pipes. He knows his role. He's going to apply, he's going to give an attack speed buff to the Kai'Sa.
He needs to apply
Cheeky
CC
bastard.
to proc the pipes. So you never know. Just an E or a Q. I agree with you. The pipes are important. Looks like we might see it like a Baron for Drake trade. With the current value of Baron, I'm actually taking Drake most of the time, but if they can get a fight with Sentinels being low, it would be worth it. So they're going to slowly move up here, as Hambach is now at a quarter health.
Oh, there's the Ashe arrow in on the Castle. They're
Can
locking
they
onto the
one-shot
CC chain. It's just not ending. Castle, even through the stairs, even through the ulti, just goes down. That CC was never
Does he have Lux, by the
really
way?
Beautiful chain between
Does he
the
have Tabbies?
Ashe, the Gnar, the Seraphine,
He has Tabbies.
and now they are over onto this.
I'm not gonna lie, that's the kind of death that'll
Seraphine,
piss me off,
only
and I
the
would
two
sell my
completed
Tabbies for
items,
Mercs.
Plus the upgraded boots, plus the tier. DSG realized we can't contest this. Hui's going to keep them too healthy. They're going to have to trade for the Dragon.
Yep, 4v5. They have to trade for the Drake as well. That's kind of the worst case scenario, though, when you're slow checking if your Renekton ends up getting one shot. Not enough tenacity to break the CC chain.
I would legit sell and go
Mercs
Mercs after
something
that.
with this Baron power play now, because they're giving up Soul Point. Mountain Soul Point, which I think if they complete the Soul, they will end up winning the game. That's one tier 2 turret, makes the Baron power play plus 1,600. Honestly, paying 1,500 gold for Mountain Drake is seeming pretty even to me, so the rest of this Baron will still be very important for Sentinels.
Exactly. That's the real question, is how much can you get with it?
See, the problem with Nash, like, the problem with Nash
and
with a map state like
cannot
this
be overstated. I think it's the biggest
is
differential
normally
in
you're
power between
only
anyone in
going to
this
get
game.
about
Like,
3
he's on
towers.
multiple levels. He's on 2.5 items.
If you
He's
lose
gonna
more
have
than
3
3
items on the
towers,
Enchanter pretty
then something
soon.
really
Lions
went
is on
wrong.
1.5. he is useless unless he can actually
going
hook
to
the
Soul
Ashe
Point
or the
here
Rise
for
or
DSG
something,
actually
or
doesn't
maybe
even
the
feel that
Seraphine,
bad. And you're
but
in
not really
like
being
an
given
even
the
gold state
opportunity. And
total.
the timing on the CC chain from Sentinels is
So it's
so
kinda
well
whatever.
done. Like, it's easier to see
Like,
that
it's
and say, oh,
kinda
look at that
fine.
CC.
It's
It's
really not
so
that big a
easy to
deal.
do, but they're not overlapping anything. It's just perfect. And they're just locking Castle. Like, his build is pretty tanky. He's got Death Dance and Hysterics, died through that with the ulti already popped.
Yeah. Might want to go for some Mercury Treads. I know the Steel Caps are very good against Ashe, but if he's going to be getting CC chained like that, he needs a little bit more freedom. Trying to get some mid plates here as Sajet is clearing the turret. Everyone's doing a really good job hiding behind minions as well, making sure Lions stays useless.
And a level 11 on the Blitzcrank. Very far down in the experience now at this point. Who he's closing in on 14 about by the time that Lions does hit 12. So
I don't have much to say on the Anivia build. Like, I'll just expect that either Leandri's or Void is normally better because now you're kind of jailed
as much as possible. And that Sajet can just
from
crush
going
it in the team
Leandri's.
fights. He's on 4 items, has the Zonias.
Also, it's like, how do you get to Decap? How do you get to Void?
On this
You just have to
Kai'Sa
go
a number
both
of
now?
times.
Yeah, just some
Then
insane
there's no
team
Zonias
fight,
versus
outplay
this
potential.
comp. Like,
But
maybe you'd want Zonias,
the
I
more
don't know.
fed the Seraphine gets, the beefier the
I think Malignance is
team
kind
fight
of
ball
nuts.
can become for Sentinels. And these team fights have become really, really spread out.
Or like
which
no
I feel like,
Seraphs, maybe.
if they stay a little bit closer together, can be better for Sentinels. Hard to push against an Anivia, though.
By both, honestly. Great side steps across the board as Hui now throwing in the encore. In comes Kryra. He's going to be looking, flashes forward, tries to knock him down, but Kryra's incredible.
I think that was bad from Kryra.
Sentinels get another
I think his
kill
target
there as
selection, I think he
Hawkmoth
focused a bit
goes
too hard on
Castle
wanting
will
to go on
survive
her
the
health.
hook. Gets a
I
minion.
get it,
That's
but I
about
think
the
you just
best
need to
he's
go
done
and
in a
murder,
while,
like,
as
Darkwings is the target
trying
there.
to threaten, but he just can't. Sajet is out.
Oh, no.
In comes the
Oh,
Mega
good
Nard.
stun.
He's gonna get stunned up against the wall.
Good stun
Wallop
from
does
Castle.
connect, and
Oh
now
god, it's about to get
Kami in a
ugly
lot
now
of trouble,
though.
gonna get Mega Nard against the wall.
Rahel,
He goes into the
Sajid
path
is still
of
kind of
Sajet is
frying.
focusing down Impact. Can he get the
Cleansed
kill?
out,
He
got
can.
the shutdown.
His mid
He's
laner
still
is
got
traded
so
back on
much
the
gold
side.
here.
Darkwing's chasing
It's
after
Castle out. Oh, he fucked up the E.
Tries to slice over the
Oh, he
wall,
fucked
but
up the
fails
E.
it. Went
Oh,
too
God.
early. Can't get through.
Oh, they're
Gets
roll
knocked
whooping on
down.
their
Now
head.
Darkwing's with the
Good
rise.
E.
They'll try to get in on
Flash
the Sajet.
didn't
Flash for
EW.
flash. There's
Can
the
he one-shot
hook,
him?
but can he
He's
even
gonna die
win
to the
the
tower, I
fight?
think.
Tower
Oh
shot.
no,
Not
Seraphs?
enough to knock him
No, that
down
was just
because
healing
in
from
comes the
Seraphine. Oh my
Seraphine
god.
to keep him safe.
What
Wow.
a fight there by Sentinels. Narrowly, if they get one more kill, they might be able to end the game off that. So in terms of what they can do with the Baron, they cash in towards the end. But you do
Seraphine
have to
W.
eventually kill the Kai'Sa. That's the ticking time bomb for DSG in this game. I'd say Kryra's gone a little too deep a couple times in this game. Him getting one shot really emboldened Sentinels to fly through right here. Nice use of the egg, though, and the wall right beforehand to make it difficult for them to pile through. Allows Sajet to kill Impact's Gnar during the fight. And then the Castle panicking a little. I'd say if he waits another quarter second to E over the wall, it's probably just a 3 for 3, but it ends up being a big win for Sentinels. And a very emotional Golden Glue, I'd say, throughout this whole series.
Oh yeah, he's looking stressed, feeling the pressure.
Kindle Gem
for sure.
build into Didem?
Wants
Anyway.
to be able to have a successful playoff.
Or am I
run
misremembering
here,
the
of
build?
course, coming over from that 100 Thieves squad last year, where they surprised
No?
a lot of people.
Oh.
You know, had a
Well,
lot
they
of
sold it.
success. Really was kind of like a heartwarming story, you know, to see this team
Doesn't Didem have health
a
on
lot of
it?
expectations. Then
It's
of course
Ruri plus
the
Forbidden.
team
Oh.
exits the league. Sentinels comes in. Golden Glue moves over to that organization and really hoping to have some big success here. With
So it does
that
has it
squad,
has
but
health on it, just
to your
not
earlier
Kindle
point, I
Gem
agree.
health.
It feels like
I
Kryra
see.
is oversending it. It did happen
Fair
a couple
enough.
times when he was playing Pantheon and last week against Lions.
That
Excuse
gives
me,
no
against
haste.
Lion, but wasn't really punished for it that much.
Excuse me,
This
good,
time, a
'cause if
couple
it did, it would
times,
be
has
really
been a bit
broken.
over anxious. I feel like they could have just waited out the Baron and then fought after, but instead he saw an angle, went in, and the CC timing from Sentinels has been so good. He's getting insta-CC'd as he arrives on the Pantheon ult every time.
Might see a fight here, but probably just giving up the turret, hoping for a Mountain Soul fight. Also have shield reduction purchased by Kryra. It's not going to help his tankiness at all, but the Serpent's Fang, if they're just trying to kill whoever's in front with how powerful Seraphine is now.
I mean, I keep touching on it, but Blitz is on one item, and the 2K support gold lead actually means so much because it's a scaling enchanter. He has 3 items to 1 completed item for Lions.
And a fully completed tier as well. Diadem of Songs is completely completed. Echoes, I also think, is just a broken item when you're able to get rolling in these team fights. So they just have to give this Drake, no matter what.
It's going to be the Dragon going over. DSG,
God,
of
it's
course,
so hard to
it
play
was
the
sitting
game
at
here for
Soul Point
DSG.
from that earlier trade of Dragon 4 Baron, but
I really
their
don't know how they
attempt at
play
Soul
Ashe.
will
Yeah, I was
be
about to say, I think
delayed.
Ashe is sending
comes
off.
out.
Doesn't connect though.
Rahel has been wide on most of these. Good sidesteps by DSG to avoid them. And Lions going to have to see if he can find a way to get an impact.
Yeah, it's a very good,
fight,
very
you know,
feeling
try to
good
get
game
a
to
carry.
the Ashe. Yeah.
Yeah, DSG are posturing. Cryo moving forward here.
Is Cryo
Jet
off
on the
that,
side with
by the
him, but they are split up, and Calmy's going to be flashed on there by Humbug. And in comes the Encore. The CC is punishing, and in the backline, Impact is
my god.
Team. They are locked down. They are knocked
Wait, low-key Penta, no?
It's a triple already for Darkwings, as he is just destroying them in this fight.
I think the game's
Impact
over.
picks up another. It was nearly a quadra.
Do they even need Nash?
Calmy
I think they can end for Anivia.
There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from this Sentinels team.
I mean, good pushback here from Sentinels. It's still like, it's weird though, because some of these fights are so mechanically close. I'm really worried. I'm really worried for Sentinels, like closing out the series.
Yeah, they are
closing out the series, I'm concerned. We're in a best of 3. This is going to be a good series, hopefully. I hope we get all 3 games.
With a fantastic Seraphine game, showing off the power of the pick, and Sentinels coordinating so well on their timing. With the CC across multiple fights,
good looks.
Tie up the series.
Ish. Good looks ish. Good looks ish from Sentinels.
And a really scrappy
all right, I need to run advertisements. I'll see you once they are done.
They trusted their late game scaling. Spam the chat now if you're a player of the game. Lounge, what was the key?
Oh, I forgot to
Well, Grayson said priority. Golden Goose said we need pushing lanes. For me, they had a real fighting chance.
I forgot to do the
yeah, I mean,
prediction.
And Rise later.
This is for game 1.
A lot of work.
There's only 2 betters at
getting
least.
some picks with Ash arrows as well. This was so
we'll have channel point predictions back on Twitch for game 3. It's a best of 5, yeah, but I'm saying like 2 games have been played. It's now a best of 3.
We go all the way back to the beginning. I want to point out something.
It's now a best of 3.
Really well early on, because they're able to pull off a fight where Sentinels thinks they have full control of Dragon.
Oh no, not even you, Finsport. I was talking to people in the YouTube chat.
Cryo's going to go for the Scuttle Crab and then run down. Hawkshot, that Hawkshot just saw Cryo right there. So they saw Cryo right here. So they knew he's in this area. But because
okay, I need to go and sort out some food. I'm starving again.
So they're trying to do multiple things
whilst
at once. They're doing the Dragon,
we did share that platter, it wasn't like a lot of food between us, but it was like really nice food, you know?
Because he knows
so I'm gonna go grab a plate.
He had no flash. They're able to kill that Seraphine so quickly, and then they can focus fire, and they turn and they kill the enemy jungler as well. And Sajed barely gets out. One last auto here is the difference, and he's able to skirt the range on Darkwings as well. And so that was just a moment where Sentinels felt really secure. Like, all right, you know, I've got my, extra level here. We'll start the Dragon. We're bot lane push. But they didn't leave the opening, and they didn't respect the flash from Kryra. So good, like, jumping on the moment.
Yeah.
There from DSG. The next one is going to be another bottom lane play, and this is where Sentinels start to use Ash Arrow. I actually wanted to pause it right there, because the reason that Blitzcrank does not flash this arrow is because then Sajed would get hit. And Sajed has no summoner spells. So if he had flashed the arrow, then you'd be like, this troll support is getting my AD carry killed. So he goes down, and then you're going to see like a lot of kind of lack of value of Blitzcrank as the game goes on, and Seraphine is able to scale. And that becomes definitely a very powerful asset there for Sentinels as the game does go on. But they really started to use some of these angles, using terrain to line up the arrow and making sure that regardless, somebody was going to get hit and somebody's going to get value. And then we've got some crazy Baron fights, which luckily for you, we have comms listen in replay. So we're going to throw it to a replay with the audio from the call.
Can we fight here?
I have to pin
Ash has no flash. Look at Ash. No.
Oh, we already dash, No flash.
It's 45 though. I'm not there.
I can't. My bad. I should have flashed over it.
There's a chip
you got W? Oh, okay, close.
There's a chip there. I have to pin
they will try Nashor. Be careful with the turn also.
There's no fighter game.
Ash no ult, no ghost. So Ash no sums.
There's some boss. There's no TP right.
Oh, okay, then try to TP maybe?
I think...
I can TP
Hello.
back, I can TP back. That's not there. Reach for 45.
I've got a couple of chicken wings in the air fryer.
Ash no sums?
Yeah. I'm looking at Ash. I'm looking at Ash. Ash dead.
Sharman here.
Ash is 5k still.
Yeah.
We can Baron too.
I mean,
Fryer is very OP.
No flash.
I have egg.
Look me.
Play with running.
Look at top side.
Play up, guys.
I'm...
I think
it's
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, done.
My bad. We should've got Baron.
And I feel like that is demonstrative as well, in addition to what you pulled, Kobe, of how back and forth so many parts of this game work.
Yeah, because like even the mistake that happened mid, they suddenly have a man down, and you look at from the Sentinel side, the TP comes in from behind.
The air fryer is my Valentine's. Honestly, air fryers are my Valentine's too.
Or do you like sit where you are? The TP comes through.
Bro, air fryers are like hella cheap, and they're incredibly good.
So at least from the Sentinel's perspective, they should probably just back away from the Baron, turn towards the TP, or do something there. But I
feel like the LCS has been more enjoyable than the LEC to watch. I mean, it's all preference, right?
Of the original play too.
It's all preference on the vibe.
All right, Pantheon ult in, you know, no sums. Let's get this guy. And then
I like the vibe of the LCS a little bit more.
It still is the same theme. They're saying at the very beginning, all the way through the whole replay.
Don't let my buddies in Europe know.
No flash on Ash. And then they finally are able to, to kill him and defend the Baron. But then it goes back the other way. And then the
Bro, take on double separate things. Bro, like legit, since I got the air fryer, the only thing I regret is not getting a bigger air fryer.
Something we've seen a lot in LPL.
It's so funny.
Just last night in the LCK, as well as a few times previously in the LCK.
How's the food today? Bro, Brady, it was
before
great.
We have to go to break, talk about these junglers, because Amba is our player of the game.
It was lovely.
For game 2, which means we're going to bring back the champ pool board a little bit just to talk about these two.
Mine's 5.5 and it's good enough. I think mine is 4.8. I think mine is 4.8. Honestly, having that extra like 0.7, I think would be really noticeable for how I eat.
The Seraphine was very important.
That's a dumper Seraphine.
But I feel like whenever there's a fight happening, whenever there's a pick happening, one of these two junglers
what kind of food to make with air fryer that you like a lot? Honestly, I don't like cook food in the air fryer, so I'd have to ask my mother. But like one thing I know for sure that we could start doing, for example, is we could air fry some of the chicken that we make.
And it worked. That's why for me,
that we do in like batter, we could probably do in the air fryer just to see how it comes out. I think that would come out really good.
Golden Glue looks way happier. He was so stressed before.
He looks like the tension.
Yeah, it's OP for everything. Chicken is definitely the best. I agree.
However,
yeah. Oh my god, it crisps potatoes great. I actually, one thing that I do with potatoes, so with fries actually, if you like go out to eat, like one thing I do occasionally is if I like order out and I get fries, right? If I get fries and I order out and they come and they're a little bit like, they're not cold but they're not warm, I'll put them in the air fryer and literally for 4 minutes on 120 degrees centigrade, and they just, bro, that little love touch up, they come like they're fresh. It's so lovely. Oh my god, it's great. All right, let's, guys, this is our break music. It's so good. Poised to men time. Yo, chill. Nakanako is the best top laner in the LEC. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty safe bet. You think about the other tops in the league. Kana is like the only other good shout. But otherwise, it's like what you're thinking. For the last few years, it would have been Moen. Moen is like kind of whatever at the minute. I'm not liking how Moen is playing game to game. He's looked very inconsistent. BB, obviously, I think it goes without saying, BB is having a really, really rough time. I hope he can bounce back because he's always a fun player to watch. Like, when BB's playing well, he's very fun to watch. But when he's in this kind of state, man, it's sad. It's sad. There's no way slamming Panther and Necton on 1-2 is correct. I think they should probably just go Panther to Leah. I think they should just put the Panther to Leah in the bag. Get counterpick top. Unless their thought is that there's nothing good to pick into a Necton that they like, right? But then the Gnar is up. They could also always still go Kai'Sa on 3 and do double AD ban anyway. So I think it's strange. I think it's really strange that they did what they did. I don't know. It's strange. Like, I think you always want to get Kai'Sa on 3 decks. I think it will get banned, but I think the realistic path thing is you go Panther to Leah, then they have to blind something, and it feels really awkward. Maybe they take their Renekton.
Friend, I am not that.
And even if they take their Renekton, and you go Kai'Sa, and then they ban 2 like counters, the Renekton has enough like answers into it, right? Hell, you could even go something like Ornn, right? Like Ornn is really fine. And then you have another form of engage, like long range, non-committal. It's a way that you get Kai'Sa into the backline if you really need. Yeah. I think Shen Jungle needs a debut in Pro. The global potential is good, and I feel like it fits the meta ATM. Shen Jungle fits just about any meta right now. Oh, like always. Sorry, not right now. People are just not willing to play it. Like, I even think it's good into like some of the like first pick like junglers, bro. Like things like Jarvan, things like Pantheon, things like Vi. Well, maybe not Vi, but like still, it's good into Vi. A lot of these champions, it can skirmish as well as its ganks is powerful. And then once it has ult, it's got global presence. It can be on the map everywhere, all of the time. Now, I'm personally a really big fan of support Shen. I really like support Shen. I know people have been playing it a little bit with tank items again. And apparently it's good, so I really want to try it. But if I play it, I kind of want to do it on my second account. I don't want to do it on the main. I feel like it's troll. I don't know. Like, it's good, but it's troll same time, you know?
Months to get to our 4th Fearless game last year.
That's true.
It didn't happen during Split 1. Now it's going to happen during the lock-in tournament, guaranteed.
That's true. We only had 1 best of 5, to be fair.
Onwards and upwards, but it didn't even go to 4 games either.
That's true.
It's incredible.
It is incredible.
We're getting to game 4 before LEC gets to game 2.
Wow.
That's impressive.
I mean, that's just...
Okay, Jet.
Facts.
Jet stats right there.
Okay, Jet.
Hard.
Whatever,
LEC
man.
has no response.
Yeah.
They cannot deny.
As an ex-representative of the LEC,
excited to see how
my response is...
As, you know, we kind of were talking before the game.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe
I don't know why we had
DSG
best
could
of
be the team
ones.
that's more flexible.
It's bad.
When you think traditionally about Darkwings and Impact.
Well, best of ones aren't bad.
Who likes to play tanks,
as long as the format that follows is okay.
And yeah, a lot of the control mages already kind of gone.
The fact that it takes 4 weeks to siphon through 12 teams of best of one,
you know, some of these picks that are quite popular are being taken off the table. Of course, you know, he still has Victor, Talia, Cassio, things like that. So there are still a lot of picks left.
On Twitch, predictions are up.
As well.
I would really appreciate if a mod could close them once we are a minute into the game.
So that means DSG,
that would be nice.
DSG had selection. They decided to have last pick, and then Sentinels selected blue side, and they're going to then ban Azir.
So to me, it's either you ban Azir or you were going to play Yone or something, right? It's going to be one or the other. So in this case, they will just ban
Talia and Yunara are up.
And Yunara is up and available. It did get banned against Rahel last time, but it was phase 2, so not convinced that this would be their first pick. Wouldn't be surprised by something even like a Rumble, something kind of along those lines, or say blind pick that is kind of pretty high prio for Impact.
When you said that, I was like, oh my god, is Rumble up?
Yunara, people do really like it, and especially we're seeing a lot more Enchanter pairings
guys,
again.
Talia.
It can be really, really strong. I mean, Huhi, I think, to me, he was the player of the game because, not necessarily because of like crazy mechanics or anything, but I felt like the power differential between him and the opposing support was the biggest out of anyone in the game.
Yeah, that was the most contested player of the game vote we've had this year. Zale. You voted Huhi.
Yep.
I voted Darkwings.
Been studying up on Halo since I got pulled up to the main roster. Main roster on what, bro?
Emily and Raz voted Hambach.
They must be tried for their crimes in Twitch chat.
Well,
Twitch only gave Hambach 1%
Fedios
of the
Lulu,
vote.
unfortunately, we will not be getting a Fedios Lulu.
Who's the player of the game more than Twitch chat?
Was it Raz in Twitch chat typing Hambach just to juice
it to 1%?
He
brought it to 1%. Yeah, it was Raz.
Okay.
Ooh, Senna Nautilus.
Senna Nautilus, so going to be Senna carry, Nautilus support.
Or is it going to be farming Nautilus?
Weird.
You can't do that now. With all the gold injection and stuff, that would be crazy.
Some people really like the kind of like AP supportive style build for Senna these days. So I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be shocked, but we will see.
Would we ever see in Pro the role switch? So you'd still have Sajed playing Senna as the support, so they do the role trade.
I think you could totally do that, especially depending on level of comfort. It's like, if you have to be able to pilot the ADC well. I think if you're gonna do that though, it would be an AD Senna, it wouldn't be the support style Senna. Because I think how you position is kind of different in the fight. But it is gonna be Yunara Rel.
We'll just see how they do it. Darkwings is on Victor.
Darkwings is gonna go to one of
so
his
now this is really
picks,
weird
Victor,
because
so Orianna
Ryze.
By him.
out.
0-2 so far in the LCS, though, is the Victor
Something like
pick.
Syndra
Of course, Rel can
is what would
break
come to
shields,
mind. There's
so
no
really
Jarvan,
nice
there's no
against, both the
Nocturne.
Senna ulti as well as the Nautilus W. So that can be
Kind of depends on
impactful
what
at
Cormi
times.
wants, though.
Yeah, also, Kuhi mentioned he loves Rel queuing top laners TPing in. Just boom, 2,000 shield break right away.
You could also go jungle and ban too.
Exactly. The role
I think that's also a really good angle.
It's funny
okay.
because I talked about, maybe you would leave the Azir up if you want to play Yone into it. Calmy's just going to do it into Victor, which is probably just an even easier matchup.
Probably even better.
Because Azir doesn't really have, it's harder to get into Azir, excuse me, than it is to get on the Victor. Victor has a lot less mobility, so you can look to try to put some dive in onto them. And we'll see what they're going to draft alongside it. Obviously, divers can be
Rainbow
great
S,
with
what's up,
Senna
bro?
because you have that support from the Senna flying into the back line. If he is AD, you have the additional damage as well, not just that shielding.
Yeah, I love Senna when there's more people that can be in front of you to just get max efficiency out of RQ. So far, I've been a big fan of DSG's drafts. I was a big fan of the confidence of the Blitzcrank. It ended up that literally any other champion probably would have been better than the Blitzcrank in that specific game, but I still loved the confidence.
We'll see. It depends on what the Senna build is.
It did. It really peaked in that moment.
And also they need like a really good jungle here. Like Sentinels is going to ban Sejuani and X. Like maybe Lilia.
Which we had Seraphine right now. But
I think Sejuani and Lilia are like the two best junglers you could have here for DSG.
I like the draft so far from DSG, but there's a lot more consistent DPS over on the other side. So you are going to have to be really on point with your engages. When you are thinking about
would go a long way here.
For a Senna and a Yone to put out DPS compared to
I think a Trundle ban would go a long way. Kiana, actually, I like this.
It's all about that one shot.
Trundle is now rising in priority weirdly, just as a skirmisher. There's also the Lee Sin angle for Hambak.
Now they're going to be double banning.
I think actually Hambak might end up on Lee Sin here.
As the Vi on the other side. So 7 AD junglers now taken to the pool. There of course still are things like Lee Sin and some of the kind of less
Zac, wow, okay.
Everything that Hambak has played.
I know that Kryra is a Zac guy, like Zac Evelyn. Those are his like picks.
Target bans flying out at Kryra as well with his Zac pick, which he's played in
Tier 2. Ivan is great. Okay, Ivan is really OP. Like people have not been experimenting with Ivan in Pro at all. Ivan is fantastic this patch. So powerful, so many versatile builds.
A good bit of Ivern and solo queue as well. He's in a very strong state.
Yeah, very good.
Best spot for him.
No, this is a really good spot. This is a fine spot. This is a fine spot. No. This is a fine spot. You've got 2 melee divers. You've got a Senna. And you're going to have counter on top anyway, so this is fine.
One of those junglers that was kind of conspicuously absent from the pick ban is going to be grabbed up. First time the Hambak will have played it this time around, and now Impact is going to have to blind his top laner.
Low-key, Castle, give him the Malphite treatment. Low-key, give him the Malphite treatment. Yo. Give him the Malphite treatment.
Does Castle have something cooked up?
Give him the Malphite treatment. Give him the Malphite treatment right now.
If you want to go for
Nasus! Oh my god, he's gonna do the fucking epoch thing. Oh my days, what are we doing?
Option is going to be from Castle.
What are we doing?
Sometimes against these ranged top laners, people think
it should be 3 points E into regular build. Let's see though.
A number of points in E, and you
just you can do, and with Triple Tonic as well. I really like this. So you can be max level Q. You could basically you can start Doran's Ring. You can go 3 points E.
3 or 4 points E with comment.
You can even maybe arguably build like an extra bit of AP. I think it delays your build too much though, and you just poke him out. And Kennen can't do anything about it. Oh my god, it's so OP. Okay, I'm gonna run ads. I'm gonna run ads. Kennen can't really poke you out. It's so hard, I think. This is a really good answer. I love this. This is really creative.
I've read so many passive paragraphs, man, for these new
I'll see you guys after.
The second part of the passive, gobbledygook
okay.
also applies with your
and now Nasus has Ivern shields too. This is so ridiculous. This is such a crazy angle. Such a crazy angle.
But Nasus is so straightforward. I love it.
How is Castle? Fuck, I keep on losing message. I really liked him in LCKL a few years back. Bro, Castle's been doing really good. He's had a fantastic series so far today.
You lack mobility, and the Ivern helps to bridge that gap. And he is playing Airy, so it's not going to be Comet. Airy can't miss.
Airy, it should be Triple Tonic second.
If Kennen E's when you Comet, the Comet misses. So Airy can't miss. So I am expecting at least a 3 points E. He is starting D-Ring. This is a pretty standard start. It's really
okay, so he's got Thing second. He's got Resolve second, but let's see.
Fundamentally misunderstand the champion in some matchups. I don't expect him to be full AP. I think I personally think it's garbage unless the other team is like
so
super squishy.
Other like old tech used to be able to do, and I think it's acceptable here, is you can go Lost Chapter.
I really like DSG this year, man. Like
you can go Lost Chapter.
Already way better than they were last year, but that they're already pulling out these pocket picks. So
and then you're really giga chilling.
Best of 5. So we got Nasus.
My only issue is that I still think they lack damage unless the game goes to like 35 minutes.
Which is just perfect. You've been playing.
No, I think they spike at like 25.
This could be us.
I think they're chilling. I think they're chilling on damage.
Wanted to lose horribly in this game on the LCS. Emily standing by with DSG's coach Ido. Let's talk about the picks.
Yeah, let's talk about the picks, Ido.
I do want
I'm loving this. This is super creative.
Because Raz and I were spitballing. We were like, okay, what are they going to pick to counter this Kennen? And the answer was Nasus. So talk to us a little bit about the confidence you have in Castle and just overall your team to be able to play out this comp.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of scaling, so it's pretty easy to scale. Anyone can do that. But when he said, you guys know what I have to pick here, when Kennen got locked in, and I said, no, I really don't. And then he said, Nasus, I look at him, we don't say anything. He says, dead ass. So then I say, all right, Nasus it is, that's fine.
All right, dead ass. We got Nasus. We'll see how Castle does.
He just goes dead ass.
Pretty good counter. The other thing I did
look this. How can Impact play?
Obviously, you guys check
how Impact can play.
Specifically
he probably goes 2 points E here, and then the lane just feels horrible.
So what did you tell them before?
Kennen, like, bro, when I was saying giving the Malphite treatment, this might be worse. This legit might be worse than the Malphite treatment. Yes, Kryra, do the clear, man. W.
Aren't really that great at fighting early, but that doesn't mean we should roll over and give.
Nessus jungle is good. I actually really like Nessus jungle too.
Sure that we're still
it needs very specific spots.
What we think is a good fight, what looks like a good fight.
Like for example, into Ivern, I think it's doable, really but it's a bit like weird / hard.
Right,
this
cool.
is also another thing. Look at this timer.
We'll throw it back to you guys at the cast.
Oh, unlucky.
But
look at this timer. Like, Ivern is allowed to just do this because he clears so quickly.
You have that super fast clear on the Ivern, and these drive-by ganks are great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Only using one
fixes the mid lane wave.
Still full clears his jungler. 6 camps in the time that it takes Hambach to kill 5. So that allows him time to have 1 free turn. Since there was such insane bot prio from Sentinels, he knows he's going to end up taking top crab.
By the way,
gank in the meantime. Really helps Khalmi a lot in that lane, and then still manages to get his own.
Huhi is baiting them. Hambach was behind him, and Huhi was walking forward, pretending he did not know that he could get engaged on. Lions hooks in, so he does lose his flash for the exchange. It does mean Hambach has a pretty delayed base, though, and now Hui's going to flash in. Lions has no flash, so Jed trying to keep him alive, but he's not going to be able to do it. You have to think Hambach gets the kill. Kryra has arrived. Can they chase them down and get something back? It doesn't look like they can. And Lions falls for first blood. Hambach picks it up.
Huhi playing very well these last 2 games. Context switching as well between the Seraphine and the Rel right there. Having the flashless Nautilus for the re-engage in what was a 2v3. I think DSG wanted to kind of keep it interesting since Kryra was deploying out the bot lane, and they thought maybe they'd be able to bait it, but he ends up getting that turnaround earlier. So the beginning of this play has the flash being burned, and DSG actually, this is great, right? Hambach's recall is going to be greatly delayed. But then with Ivern in the bush, they're thinking that they should stick around, and Huhi just does a really fast play to end up getting the kill onto Lions.
If they can play it just a bit slower, it's really nice.
DSG, I think Lions just way overplayed his hand, right? You know, Ivern is not there yet. When you're moving forward into that brush, Ivern's still halfway down the lane. If you wait 5 seconds and then you
okay, let me go grab my wings. Let me go grab my chicken wings.
Ivern shields you. Yeah, you win. You stomp that. So not a great game 1 from Lions, and I think a pretty big misstep there in game 2. And we'll see how he's going to be able to do going forward. Castle, so far, does have 3 points E as expected and is going to be working towards the Merc Dreads. That's also very expected. And I think he's going to be sitting pretty. I mean, you outscale the Kennen hilariously hard in the side lane. And he's almost level 6. And generally on Nasus, if you get to level 6 without dying, you are feeling really comfortable.
Yeah, I love the story from Ido as well. That's how draft works for a lot of teams as well. You do a trust fall with your players a lot of the time as some big damage goes down onto Rahel.
Rahel incredibly low. So Jed elects not to flash for it because there was still the barrier available on Rahel. So didn't want to overcommit and die on anything silly. Hambach in the area. So Rahel has that barrier. Going to try to barrier bait potentially. See if they can get them to go for an aggressive play again. But this time DSG not going for it just yet. Lions does drop that vision ward in the river. And will be able to keep himself safe as Kryra is clearing down We'll see if Cryer wants to come.
The wings
give a
have
little
been
bit of
acquired.
Reinforcements down here on this bot side. As you can see, Hanbok's going to go back to base. Knows he cannot.
AD Cannon? No.
Yeah,
He just has
as long as
call.
they keep Rahel low like this, it could be a good timing to start Drake as the Ivern team. They have mid prio, they have perma bot prio, and they'd want to get that Drake stack starting. Ivern definitely a slow Drake taker, but he can still take it solo, so it looks like he's just going to be able to pick this up, likely uncontested.
Yep, should be able to grab that. And all this scrapping on the bot side, something that sometimes kind of goes a little bit ignored is that it's really nice for Senna because you're grabbing a lot of souls. So already 20 souls here, 6 minutes in, is going to be a pretty nice pace for Sajed. Especially when you're playing AD carry on Senna, it's a lot harder to get the souls than it is on support, where you're kind of just doing nothing but harassing. So Sajed doing a very good job with that. And they are off to a great start. Also always nice when you can come and reinforce the jungler on some of these dragon takes and various camps, because you get a nice injection of souls there too, picks up 2.
Yeah, first Nasus top since 2017 summer by Someday. And as Castle said, you know, to him, he had to do it in this situation once the cannon was locked in. But to pick it with the Ivern actually does make a lot of sense. I do completely agree. If he's able to lane this well, I don't think he's going to have that big a problem with teamfight access based off of having this Ivern. He might even look for an all-in here.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to go for it. He does have the Ghost, so Impact has to be very careful. If you ever waste your E, especially because Impact is not playing Phase Rush, he took Ares, so he's trying to actually contest the lane. If you waste your E, you can easily get Withered, Ghost, pop ulti, and just run him down. I was a little surprised that Castle actually just playing it very defensively. I think he was nervous that Hanbok was in the bush. Otherwise, I think he walks forward and just stacks the cannon, right? Because the cannons were so many stacks, but in that case, just used his E, wanted to play it safe. As Lions trading here with Huhi and Sajed able to help him out there. So the trade goes pretty DSG favored, now up to 26 stacks, and Hanbok will have been revealed by that ward over on his Raptors. And so DSG should be well aware of where he is, as Calmy's just been kind of getting harassed constantly in this 1v1, but is up CS, so going to be pretty happy about how things are going.
They're looking to make a play on Cryo's blue buff here with the bot prio. You're going to get Cryo's ult out just to push him out of blue.
They were talking about the break point for Castle to run him down. I was saying that Mercs is the correct first build here.
Would love a little bit of time to channel on this blue, but we might see a brawl first.
Because it actually lets you do it. Oh, Cryo. Bad Daisy movement there.
Daisy getting focused down. It's going to go back in. It's Sajed going to get jumped up by Hanbok.
Sajed is able to walk off. Oh, good snap. Good snap. Great snap. Really good snap. Wow. Crazy good snap.
And help them out, but he's zoned off there by Darkwings. Lion hooks to the wall, flashes out. Sentinels win the fight.
Nah, beautifully done right there by Hanbok. Knows he has level 6. Getting the Daisy out early rather than mid-fight was the signal they needed to actually engage. So they slow play it with Huhi getting the reset, and then as soon as Daisy's down, it's just full send because they're actually going to be able to win that 3v3. So Hanbok with the fortunate kill early to get the first one, and now with this second kill is starting to take control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels showing off some of their experience here, you know, utilizing the pressure well. They have some of the most experienced players as far as playoff games are concerned in the league. You look at how many Impact has played, how many Huhi has played, and then over on the other side, the only one who, previous to this series, had any playoff experience was Lions. The other 4, it was all their very first playoff games. Of course, same is true for Hanbok and Darkwings, and, you know, Rahel didn't have a ton, but Sentinels has some really veteran players over on that side, and that can be something that can really help you when you come into some of these higher pressure matches.
Yeah, Huhi especially coming up clutch with these engages so far in this game. I want to talk quickly about the Ivern as well, though. Just, I think correct runes right here. Glacial Augment, as well as Resolve secondary for the extra heal and shielding. He's got the cashback as well, since your items, you build so many of them, you end up getting to like your 3 and 4 item power spikes very quickly, since you're kind of building all support items. And he's probably starting with the Redemption as well, which I think is pretty strong when you can affect the map from kind of like pseudo-global. Cryo's been playing the Pantheon Nocturne. Just throwing a Redemption down from the jungle can have a similar effect on a lot of skirmishes.
Yeah, it can be really strong for sure. Castle, kind of as I expected, did just go the 3 points E and then in towards the Q-Max, so he's just going to be going for that Triforce after pit stopping for the Merc Treads. Doesn't have the craziest amount of stacks yet, but it's not the easiest to lane as Nasus in the early levels. And of course, as you get more points in the queue, you pick up more CDR, it gets faster and faster and faster, and you can really start to accelerate. So we'll see how he can actually perform. The trick with Nasus is always, can you actually connect on your targets later on in the game? We know Nasus is always a beast in the side lane, but there is a lot of disruption. There is a lot of CC. You know, there's the W from Victor. There's, you know, the stuns that are going to be coming out, and the knockups from the Wukong, from the Kennen, from the Rell. There's a lot of kind of annoying things. But that being said, even if you just kind of get down your Wither on Rahel, that is such a significant DPS loss for Yunara, who is pretty much purely auto-attack based.
Yeah. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to whether or not Sentinels lands clean engages, because they have really powerful tools with the Rell, Wukong, Kennen, not to mention the ever-expanding Victor ultimate if they can get the one-shot, because the Ivern and the Senna are never going to be that tanky. So those are the targets that they're really going to be wanting to try and one-shot. I do think the scaling is in favor of DSG, especially if those players can stay safe.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it's a pretty good start in the game for Sentinels.
No, it's true. It's a really good question, right? You know, and that makes the engages so important, because if you can get back onto those guys and knock them down, that's fantastic. But if you full send it and you are going through the Yone, through the Nasus, and you don't insta-kill them, well, that's going to be tough. And that is going to be what they're having to deal with here. As you can see, the role quest complete there for Castle, who pretty much doesn't care about anything Impact does anymore at this point. Really the only limiting factor, and this is kind of one of the weak points of these kind of Emax builds, is you spend a lot of mana. So Castle sometimes is just going to run out of mana. He's going to have to base
The
and
break
push
points
that
are a
out.
lot different.
And that can be one
It's
of the
no longer 100
Although
stacks
surprising, though,
per
the Castle immediately teleports back to
per
top
10.
lane.
He's
So
on
Impact
pace.
now
I
has
can't like,
TP advantage,
I can only ever
and
really
that
look at a
means
game
that DSG
and look at
has to
stats and just tell
concede
you.
This second Drake. It is a Cloud.
I think like
it is going to be traded for some
if you
camps
can
on the other
be
side
at
of the map, so
150
overall
by
DSG is
10,
okay with that, but
and then you could
when
be
you
at
have the
400
redemption
by
completed
20,
on Ivern, that's one of your bigger power spikes. I think it's just the fact that Wukong is on Triforce.
or like
and
450 by 20, you're having a good game.
Absolutely. And I mean, Castle also really getting Impact quite low. Impact's going to be able to TP back towards that top side because now they have already secured that dragon. But it is always scary, you know, if they decided to TP down the Kennen and you don't get an incredible fight, Nasus pops ult and kills your tower, right? And that is something that you always have to worry about, the amount of damage Nasus can get done in the side lane. So Castle now feeling really good, up 400 gold on a champion that pretty heavily outscales, going to be close to his Triforce and has that supporting cast that will help him, not just the Ivern, but also the Senna heals and shields. So it's going to be pretty powerful, you have to think, this game. Darkwing's been doing a good job just harassing Call Me, but it's never really turned into anything more than just kind of a bit of annoyance.
Yeah, I mean, if we're seeing Nasus Ivern in Game 3 of Fearless, I really hope this goes 5. I don't know what DSG would have left in terms of the end of the Fearless series.
Cassante Ornn, Game 5.
Yeah, Cassante jungle, Ornn top. Let's go. Oh, we decided to unban Azir. You get that too.
And we can bring up the Corki. Yeah, but no, I agree. I mean, it's fun. And Castle's always been one of those players. I've talked to him a little bit about picks in the past, and he loves solo queue data. You know, some players think win rates mean nothing in solo queue. Some players are saying, ignore it, it doesn't matter at all. I play what feels good. Castle loves going and looking at the data and seeing what the niche items and counter picks are, and he loves prepping that stuff. I think he's really into it. So he believes a lot in that. And so, you know, it would not surprise me to know if statistically this is one of the better counter matchups. And it's cool to have players that have the confidence to bring this stuff out, because I do think it's underexplored. And I think combat summoners as well are pretty underexplored as far as top lane this season. We got to see Photon doing it a little bit, you know, bringing out the
Miss Jamada, Mrs. Jamada is doing well.
I believe it was another game. And so he's done a couple different things.
She's currently at work,
which is kind of fun to watch.
Very cool. 273 on the Nasus stacks so far. We got only 42 on the Senna. It's become a little bit less spicy of a lane since they started losing. And Huhi's up here.
Yeah, Huhi can be a bit annoying, but not enough damage, obviously, to take him down. I mean, if you fully commit there, he is just going to heal up. You can also see Impact is going in towards Gunblade, because he knows if you don't have some sustain, he's just going to slowly lose the side lane very heavily to the Nasus. So his option is, all right, I go Gunblade. That is a trade-off, though. There's not like there's no cost to that, because you're not as powerful in the team fights, I feel, as we're going to see Hanbok going in on Call Me. Gets a nice little chip of damage, but Darkwings hadn't quite arrived with the TP, so just going to take that chunk of damage and be happy with it.
Some Ivern side effects as well, just the easy double buffs on the mid laner this early on into the game from the buff sharing passive. Also going to be annoying for Darkwings to deal with, since he was winning that lane against Call Me a little bit. Doesn't seem like he is anymore. But I'd say that Kryra is definitely in a defensive jungling pattern right now, especially after losing that blue buff fight about 7 minutes ago to Hanbok. So staying out of the river, really just trying to keep his camps on cooldown and waiting until they hit a few more power spikes. They know they have the scaling here. For as exciting
a couple
as
of fights.
Nasus, Ivern are, to
Couple
us
of gank.
for the
But I mean,
novelty.
a game state where
equally as
the
boring
comp with
in
Senna,
terms of
Yone,
their play.
Ivern, and Nasus
Yeah, they definitely can be.
is
And
only
I mean, you're
1.3k
playing
behind
Nasus
is a
Senna.
losing game
Your
state for
team is
Sentinels, in my
infinite
opinion.
skilling, right? So if the game
I do not
goes
think this is a
slow,
winning game
you're
state
fine
at
with
all.
that. The question is always, do you have target access? Because in theory, you can get 10,000 stacks on Nasus and then never hit anyone die, right? You know, it's unlikely, of course, but there's still a lot of scaling power.
Someone
on the
recap
other
the first
side
two
too.
games,
Yunara,
just tuning
Victor,
in.
Really powerful carries in
Game
those
1,
late game
DSG
stages.
gave
Lots
it
of CC
to
and
Sentinels
disruption
Raw, and
here
then
for
game
Yone
2,
as
it
well
was a
as
little
for
bit
Nasus.
closer.
And Sentinel's slowly building up this gold lead.
Pardon me,
Yeah, it's
what the
great.
hell is
You
this
can
ghost?
scale, you can stack, but if you fall too far behind,
Game 2 was a
it's
little
not
bit
really gonna
closer, but
matter. And
it
closing
was
in on that
kind of a
2,000
draft
gold
gap
lead is
in
Calmy
the
getting
end.
a pretty
Oh my
nice
god,
trade
Ezreal
here.
held
The
it.
barrier is going to get popped. He actually committed to it. The
My
redemption
god.
almost finished him off. And now the Senna ult just knocks him down. Rahel did not react, did not flash out.
How can play?
And what I thought was going to be a quick little trade ends up being a kill. And now Castle going to pop the ulti here. Will he goes for it? Not just yet. Hombach coming
Now
in.
he
Now
is.
going to
This
pop
is
the
a late
kills here, but
ghost.
he is in the 1v2. Can he make
I mean,
it
he's
happen?
gonna
I don't know that he's going to have the damage,
force
but
the
he is getting it back
flash at
quite low,
least.
slowing him down.
Oh,
One more team might
that's
do it,
really
but
unlucky.
He doesn't get there to finish
Okay.
the job. Impact barely survives as Hombach bails him out. And the
Okay, I'm
going to
say something that's going to sound kind of weird.
That was almost such a
This is
positive
an
play for
okay
DSG,
time
but
to
Hombach,
die. You're not going to lose bot tower. It's going to get
there
covered by Yone.
for
Now,
when
the
Castle
issue
gets
is now
bored.
his
He
lane
could have just
assignment.
continued to queue the
The
minions,
top tower is going to get a
but
little
he
bit
thought that
better,
was a
but
time
he
to
can
win.
walk top.
Nothing I can
He'll
do.
have
No
R by the
eyes
time the
on
Drake's up
Wukong
if they want to fight.
whatsoever, so Hombach in a position to carry
Because the
this
items
game
are
right
not
now,
so far away that it's
3-0
bad. Like,
on
you
the
don't
Wukong.
need to
Watching this
necessarily
one more time,
flash.
though, you can
It's
see Rahel was
actually an
feeling very
okay def, because
confident
now
they kinda
Kennan's
had
not going to have
Calmy
ult for like,
in this 1v2.
gosh,
but then
a
when
very long
Hui
time.
gets pushed out,
Very, very long
he
time.
goes for a powerful trade, and here's these pseudo globals, right? The redemption at first. I think he thought he was far enough.
Oh, he tried to RE. He died on the R
see.
cast. He tried
I
to
see.
RE. That's what happened. So
Yeah, his R's on cooldown now.
yeah, so he tried to actually RE there, so that's why he didn't flash. He thought he had the time to do it, but now they're actually catching Hombach. If he goes down, that would be punishing, as he has a big bounty.
That guy's gonna have to flash
Louis
too.
gonna flash over the wall with Hombach.
Low-key
Can they
go.
continue to
Low-key
chase?
chased
I
him.
think they
Low-key,
can.
yeah.
Now the TP coming in there from
Nasus,
behind.
yep.
As Nasus is going to be behind them. They're going to try to use the Rift Herald maybe to get out of dodge, but there's the route over
Yeah, I
to
think he
Hombach.
can-
Hombach
he's not
getting
gonna be
focused
perfect
down.
CC'd.
Castle almost knocks down Huhi, but he's going to get CC'd up. Wukong gets into the Herald. Can
He's
all
out.
of them get out? It looks like
That's
they just might be able to do
actually
it. They're trying to
so
finish off
illegal.
with a smite, but they couldn't.
That's so
And
illegal.
Sentinels get away with no health. I can't believe DSG killed no one.
That's
It ends
so
up being a
illegal.
really good trade because they got plates on the mid lane as well. Sure, it cost the Herald, and they get some counter jungling.
Oh.
Good sidestep. Hombach
Redemption?
very low.
No.
And she shortcasts the redemption, and Hombach gets out.
Yeah, it's a tough skill shot to hit there. That redemption didn't actually land it. He misplaced it pretty badly. He just needed to put it behind him and try to force him into him. Calmy in some trouble on the side. Will be forced to use his ult defensively as the double solo laners here from Sentinels going to be pushing up, but at the same time, Castle farming some plates on top side, so Calmy pushed back to base. You have to feel like they probably could have killed him, maybe with that redemption, but not going to be able to do it, unfortunately. And got to be a frustrating moment there for DSG. It looked like they were going to get 1 or 2 kills for sure. Instead, they get none.
And they're also not set
Yeah,
up
missing
against
that redemption
Drake
is
again,
insane.
so it's probably Infernal Drake going over to Sentinels. There's no redemption. They burned a lot of their summoners in that extended fight top lane.
Oh, if they had,
Calmy,
if that
thinking
knockup
about
hits on
going for
Dark Wings, he's dead.
They'd be very late on this fight if they decide to engage on it.
Yeah,
Is this
Calmy
legal?
missing most of his abilities there, unfortunately. So is going to have to just kind of take the L on that trade. Once you get Bladed Ring King, as well as these upgraded Berserker Greaves, it can be quite powerful. Let's watch this fight one more time. It looks like they have.
Is there any
Sentinels
way
spawn.
they can chain
so
their
Castle's
CC
cutting
better?
off Huhi Darkwings, but then Lions and Kryra kind of commit to trying to finish off Hombach before he gets.
Actually, I'm
so
not going to
once
lie.
the Herald,
If Lions
you're
chains
kinda
his
not doing
CC
anything.
better,
I'd
I
say
think the
if
Daisy
Sajed
knockup comes up, and
and
that damage
Kryra
might be enough
had
to
all
stop
in
him.
on the Victor Rel earlier,
I actually
maybe they
think
get
that's
one of those
really
kills.
important.
And if they do a little
Like,
bit
if
more
you
damage to
slow-mo
the
that,
Herald,
there's
they
like
could get
a...
this kill as well. The extra chase
Like,
is
it's
the one
hard,
that
but I
costs them,
think
because I
that
feel
chain
like if they
CC
deploy
might be
down
enough
for Drake
time where
now,
he
maybe
like
they can
ends up
control
in that
it,
position to
but
die.
Kryra takes the plant over. Nice
You can't
sidestep by
short cast redemption
Hombach,
here, bro.
And then Kryra just doesn't place redemption deeply enough. He could have
Even if
cornered
it-
him most likely to get that kill. And
Yeah,
deep
an Or and
breaths
a
for
Or and a
Hombach,
redemption would kill him
protecting
there.
that bounty on Wukong.
Yeah, I feel like if you just put the redemption fully below, so like the top lip is just barely touching him, he can't walk down or he'll probably die to the redemption. I mean, he basically has to flip it and say, I hope I don't die to the redemption, because if you stop, you just get auto to death because you have no health. So I do think that was a misplay from Kryra. Hombach opening up a pretty big lead here now, and is going to be happy about his position in the game. Call Me has been relatively quiet on the Yone.
Yeah, Nessus is doing okay. 430 is good.
55 stacks, 432 for Castle. So this has really started to accelerate. He is getting to that frightening point where if he connects onto his targets, he's
like I said, like 450.
He's not going. Oh, he's not going for it. Rahel just flashed. That was a misclick.
Yeah,
that was a misclick for sure, unfortunately, as Rahel now going to be minus flash, and they saw it, so they could full send it on him. But yeah, Castle not going Thunder Sky or anything crazy. He is going to be going in towards the Spirit Visage second, taking the more kind of moderate approach.
Also, he's up against 2 AP Soul Laners, so it makes sense to just have a little bit of MR and really delay this game a bit through split pushing. It definitely feels like DSG has been making a few misplays, and Sentinels
guys, I think Castle is
especially when Hanbok has been in the right position.
A problem.
But even with all that, 1,000 gold and 1 Drake, I'm still feeling like the Senna Ivern Nasus probably has it. It's just hard to say though, because we see these combinations of champions so infrequently in pro play. So if the coordination of Sentinel's hard engages can just one-shot the Ivern and the Senna before the fight extends, it's not going to matter. But it just feels like with the Locket from the Nautilus and just a little bit of burst protection, if you can get through to the first redemption and the Ivern shields and the Senna heals start kicking, it feels like they're just going to be this unstoppable machine.
No, they have damage to kill Nasus for a while.
That people obviously think about
the problem with Nasus is so he's going Visage because he's
on the Nasus E, and then there's Black Cleaver armor shred
because he's playing into
carries, right? You have Senna, you have Yone, you
into
have
AP
Nasus,
side laners. But when he shows up to team fights, Rahel is going to make mincemeat of him, bro.
They are going to be pummeling some of these carries if everything is on them and they're looking for it. And back great side step there. On the hook from Lions.
Loki, it's actually better that that didn't hit there.
All of Sentinels are here. All 5 members. Call me going to try to ult out.
Oh my god.
The redemption as well as
that healing and shielding was crazy.
Lions flashing back.
Lions is dead. Kumi should have just committed to leaving.
And there is another kill going their
well,
way. The TP
if Cryer can connect.
Is just getting focused down. He's in the middle of the entire team. He can't get anything done.
Yeah, it's hard.
Won't be able to do it. 3 for 0 for Sentinels there.
It's so hard.
How much more can they get off of this?
We're Koshimi Rice. I've had Koshimi Rice this week too, Beast.
Sentinels. The first sign that something was amiss was both Soul Laners just walking up the bottom lane.
No, Nasus is not the problem there, bro.
Get the perfect flank.
The problem is that like Kumi walks back, Kumi needs to just walk away.
Wasn't salvageable. Senna's so far away. Burns
if Kumi can play with Nasus, sorry, if Kumi can play with Ivern and then like Nasus there afterwards to reconnect is good.
Sure, the Senna, Ivern want to help, but if they step too close, they end up getting engaged on. So all the tempo has been in the favor of Sentinels this game.
That had nothing to do with not having damage. They're like their damage dealer. Their DPS dealer died, and then their other backline threat was ISO with no E.
Lions gonna have to hook back to the tower. Sajed taking some damage there from Rahel. They do
and
have
it starts
a
with Yone getting caught. Like it's just the fight is not good.
Landed, Locket came out, Senna shield. You know, all of these heals came through, but was not enough.
You have
they were
so
not
much
putting any damage
EHP
back on the other
in
side,
this
and then
game.
it's like Nasus arrives, 500 stacks, great, but CC, not going to be able to actually get enough Qs out to really do anything. And now Sentinels feels like they are running away with it, posed to grab this next dragon.
Just and the fact that the Yone and the Nautilus were gone pretty much before the fight started, then all the Sentinels.
Life. Kumi has shield bow, he does.
So, for as much as we've talked about the potential
they can high key fight.
Of DSG,
Hanbok's going.
If they're not finding any 5v5 windows, and Sentinels is always the one striking first and always has a number advantage, they're going to win the game. So this is the most organized I've actually seen it. 3 seconds before Infernal, maybe getting a 5v5.
Big hook onto Rahel, he pops the R, dashes back. Can they get
Cryer
in
couldn't
on
find a
him?
follow-up Q there.
They're happy to just let the ulti expire, so they force that out of Rahel, and they know he has no flash for a while. So I think DSG is going to try to contest potentially.
They can maybe play the fight and play it slow afterwards. I don't know if I like this ult from Kumi.
The shutdown comes through, but will the fight be
Castle's not going to die here. Cryer needs to be a bit closer. He needs to
gets in on Rahel, but he can't finish him off. Call me trying to make something happen, but he misses on the Q3.
Well,
Hanbok flashes out, and now it's just Cryer and Sajed, and that is Victor from Arcane.
Tweaking? I didn't really see where Cryer.
As Sentinels survive and win the fight, even without the flash or the ulti on Rahel.
That might have been the last chance for DSG. They finally got their 5v5.
I don't know what Cryer did,
just
if anything.
Bit too far behind, and the
Let's check the replay.
Empowered
I'm also
Victor
gonna. No, I don't have the. Hold up.
So yes, they killed Huhi on the back.
He shielded Daisy.
Let's think, like Sajed doesn't do that much damage at this stage of the game.
You have to flash away from Impact, and then I think he shielded Castle.
So like a Senna who's zoned by Impact,
and then he
who's in the middle of 4 people,
shields Kumi at the end.
As Victor and even an altless Yunara are free hitting, it's just too much damage.
Yep, just too much damage. When you fall this far behind as these comps that are reliant on heals and shields, often you don't get enough rounds of them out to actually make anything happen. You just kind of end up having these situations where they're just getting burst through. You can see
I don't know. I feel like DSG's comp should be way stronger at this breakpoint than they are.
So does have the additional damage based on range, which is obviously great for Senna because you get all the stacks, which increases your range. So you're almost always getting the maximum bonus from that.
I feel like they should be way stronger than they are.
Sure, but it's just been tough. I mean, Castle has been kind of like
very
slowly winning in the side lane. He took down the top tower, took down the bottom tower, but he's never been actually threatening tier 2s.
We should have gone Flash Ghost. I do agree with that.
The 5v5s, Impact
I think he should have gone Flash Ghost too.
Throwing down the ults, he's seeing them up, and everyone kind of focuses down the Nasus before he can do much.
Yeah, not to mention the Serpent's Fang is clutch for Hanbok. He's had such a good game from the original kill that he found bottom lane to the invade he did on the blue buff, and now because he has some gold to burn, normally a Serpent's Fang on Wukong this late in the build would make you too squishy, but because he's so accelerated, I think it just allows him to continue to snowball. And in terms of like, we have heal cut items and shield cut items, to me Serpent's Fang is just the most broken of them all. Like not only does it
like
reduce the shields by 50%,
exhaust maybe.
It will then reduce other shields that get applied by 50%. So it's the best.
I don't know. I think this draft is fine. I think people are gonna like point and laugh and be like, "Yo, like bro, they have Ivern, Nasus on the same comp." Like
on 3 items. You look over at Call Me. He's on 2, right? He's not even close. As TPs are going to be coming in here to reinforce.
Oh my god, that redemption was so early.
Nasus will arrive, as will Call Me. So that's double TP spent now. Feels like DSG is going to have to get something, otherwise Impact is
kind of quaking a bit.
In the side lane. I mean, they did get the ult out of
They're kind of a little bit nervous, a little bit shaky in the knees.
Now it is TP advantage for Sentinels. So Impact can go and look to set up a push in the side lane if he wants, but right now he's considering, can I find an angle for an ulti here?
Why from here? Walk up into the next push, bro.
Going, has his flash available. Hanbok may have been caught out on the side.
He has no flash.
He's going to be able to clone back. He gets rooted up. Can they actually finish him off?
He doesn't have flash.
He's going to try to turn
it
around.
Doing a lot of damage to Cryer, actually.
Can he actually survive? In comes the
That's a blow Senna off.
Call Me though, getting focused down on the side.
Oh my god,
Castle. In the fight. Now he's going to arrive as Castle's going forward with the ulti. Does throw the Wither down on
god, Call Me.
Tries to go back in, so Jed goes forward.
See, slow fights like these are fine. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is how the fight should look.
Finally, DSG.
Obviously, this one starts off with a pick though, so it's a bit like unfair.
Baron very likely off the back of this as well. I think this
unfair, like to be like this is how a fight should look, but like in terms of
it all starts with
the approach should always be kind of split from Sentinels. They caught him with a Wither on the skull. Really good.
That's when the heals and shields can really start turning on. Getting that shutdown at the start of the fight means there's not enough damage to
chill bit of trolling here for sure.
Nasus, who then sits in the middle of the team.
And watch this flash hook from Lions. They know they need to catch him. Flash barely tags him with the lollipop on the hook. Gets the shutdown for Nasus. They get those kills.
Like, I think they should be Goomba outscaled personally.
And Golden Glue knows this game, they slowly built up the lead more and more and more and more. They were in a position where it felt like, okay, you're finally in control. That has given such an injection of gold for DSG. Out of nowhere, there's the IE done for Sajed. He's now ahead. There's a third item completed for Castle. And even the GA is going to be coming soon for Call Me.
Frozen Heart on Castle, who now has a gold lead on Impact.
Oh my god, look at Saj's items, by the way.
Senna, with soon to be 80 souls, is turned on. This Infernal Soul fight in 50 more seconds is suddenly
with Cleaver and
deciding. It had seemed over. That pick on Hanbok, who played so well this entire game, might end up costing them. And the series might even swing on this next team fight, 1-1.
The thing about Spirit Resistance as well, you have to remember, is it's giving him even more EHP, not just from the healing, but from the Nasus shielding.
He does get the tier 2 top, though, and he has the TP advantage, and Call Me doesn't see anyone coming.
He lost his Q3.
Call Me's just going to die for free, it feels like. Are they even going to try to get out? Uses the ulti, flashes back.
No.
Goes into Soul Unbound, but who cares? You wasted your flash. You were always going to die there.
I mean, he got Hanbok's flash,
bit of time for them to get some damage down on this tier 2, but Sentinels played that well. Impact didn't even use his TP. Took a tier 2 top. You're against the Baroned up team. Now you're down a member, and you're probably just lost soul off that.
Down Yone, only down Wukong flash ult. Does GSG have enough strength to win a 4 versus 5?
No, they don't. Impact's going to walk in behind them and just murder them.
But if GSG goes fast, it might work.
I mean, Impact will be behind them. He's going to TP in. Are they going to try to turn on the TP? Can they time the route? They're going for it. They time it well. Can they
they'll lose soul.
But he comes Hui flashing over the walls and then trying to get some damage down. But everyone, DSG is just getting melted. Hui incredibly low, but the Dragon Soul has been secured. Sajed sent packing, and Castle cannot survive the damage from Rahel. Just like that, the pick on to Call Me. may have thrown away this advantage that they got back. The Yone is down. DSG try to find a turn onto Impact, but they can't burst them down. Thanks to a great counter engage from Ruhi.
Absolutely crazy game. We're back.
That's
it's
awkward.
over. We're so back. It's so over. Right here, you think maybe they find the pick onto Impact, but Ruhi really delays any burst that would fall through onto Impact, and Hambach smartly just finishes the soul. Says, you know, however chaotic it gets, the soul is forever. Make sure they have that Infernal Soul.
Yeah, that Call Me Death was really bad
just set up
in the
by
end.
a macro misplay by Calmy, over pushing the bot wave before the Infernal Soul fight. I think DSG might have been strong enough to turn the game. It is still winnable.
It's a really close goal difference, man.
The burst thresholds now with the Infernal Soul and the items that Rahel and
Inshallah.
Dark Wings are building up really put Sentinels in the driver's seat.
No.
It's gonna get tough now.
Bro, people are
That
still
Infernal
getting
Soul
like
is a
gifted
lot of
subs
extra
technically
damage.
from
Again, we talk
kills
about
after all of this time.
thresholds a lot when you are playing these healing and
What a
shielding
wholesome
comps.
chungus that guy was, man. I hope he's okay.
If you can hit a certain threshold of damage, they can't get out to the second, the third rotation of shields and heals where those comps really start to become problematic. And now it just feels like with the Infernal Soul, with the gold lead again, they probably are just far beyond that. Calmy gonna take a trade here with Impact and get smoked in that trade. This Yone has not really been able to find much of anything going on in this game. Has the empowered recall and completes the IE. So now he will have a lot of damage threat. Rahel getting chunked out pretty heavily there. Has to be careful. You still need to respect the range.
He gave me
from
6
Sajed,
months?
who is
What?
closing in on 100 stacks and is still on 4.5 items.
Why
plus
did you get
boots.
6 months?
Still a very strong Sentinel.
Can you
That's
remember?
gonna be
Wait,
a problem the whole game unless Sentinels can get the
because I thought he only
so
gave Teddy 6 months.
a
Why do
very
you have
strange
6
game,
months
as we
from him
mentioned. We
also?
don't get to see much kind of late game Nasus Ivern. I'd say the Yone has been a disappointment in this team composition. It hasn't created that much pressure. It ends up getting picked
Wukong
off.
is
We could have
beelining
one fight
to
away
it.
from the game as
He's
Hambach
on the
has
way.
a flank.
Hambach has a great
Oh,
flank
gosh.
in onto Lions. The TPs are going to come in to try to reinforce the Jet, trying to
Does
get
it
as much
actually
damage
matter?
down as he can over on a Huhi. Lions survive.
Low
The
key.
ult comes
Oh, the
through.
ult
In comes
swung
Calmy,
wide
trying to
on
get Darkwing
Hambach.
down. Has to snap back, though. He's
Okay,
in a
he's still
lot
dead.
of trouble. They get the first kill. It's onto Hambach. And
Sajed,
Castle,
good flash.
He's king of the castle. He's going forward here. Trying
Impact
to
is
knock down
dead. Does he have
Rahel.
Zhonya's? No, he
Rahel
doesn't.
flashes
He's
back
dead.
with the last Q.
Oh my god, I
Gets
missed the
the
bottom part.
shutdown. That's big man on campus. Castle gets the stacks to pay off.
Okay.
That Nasus hurts.
It's a game of inches. He
I was
lands
looking
the
top side of the fight. I need to
final
look bot side on this
as
replay.
Rahel kills him as well. If they lose that fight, they could lose the game. And
Yeah, there's
we're
no
seeing
cleanse. Was there a QSS also, by the way?
absolute barn burner right here.
Let's see.
Lions lives through the initial engage, but then hooks back in to get killed by Hambach post flash. But then you can see Sajed on the side, completely untouched this entire time. Impact tries to get the assassination, and this is the real story. Dog versus Victor and Yunara, and he takes down Rahel. Absolutely crazy game.
Yep, that is over 700 stacks now for Castle. That second Q that looked like it did nothing was through the barrier. The barrier just got deleted by it. He is so strong. And you even saw Rahel had, you know, a canceled auto or two. It's very hard to not mess up in these late game fights when you are withered and you lose so much attack speed, plus the frozen heart. So all of a sudden, you were just hitting this attack speed aura where you're losing 20% from that. And then he has max wither now, so that's an additional 75% attack speed slow. And so all of a sudden, that just changes the math on these fights completely. And when so many tools were used before
He needs
Castle
armor.
arrived, those are the fights where Nasus can really excel.
He needs armor. He can't go another MR item,
we're
but he
in a
would
one-fight
like
game
MR.
now.
So it's just best case scenario.
Even with the soul, we can see it's possible for GSG to win
It's
fights.
best case scenario.
They
It's
kill
fine.
Baron relatively fast as well, and Impact is
He doesn't
on
need fun to be
falling,
tanky
so
at this
they
point.
might just try and force them in.
Yeah. They're going to try to get his TP at the very least. They see him on that ward, so they see him moving up now, and they're trying to hunt out for any sort of flank location. He's going to be TPing in to join the team. The Baron down to about half HP. Calmy looking, does land the knockup onto
Impact
just
no
Huhi.
flash. He can't go around. He has to
But they're
stay.
looking to try to just finish this.
Oh my
Zed
god,
ult
Hambach
comes
can't
over the
play.
top. Look at Hambach. He's pushed out. Hambach can't join the fight, so they lose the Baron. There's the root over on a Huhi.
Oh,
The Rookie's
Huhi,
gonna land
Mikhail's
on his
way
Darkwing.
too late.
Darkwing's in a lot of trouble.
My
The
god,
first
the
kill goes
knockups.
the
Oh
way
my
of
god, they're
DSG.
fried, no?
Here comes Castle. He's stunned up, but not for long. The CC is gonna explode.
It's too much.
Oh my god. So are
It's just
Sentinels.
over.
It's a triple
I think the
there
game is
for
done.
for the Sentinels,
What?
And it's Castle crushing
They just
through
ran
the
through
fight.
them.
The
I mean,
ace
again,
for
like these slow
DSG,
fights where the rotations
and
come
they
out,
just
like
won
this
the
is
game.
When we talk about infinite
this is how the
scaling,
draft should work.
Apparently, it's actually infinite scaling through
Good stuff.
the Infernal Soul.
Wow.
They just 5v5 start the Baron, and then
And Sajed started frying at the end there.
To go up 2-1 in this series. Sajed in the end ends with 7 kills on the Senna, and they're going to go up 2-1 in the series.
Good stuff. Yeah, Humbug had a really bad game there. His aggressive plays were good, but the deaths that he had were really bad.
And Castle, even with all that CC, in the late game, they couldn't burst them down. And once he accessed the backline, he just crushed them. What a turnaround, and what a series we're having.
Infernal Soul doesn't matter. Early game goal leads don't matter. Lounge, what actually matters here?
Woo!
Wow.
Scaling, baby. Nasus. Who likes stacks? Who likes stacks?
They gave soul, guys. They gave soul. Alright, I need to run 2 minutes of ads. So if you're watching on Twitch, I'm sorry you're going to run into that. If you want to go to YouTube, feel free. You may go to the YouTube stream and you will not get ads.
That's why you listen to your top laner saying dead ass. You listen to it. You hear it out.
Anytime your top laner says dead ass,
you know what I have to pick here, right? Yeah. You know what
you listen.
I was like, I don't. Now you tell me. Now we're going for it. That's why we have to pick Nasus.
That team comp only for Genius.
Yeah, that was insane.
Only for Genius. I think the emote is just called Genius, I think.
678 HP, then plus the barrier.
So good.
So just to leave the whole thing, we have a comms listening. Let's listen in to the end of that fight.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Cannon can TP anywhere? Yeah, Cannon's still not here.
I can look Victor. Look Victor. Okay, no. Cannon is far. We can go now.
Rel can't fight. Victor no ulti as well. Hit up Rel. Yeah, hit up Rel. Look Cannon. Yeah. I'm hitting Yunar. Yunar can't play. Yunar. They're all dead.
Nice guy.
Wow.
This is Ivan King, guys.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
I feel like you can feel the alert just like woof.
Well, I feel like everyone that game had a lot of fun except maybe Call Me. Call Me wasn't having that much fun.
He didn't have his best game.
What we got here?
Okay.
I got you on this one, right in front of Kobe.
Okay, no,
we got a new guest.
We don't want to put it right in front of Kobe.
Okay, my bad.
I do want to bring up some more of these specialty champs though, because we had highlighted.
You got over there, Raz.
Yeah, the Ivern as kind of a Cryra special. It is one of the things he's had a ton of success on, and then they've both had a lot of success on the Wukong, which I thought until there were a few fights where he went in a little deep. Hambak was actually having a
they
pretty
cannot
good game
play.
on the Wukong.
And let me just say, I'm having
Yunar
the
could
same amount of
indeed not
success.
play.
The champion I tied to Cryra on my team in fantasy was the Ivern pick.
C9 Jamada, yeah. C9 gave me co-streaming rights, so technically as of right now, whilst the LCS is on, I am C9 Jamada.
Maybe we might see a Zach, but it might not even go to 5.
I asked him to pull it out. I was like, are you going to do it?
Yeah.
He's like,
collusion! Crazy.
I forgot to lock in my fantasy roster, so I'm on the bad
So
list.
you forgot to pay off. Your insider trading is not working.
That was last week.
Okay, one sec. I need to be right back.
Elements of the game.
I need to be right back. Has Dom given you the rights to Sosa as well? I think if I like straight up inherit Dom's viewer base on the off days, I will give them Sosa for game 5. Excuse the voice crack. But like, whilst I know a lot of people here are also like Dom fans, which I appreciate you guys
that did not look good at all
taking me up as a temporary substitute.
At this point,
I'm kind of like,
DSG is starting to push through mid, and their goal is, once they get control of this area, to be able to take back some control in the river. Like, at least
you definitely inherited Dom viewers. I know I haven't like the viewer base that I have is obviously there's always going to be a lot of overlap. Like one, I'm co-streaming the LCS, so that's naturally going to be a thing. 2, obviously we worked on Power Spike all of last year. We've had like the funny like James Harden beef, like the fake beef on Twitter. So like yeah, I get it.
And the members are like, wait a minute, that's illegal. He got the crab though, Ravs. He got the crab, but at what cost? So
give me like 2 minutes. Honestly, I'm just gonna keep it real with you guys. I need to lie down. I'm so tired. Like I could high key fall asleep in my chair right now, but I want to stay up for the series at least.
Hambak, and suddenly,
Jamada, you're not temporary.
Off of one pick, similar to last game,
turns into a lot more, and Castle
Actually, I'm gonna get coffee. That's what I'm gonna do.
Now it's just
being
run down. They could walk forward with full confidence. Yes, you can slow them, you can snare them.
Mario,
rest assured, friend, I am not that big.
T1 win Worlds again, will you go bold?
Because you can try hard.
I think, to be honest, if T1 win again, maybe I'll shave my beard. That'll be like the only... I can't shave my head. My head can't be shaved. My beard, I can think about shaving. But to be honest, if I shave my beard, like I've always said, if I'm ever going to shave my beard, I would shave my beard for like charity. Like that's the only reason why I'd want to do it. Like the only reason why I'd want to shave my beard would be for charity. Like a good cause type of thing. But yeah, anyway, I'll be right.
Feel powerful because you're like this giant Goliath, and you're like shrugging off all these like bullets and just wading through with all the support of your team, and then he is able to get off so many big Qs, big bonks at critical times. The fight that's after the one that you showed, the next one with the Nasus, by the way, he had 15 HP when he got his final Q off on the Yunara.
I want to hear because apparently we have footage of them locking in the Nasus.
TP, Cassandra, honor.
Guys, it's time.
For what?
Nasus.
Okay. And you find up alone?
It's actually good, no?
Yeah.
I think it's really good here.
Nasus?
I'm serious. Yeah, I'm being serious. I'm actually dead ass. Go Nasus.
Who taught him dead ass? Who taught him? Who taught him?
Dead ass because we knew it was coming.
Who taught him?
Really?
Dead ass. Dead ass. Dead ass. This thick ass Korean accent, man. I love this guy. He's so fucking funny.
It says a lot. Again, we've been talking about through lines for this DSG team and how much they do trust each other to just.
But it was a good angle, though. It was a good angle. What's the score right now? It's 2-1 DSG. Wow. No votes on Cryer, Cormi, or Lions. 75% Castle, 25% Sajad, basically.
Especially with the Senna and the Ivern.
He's just proven that Kennen is not a safe blind. He just proved that one thing. And it does suck, because like even, it feels like the last two games were decided by strong scaling.
Yo, did they just turn on the music so that they can go to a break? Did they just get Oscars?
The stronger scaling squad ended up winning, so mine on the next game.
Did they just get Oscars?
I'm interested in it, but we got a short break till then. Game
oh, they just got Oscars. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Alright, I will return. Oh, hey, scan the codes if you're in NA. Scan the code if you're in NA. Get some Uber Eats. I will return. I'm just gonna go pour out that coffee. I'll leave you with. No. What should we leave you with? Hold. Oh yeah, there we go. This is some fucking class, lads. Enjoy this. Oh, sugar. There you go. Oh man, I probably should at least have put some milk in this. Drinking straight black coffee at midnight. Sure, this will go well. Pardon me. Presuming Sentinels, but I wasn't watching. Oh yeah, no, Kaisum. They Nessus game, then it worked.
Inshallah.
Yo. Paradox Pope, thanks so much for the 1 month, bro. Welcome in. Thank you for the generosity, man. Much love. I appreciate the support, especially now. Especially right now. Especially right now. We try a young brown boy is trying to make it. Trying to
the LCS.
Trying to have a little bit of success out here.
Time here in Lock-In, and we are in for a treat as this has been a really fun series thus far. DSG,
I'm gonna binge a little bit here, guys. I'm gonna do something a little bit disgusting. I'm kind of craving a bit of sugar.
Game 3.
And remember, even though this is just the
craving
beginning
a little
of
bit of sugar.
Playoffs, since we're in the upper bracket, the winner of the
chocolate
series
fingers.
will be guaranteed at least top 3, which means either they'd be first
Young?
and go to first hand, or they'd be second or
26.
third and represent the LCS in the America's Cup down in Brazil. So it will be very cool for either of these teams to clinch that, especially
I've been enjoying your
especially
content.
DSG,
You're not just a substitute.
with what they came from last year.
Yep.
And
I appreciate
now the
that.
spicy picks that they pulled out. Like, that's a
Cool.
way to win fans. They got multiple different rookies
Cool, man.
popping off.
Love, man.
They're playing
Love, man. Thank
Ivern
you.
Nasus, Sajed ending the game with just this
Well, there's
one-shot,
no real telling
1,000
what
range
DSG are
Senate.
going
It
to do.
felt like
Like, if they're
very
willing to
cool
play Ivern
series so
Nessus
far.
game 3,
Absolutely.
then
And you can't overstate
I think there's no point in
how
calling
confident
out.
They're looking to bring out these crazy picks. Only
Calling out
Lions out of
draft.
their entire team has a single playoff game. Like, none of them, the other 4 players had never played a single playoff game before the series. So it is really cool
Rest
to
assured,
see Castle
friend,
Cryer,
I am
Calmy,
not that
Sajed all come
big-nosed
in here,
gorilla.
their very first playoff series ever, and have the confidence to bring out these sort of picks. Sentinels going to be locking in
Sona
the
Inc.
vibe.
could do something like that.
It's going to really raise the priority of
Now,
Talia.
DSG have
You're
been
already kind of
very,
assuming it might be that
very
Vi
Talia averse,
combo.
but if
It's
they
something that
were
would
to do
fit
it,
for
now
Dark
would
Wings.
be the game. Like,
Question
you
to me
separate
is,
Talia
would
by...
Calmy be willing to just pick that away
Let's
and
see.
try to deny it?
Yeah, I mean, Talia's still a very strong pick. Interesting as well that Sentinels picks first pick, and then DSG doesn't take blue, they take red. So I think we're just trapped here for the rest of the series no matter what, because they have completely opposite first selection and side selection choices, which is really interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? You know, completely different
Full
preferences.
Corki Nami Slam?
Corki has been conspicuously absent throughout this series, and Corki Nami is such a popular duo, a lot of laning power, but also, especially if they have low engage on the other side, you can kind of just walk forward aggressively with the Nami E. We know there's Vi, though, so there's definitely not low engage. But the scary part always is, you are in onto this Corki that's just kind of flexing on you, and all of a sudden he Valks back, and then there's all the follow-up.
Can you go Renata lane?
Very, very scary. So we'll see where they want to go.
I mean,
here,
MF Renar is also
as they
kind of
could
okay.
match bot lane.
MF
They
is good, though.
have the ability to just double counterpick bot, and they are going to go with MF, which almost always is then going to be paired.
I mean, there's
with
probably
some
no
sort of
reason to ever
hard
have
CC,
cleanse, so
people
Leona
having
is
that
good. Props.
lockdown. So, you know, with Rel out, with
you want.
the Nautilus out, like maybe like a Rakan or something like that could work.
I think Rakan is really hard to lane
Nautilus,
into.
Leona, all going to be options for
You could do it.
Hulu.
I
They
think
don't
Leona is
necessarily
just like
have to
the
pick it
more
now, since they would have. They only have 2. They have the Rakan
grounded
and the
aggressive choice.
Alistair
Let's see what they do.
and the Leona. They'd have 3. They'd have 3 that they'd be able to get in, so they don't have to pick
Yeah,
it right
I guess
now.
they have 3.
Talia
Could go
makes
Talia.
a lot of sense just
Dark
in terms
Wings is a
of
good
having that
Talia
combo, but
player
they
too.
actually end up
Okay.
going with the MF Leona. Will be nice seeing MF in the LCS.
No reason to
There's
call
been
out
a lot
what
of
DSG are going to do, man.
already
Like,
in the
they could
LPL
go mid, they could go
specifically,
jungle,
but no
and it could be
surprises
any
as we
fucking
get
champ in the
deep
game of
into
Paz.
Fearless now in Game 4 that these are the picks that start coming out.
Yeah, and I mean, with this kind of combo, I mean, Nami is so squishy. If you get tagged by any part of the Leona combo, and there's an MF ult over the top, you're probably just dead, right? You're going to get
This is
locked
bold.
up by the Zenith Blade, into the stun, into the ult.
It's very bold.
The Mundo comes out. I think this is going to be the Kryra pick here for sure.
Yeah.
As Kryra did great on this last week against Lion. Was able to win in Game 3 with that. You know, got to the late game against Inspired playing that Xin Zhao. And as long as you don't kind of just get outpaced in the early game, it is such a monster in the late game and has the ability to absorb a lot of the CC as well with the passive, which is great against the Leon and the Vi.
Yeah, DSG definitely seeming to have a
I don't hate
preference
it.
towards scaling. I also think with the acceleration of gold that we see in the game,
You've got one guaranteed prio lane bot.
Objective bounties and crystalline overgrowth works.
You can go a prio lane. Oh, damn. Thanks so much for the resub of the Prime, bro. 6 months. Big, bro.
I like it.
There's so much gold in the game, right?
Yeah, if you like ban whatever mids can actually DPS here, and most of them are out, right? Like Azir's out, Yone's out, Talia's out.
Shutdown gold. There's so much gold. And
there's actually a lot of mids that are gone, which you're happy about as Mundo.
That was the obvious
What's another mid here that Darkwings?
I wonder if Darkwings would go to something like the Galio and they just try to play like kind of dive, maybe. And,
yeah, there you go. That's like the only thing. That's the only thing you could like do. Cassio actually I like. Syndra is also a really good answer to Mundo. So the reason why Cassio, sorry, the reason why. Oh, thanks so much, Jolt, for the tier 1. For 1 month. Big man, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. So the reason why Syndra is so good is because the knockback and the stun works as 2 independent forms of CC. So on Mundo, fun fact, if you're close enough, the knockback will take his passive off, and then the stun will still connect. And then of course, because Mundo has so much HP, because he's a HP stacker, once Syndra has her passive stack, you can execute Mundo from like over 1,000 HP at times. Like late game. It's so obnoxious, you just can't play as Mundo. It's a really good cover ban.
Also a great steal.
And that Sylas ban is very likely to end up being, meaning that we end up with Galio probably.
That could be, you know,
so let's see. Maybe if you're Cormi, you take it away. I hate this Ahri. Like, it's okay. So Ahri is good in the sense that it's pretty decent into the Sentinels comp. But now if Darkwings goes Galio, I think it's so hard to get mid-prio.
Something that has gotten a lot less popular these days, but it's also something that can stay pretty safe. Again, if you ult in on the Corki, he valks back, you could be too far.
Also, in a weird world where Darkwings plays LeBlanc, Darkwings could play LeBlanc. Or that, and that's also really good.
This would be a cool scaling pick.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Get baited or if it is going to be locked in, but
yeah,
Veigar going to be coming out. I think
yeah, good Veigar. Really good Veigar angle. I like it.
You have to be very careful about the cage, and of course, it's not the same like follow-up CC. But Vial comes in, you can place the cage right on the edge of that Vial and have that proc while they're in that CC.
DPS.
And then
you've got enough burst, it won't matter.
And if you get caught by that as a Corki, as a Nami, as an Ahri, you are going to get one shot by a QR coming through from the Veigar later on in the game.
It combos really well with the Leona as well. They were hovering the Zehen, so that's going to be Impact's pick as well. We haven't seen much of it, but I've seen a lot of this pick in solo queue, and it can get real goofy if you get ahead on the pick. It's not necessarily the type of champ you'd normally think Impact would excel on, and he has to blind pick it into Castle, which makes it a little more difficult.
Hard to play here.
But overall, I love
good lane though
that we're seeing here in Game 4 Fearless.
It's a good lane.
Zehen will be coming through, as you said. I feel like it kind of plays.
All right, I'm gonna run very short ads. Very short ads. Also, we're in a hype train. I just saw that, so thank you for that, guys. I'm gonna run a minute of ads just as we go into game. It should mean that we almost don't actually even have to run ads after the game either, so that should be good. See you guys on the back end of that.
And you look over at this team and you think Topside is scaling
maybe 30 seconds, we'll see.
As well as the Mundo.
It's really weird trying to manage the ad manager because it doesn't really tell you.
That we're starting to get really popular, you know, with the Emax AP, you know, and Dusk and Dawn, or are we going to get more the old school AD style build? So I'll be excited to see.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie, I've been converted as far as Jax builds are concerned. I've been converted a little bit.
You're going to pull that up.
I think the best Jax build is Dawn and Dusk into Sundered Sky. And then like, yeah, I think like Dusk and Dawn into like AD items, I think is this. You can obviously still go Zhonya's third if you'd like. But I think AD, like, I didn't actually realize until I played it. They'd given Jax so much survivability from having AD. It's no longer, there's no longer any AP scaling in this kit for it.
Pressure on them, and yeah, you know, you look at the data. It's a 54% plus winning matchup for Jax into Zehen.
Okay.
And at least in solo queue, it is mostly AD that we're getting in this specific matchup. So we'll see where he wants to go. And it is Grasp, so I think it's going to be AD. Not playing Phase Rush or anything like that. But should be exciting to see this one coming out. Call Me, I don't think had a great game last game on Yone. You know, was able to find some effect later on. But I also feel like Lions has had a kind of uncharacteristically weak series. I feel like he's been having a good split, but hasn't really been able to find a lot of success. I mean, obviously notably in the Blitz game, but also on the Nautilus. I don't think he was having his best performance. And Castle is just going to be in here on Hambach harassing him.
Yeah, this is so annoying.
I actually love this.
Yeah, this
we'll
is
see
good.
Though what the cost is top lane. I really want to see the minions top
there's no
seat
cost.
if he actually misses any experience. Because
Impact doesn't win level 1 either.
Down. Impact is going to try to get between him.
Castle has no fear. He can just walk in.
It feels like Castle has this timed out really well. Yeah. He's not going to get the gold likely.
Oh,
so
nice little E.
Well, he misses 2 minions of gold, but he does get the XP.
Yeah.
I will procreate.
Seemingly no cost for him.
I'm a level it with you, dog. I haven't watched a single game as the Hen or gameplay video or anything. Could you please explain him in a couple of sentences?
He'd be able to do. Also, since he's going back to his blue buff and is completely on
he is a child of Xin Zhao and the original.
Not worry about any cheese.
And
Castle just,
the original Aatrox or Sajid is maybe both sums here. He has to just. He kind of just early flash.
You know, they were losing the level 2 rush. And that is pretty punishing.
Yeah, Xin Zhao if he was original Aatrox.
Maybe just retreated a little bit earlier. They clearly thought they could contest for level 2, but then Huhi just knows his limits, pushes forward. Castle having a nice trade there. And now Sajid in some trouble again, but Huhi taking a ton of damage. Huhi might just die. Lion's gonna try to flash forward.
The healing.
One more
No, the pots.
He can't.
Does Huhi have biscuits?
That was close though.
That's biscuits. That's biscuits regen, right?
Really mattering here for DSG.
That's biscuits regen. Or
stabilize and get ahead.
Did I miss? Did I miss? I think that has to be. Yeah, had to be, right?
Might be able to push in on Huhi.
God, that's so annoying.
Biscuits are insane.
Oh, it was.
Healing faster than the auto attacks from Nami. Otherwise, that would have been.
Not LCS related, but can't find LDL info for this year. Did it disappear? Yes.
4 summoners down on the side of DSG. If Rahel
I'm pretty sure LDL got nuked. The actual person at this point to ask for it would be
considering the delay that happened to Hambach
would be Aragon. Aragon like keeps an eye on LDL stuff. I don't know. He was in here earlier. I don't know if he's still in here now.
DSG almost prevented a possible bad play bot with the early invade from Castle.
Yep, nicely done. Here we have it one more time.
Yeah, so Huhi just takes so much damage by going in there, but pops the early biscuit and health potion, has them both running.
Well, we got to go back to live as Call Me looking like he is probably dead to rights. Nice flash, though, and now the charm connects. Kryra arrives here. Can they get something more? Darkwing's being put low, but Huhi there to body block.
Rest assured, friend, I am not that big-nosed
gorilla. He has the passive ready. So much ado about nothing. No one will go down, but Sentinels trying to continue their push forward. They want to be able to fight for this scuttle as Kryra quickly clears out the ward.
And Kryra really wants to double crab. He still has smite, but the inside track is there from Impact.
And he's here first. I mean, this is really risky, but they do have the Ahri coming in. They're going to fight for this. It's grabbed there by Hambach.
Loki flash.
Is he going to go over the wall? Vision. Lands the stun onto Impact, and Impact flash the wall. He does. Hambach will get pushed out. Kryra not going to be able to get anything more. At least they get the summoner off of Impact.
No, Loki, what if he just sits here and waits for Grump to spawn?
Still hasn't based.
Oh, Kryra, bro.
Huhi stuck around. They could potentially punish this.
Oh, it's a horror.
With the Leona.
Going to be able to land the stun,
he's so
and now
dead.
comes Darkwings, and Kryra
don't flash, bro. Don't flash. Don't do it.
Even if you flash, I don't think you're going to get this one. That's first blood going to Hambach again.
Well, thank God he didn't flash at least.
Start that they had, Kryra feels like kind of got a bit too aggressive, gets punished pretty heavily.
Feels a little bit like that Pantheon game really tried to push the early game power on Mundo, which normally doesn't happen, but because they delayed early, he thought he could double crab, misses the smite there, and all credit actually to Huhi sticking around, waiting.
Okay, this is weird though. All right, so here's a very fun, not so fun, like weird thing about this. Now Hambach's tempo, Hambach is in tempo jail.
I think again, like I said, Huhi
so he's gonna have to base.
Fantastic, has been outperforming.
He's gonna be level 5.
Again, he makes a roam, makes a difference, right? Goes through mid lane, gets a good chunk. They can't kill Call Me, but he says,
I think Kryra is gonna be like in front of him here, tempo-wise. So this might make DSG get Dragon.
Down on the bot side, he's still
like Hambach is going to have to walk into no vision here. Well, if DSG let them get the slow push back here, this will be bad.
And has been,
assuming they're playing
for
Drake.
Big reason that Sentinels has been as good
as
they are.
I just feel like
playing
slow push.
Consistently finding really strong engages. Feels like he's really happy with the team and performing well.
He is. He's always spoken really highly of the team whenever we've had him on interviews as well as on the Sentinels podcast. He loves playing with Hambach, thinks he's got a lot of potential. Doing him a solid in a lot of these early games as well. Hambach playing with Huhi, that support jungle synergy already getting pretty strong between the two of them.
Yep, looking good. And I mean, Huhi we touched on it, but he's had a lot of great engages. He's been fantastic on these engage champs. When I think
let's see it. Call Me has the base, so I guess
he
they're
was
not
finding
gonna be
engage after engage. In this big win that
Ideal
they
world,
actually had against
Call Me
TL,
is
I think he was a
filled
huge
resources
reason
and
for it.
they can
Constantly
play the
felt
river
like
here.
he was the one finding Yon on these flanks in the Nico game. Then also in this Rakan game, he came out of the side brush, had a beautiful engage across multiple members, from TL. That was a big upset win. When we looked at the preseason rankings, we had TL as the aggregate #1, and they fell to the lower bracket in playoffs, thanks in part to Sentinels, who put them there.
It's really been a crazy LCS lock-in tournament when you think about it. Lion and Team Liquid both sitting down in the lower bracket, meaning only one of them can actually make top 3. They're going to have to, even if they win their first lower bracket match, they both have to win in order to face each other just to make it into top 3. So a lot of fun League of Legends coming up.
Humbug's going to walk in and see if he can get red. Or he's going to look for a mid
Saturday,
gank.
Sunday this week, and then the last 2 weeks are Friday, Saturday, Sunday to
Can they kill him without Humbug landing Q? Oh, well.
Humbug is here. There's the Q. Can he get out? It doesn't look like it. Great CC chain from Humbug and Darkwings. The cage sets it all up, and Humbug knocks him down. Who he now on the bot side.
That wasn't even played as well as it could have been either by Darkwings and Humbug, and he still dies.
Does a surprising amount of damage, actually.
Credit to Darkwings, though. Just landing the cage
just
stun
raw cage.
with no assistance, making it very easy for Hombok to come in.
He's built like that.
And get this 2-0. You play enough Veigar.
Walks up, presses E.
And the timing as well is weird because
was just,
just right on the edge.
Extra boost he'd get from his W. And then Hombok just immediately punishes, which is very
LEC
smart.
is back on Monday and
Weird,
Tuesday.
Hombok's
Yeah.
2-0, but I feel like
I might not live view the games, guys. It kind of depends. Like Loki, I might. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see.
So stressed.
Like Loki, if I get,
stressed, man. Your team is
if I'm doing shit that day, I might.
He wants more.
I might tap out.
Wants that success that he knows they can have.
LC is dead to me. It's just really.
Because it's like you'd be like, oh, you should have flashed that. You should have ulted that. But when he walked up to the cage, he didn't have vision
Like
of the
if
bot. So you can't just.
I'm falling out of love with the game, you know.
He does press it.
No, like on a real, it's actually more to the fact that I don't have co-streaming.
Retreating back.
Like not having co-streaming rights, like for me, I'm not gonna lie. So I kind of watch so much League of Legends in January. And I think for me, one of the things that I'm obviously, like I have to look at, like I'm, again, once there's nothing going on in the game as well. Gotta be real, I need some like tangible ROI, you know? I need some tangible ROI. And LEC games, because I don't have co-streaming rights, it's just really hard to get people to like sit and chill and watch the games with us. So what ends up happening a lot of the time is we just have like the regulars who really, really want to be here. So without co-streaming, it's a little bit hard to build out an audience. Like with the LCS, like there's a couple of different layers to it. Again, just like speaking plain here for a sec, right? All of the people that have been covering the LCS are currently busy or employed.
DSG's probably going to win the series. It still didn't quite feel
I probably still would have asked for LCS co-streaming rights, to be honest, even if Dom wasn't doing LCS.
I can understand Golden
wasn't on C9, sorry.
To really win this, as Call Me might be in some trouble, but
oh my god,
he gets stunned by
just
the
dead.
cage. Yeah,
Okay.
flashes, ults. Didn't want to use the
but yeah, I don't know. I'm in a weird spot. I would love to co-stream LEC, but it's just very hard to get rights at the minute.
He took the players from DSG. DSG then took the quote-unquote backup players, from tier 2.
And then also the other thing is it makes like some of the video making, like some of the like co-stream highlights, it's just so much harder to do for LEC, like getting them out and getting them on time and this, that, the other.
Now we might lose to the team we stole all the players from.
Like I would much rather just do the LCS, do the LPL, and then like kind of chill. Can you co-stream LFL or Prime League? Like, if there's a demand for it, I don't mind. If there's a demand for it, I don't mind. But I haven't been keeping up with the LFL or Prime League for a very long time. So I would feel like a mega tourist at first. I would feel like a mega tourist at first. But I would still, I would be okay with it. I think people watch you co-stream LFL. I think it's possible, yeah. I think not a lot of people are really, like, outside of France are like super interested in watching it because there's obviously there's no international broadcast. So I think there's definitely room for it for sure. I can maybe reach out to someone.
People take so long to get the death cap because they're going for more utility items and defensive items and stuff. And I know a lot of the Veigar players can be very critical of that.
Yeah, gonna see what Darkwings ends up going with. I'd also think Hombok was in such a good position last game.
I'll think about it. What days will LFL be, or what days are the LFL Invitational on right now?
Led to the DSG comeback. So again, now having this early goal,
because I don't think it's quite finished yet, is it?
Try not have any nerves. I was watching his player cam right after that loss. He really seemed almost the most dejected on Sentinels. So he is in a position to have a good game here on the bye.
Yeah, he's had some great starts. You know, even in
there were
series
so many
games that they have lost. I feel like Hombach's
Wednesday,
early game
Thursday,
is undeniably great. He has really been excelling, I feel like, in a lot of the early games. And remember,
oh yeah, this guy's
LCS
just going
playoffs are
Triforce
live at the Riot Games Arena. Starting next week, we are back on stage. So if you want to come watch some LCS action, see some fun games like this, it's going to be really fun next week. So definitely buy your tickets now, and we will see you there. It's also worth noting something we touched on in the previous games was kind of the discussion of like, oh, you know, do you want tabbies? Do you want mercs? Well, tabbies are great for Castle, both against Impact and Hombach. But then you look and you see how much CC there is between Leona and Veigar and all this later, and it could be hard to move later in the game if you get hit by any of the CC. So we'll have to be on point with the counter strikes to be able to avoid the Leona Q and things like that.
Definitely lane boots. We know the Renekton game as well. He was getting chain CC'd with steel caps, not merc treads as well. So
yeah, I know.
He is
the LEC has just been very like cards tight to chest with LEC Koshi Mirage for a while.
To just a lost chapter, but Kryra's looking in River.
Not much you
can
do for that.
Make something happen.
Yeah, Darkwing's pop that goes very early, so wants to threaten with the cage.
I think the big problem, like I've seen obviously this like narrative, they're trying to go on the Kuhi.
And now the CC is coming in, he gets burst down in a hurry. Double bubble comes out from Lions as the Jet is pushing forward. I guess
Suki is going to die.
Gets that kill. Hombach in some trouble.
Lions is, oh my god, this is a horrible fight,
They're
no?
trying to focus down Hombach, but they don't have the damage it looks like.
Oh god. Oh, and the Sunlit Sky came up. Oh god, it's a horror. Go 2-2. How did Trouble get a Greek angle? No, she is on Vitality.
I kind of feel like that was always how that fight was going to go.
She joined Vitality.
Tried to be sacrificial for his
team. Game 5 is on the way.
So high.
Yeah, I would have nearly, like, I was actually, so, fun thing, I'll talk about it now. I think it's, I don't think it's controversial. So I was in talks with Vitality to get that spot. Unfortunately, I did not get it, which really sucks. I would have loved to have had co-shooting rights, obviously, but also, I just rock with Vitality heavily, like, bro, I rock with Vitality as an org, like the people there right now. So I would have really enjoyed being a part of the team. But in the end, unfortunately, the difference maker was just that I'm not Berlin. Join Na'Vi? Dude, if they'll take me, I'll join Na'Vi. If they take me, I really like this iteration of Na'Vi, actually. This iteration of Na'Vi, like, I'm actually a fan. Like, I'm just keeping it a buck with you. Like, after years of watching Rogue in that spot, the bar was always going to be low for me to like whatever happened this year, but like, bro, this Na'Vi, I like them. I like them a lot.
You know, when we came out of the replay, at first I was like, oh,
I like them a lot, actually.
The Leona, and I'm like, oh, it's not a solo kill. And then we saw the replay, and you're like,
join Fnatic, they need all the help they can
get. Just ignited for an assist, but actually got the kill.
Come on, man.
I mean, Huhi's put in the work this game. He deserves a kill every once in a while. He's put in the work this series. He's been playing great.
I'll make the call and get you on Sentinels, bro. I'm on C9 right now, technically. Kind of. Well, like, verbal agreement to co-stream.
Really needs that gold. It's incredibly crucial.
I've got counterpicked.
What happened to Larssen? Biggest fall off in history?
I'm about to solo kill
this guy. He just lost his drive, bro.
But team gets more gold.
Like,
that's what they always tell me.
With Larssen, he had to leave the league before the league left him. And the league left him a long time ago.
The Merc Treads, of course, you know, does need the tabbies.
The League of Legends left him a long time ago.
Potentially could be in some punishment as there's the Grim Return and the knock-up, and Call Me is going to get the bad news that Hombach is here. But nicely timed, going to be able to Spirit Rush out to safety.
The Larssen career arc, honestly,
again, Ahri with no ult. Call Me struggling last game, and I feel like the Ahri not off to the start that you want this game either.
Yeah, Trouble deserves more work, man. She really does. It's so not only bizarre, it just sucks that she's not in a position to get it.
Yeah, they chunk him low, and Nami is in the area, but that's...
But, like, that's honestly, that's freelancing, man. That's talent work in general. Like, it's just so...
He was stacking up that passive, but
so ugly.
is in the area now too. Remember, Call Me has no ult, so they will just back it off, but they were able to proc that.
You may have picked the wrong club.
Get a bit of plate gold.
To get the best league out of him, you might have picked the wrong club.
Nearly 3,000, as it is now 2,800 in their lead. Ulti going to get let rip there on a Sajed, and if he stays around, there is potential that Hombach could knock him down.
This game definitely looking a lot harder for DSG than even game 4 where they're, sorry, even game 3 where they fell far behind, just because I don't feel like they have the same level of scaling that they would have had. The Veigar as well is just
I'm not gonna lie.
exceptional.
That meme aside, though, I really think that about Vladdy, you know.
Another very good start, and then Impact as well, who might have been counterpicked and might have fallen pretty far behind.
I think this move from Vladdy to Fnatic.
So, you know, too early to call it, but we are definitely more likely to have Game 5 than not.
It is looking that way for sure. I mean, Darkwings, you said it, scaling really well. 182 stacks of the passives. That's a lot of free AP. Has a Swift March, which I really, really like. Move speed is so valuable on Veigar because it's all about being able to get in.
He probably had limited options with the buyout.
That cage onto people.
Low-key go teamless.
Playing, the Summoner Spellbook, which could be extremely valuable as well. Right now,
I think being teamless is better than being on Fnatic.
Make things a lot harder for DSG, as even if he's kind of flexing on you, you can't just one-shot
in that position, unless that like roster randomly, randomly had
you just kind of own the mid lane. You can just kind of
a really
all of these trades.
Crazy glow up. I think it's better to be teamless.
To take us to try to claw their way back.
Yeah, this is it's a pretty crucial part.
Like
of the
the only like I don't know. I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Upset.
Has bounties.
Like Upset is just jailed on this Fnatic lineup. If you
make that one mistake and give away bounties, it can very quickly fall out of your control. So Sentinels definitely in the driver's seat, but
he's just so jailed on the like bro. Put him on any other like championship capable lineup, and that guy's getting trophies.
Last game where it felt like, oh, there's the throw, this team's gonna win, or oh, they made a great play, they're gonna be able to come
like
back.
Put him in G2, put him on MKOI, like he's gonna start stacking,
He was, of
bro.
course, spotted on Vision up on that top side, but if he does lock down Calmy could be in a lot of trouble. Is playing the Merc Treads himself.
Crazy how consistently successful Fnatic is an institutional. It's so institutional, you have to just fire everyone in the org. I actually agree.
It's always so tough, you know, when you get behind on the Ahri and you're going defensive.
If Fnatic wants me to help them, I have zero experience, and guess what? They are now going to be reaching out to you. Congratulations.
It's like, who are you supposed to be going for?
I mean, DSG playing really
legit blow it up
aggressively around these Drakes. I do feel like this might be one where they would
I don't know if we can say the guy with 0 career trophies would have multiple trophies on another club. Nah, you can.
Seems like it's
there are situations where you can, and I'm going to be honest. I think Upset is a situation where you can. Cryra has a lot of extra HP from W.
Though absorbs so much of that MF damage, helps to keep him alive. But Mundo with no ulti is kind of useless. Impact trying to stack up the Cultivation of War, does use his ult.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. One thing I will say, listening
it's
to
actually the edge that lets Ahri get some plates. So overall, that would
listening
be good.
to some of the comms from LEC this year so far.
Something on the other side.
What is Castle?
Calmy getting some plates. Castle actually is spotted by Darkwings. Might end up falling here.
Ooh, good Counter-Strike. Block the flash Q from Boogie.
That's awkward.
The stun does not land, and Darkwings can't finish him off. So
yeah, Harry Kane before he left Spurs, bro. Like, that's a perfect example. Like, Kane was a world-class player for how long?
Really nice
like, almost a decade?
And we're able to push in that mid-wave, so deny a couple minions, but still, it's a 3.4k gold lead. It's Impact going bot to grab.
Like, bro, I'm not even going to hold you. Like, I wanted us to sign him. I wanted him to do a Judas. He was an Arsenal fan when he was younger as well. Like, bro, just come club.
Also looking to be able
come club.
Clean out this bot lane turret.
Come club, bro.
Part to the really delayed recall from Castle. So nice.
I would have had Kane at Arsenal any day.
Dropping the Herald mid, clear out space, clear mid turret, clear
very versatile
turret,
player.
Clear Drake, and they only end up trading back their own top tier one. So Golden Blues hopefully not as stressed as he's been in the previous games. Now they're sitting on a 4,000 gold and 1 Drake lead.
You can see the Actualizer has been picked up now there.
Was he upset over Hans?
The Veigar. And we know Veigar
first
is
for a little while. Like I think they have very similar ceilings, if I'm being honest.
I think
they have very similar ceilings, but like I think game to game for a little while,
which is really nice because you can get multiple rotations out there. But
if you definitely been a bit of a stronger AD.
The Actualizer with the Q.
Ain't winning no trophies for Arsenal either.
That's a ton of extra damage all at once.
It's definitely
I think so.
The old school players, you know, Deathfire Grasp reimagined rather than having to press.
Yeah, no, Actualizer is good.
You just get to press and have DFG on everyone.
And DSG is pushing forward here, trying to come back. Cryra does tag Rahel, who is put quite low.
How did that roster not reach playoffs without Fari, Perks, and Upset? Bro, it's one of the greatest questions in European League of Legends history, man.
As Darkwings takes down that tower up on the top side. Again, Huhi just utilizing the pressure that he has, you know, really moving around the map so well. Lions on the Nami obviously don't have that same ability. So Jed gonna get Q flash. Whoa. Beautiful combo coming through. Can they finish him off? Not just yet. Cryra is there as well. The Cage gonna come out defensively, does keep Homebox safe, and now Cryra gonna get locked down. Cryra does have the ulti, but it's gonna be too late. Can't even get it off. Sentinels grabbing another kill there on the turnaround.
And it's 20 minutes where they can just
game
turn
is fried.
immediately on to Baron, so they might make quick work of this game. Already up 5,000, will turn to about 6.6 if they get this. Death timers are relatively short.
No, I like... You guys talking about the G2 roster?
Here. They know they have to try something. Calmy's going to go in, does land the charm, but it's just on impact.
Okay, no, biggest
Castle going in, 4-man counter-strike. Can he make something happen? The bubble
biggest rage bait just spawned in my chat. Bo is the biggest fraud? No, bro. Bo is not a fraud.
Is coming in behind him. He's going to go for the TP out. Can he get there? That was so close. Looks like he survives unless he burns down to the red buff, but he's going to get out.
Bo is not a fraud. Bo is a particular kind of player that was never played around. If you have Bo on your team, you need to play farmers, you need to play like champions where he dictates the game pace. Why am I ever watching Bo on Maokai and Sejuani and this and that? Bro, you see how Doinby was like, I'm gonna kill BLG on stage. Bro, that's how I felt about the Vitality coaching staff when they were doing this to Bo. Like, bro, if you have a player like that on your team, you have to play around him. Like, he is the system. He is. No, it wasn't even about Maokai being broken, because you can pick carry champs into Maokai. Or guess what? Just ban it.
I just wonder if they overestimated
just ban
the
it.
damage. Remember, Baron's so tanky right now.
Bo never got the kind of spotlight that he deserved because he was never on rosters or like systems that actually allowed him to play.
Allows them to get some damage. It's crazy that Calmy gets out without dying at the very end of it, though. Hambach used his Q, so Calmy immediately starts teleporting, and just can't get the Q back up.
That was really smart. Great call from him. And just
Bo needed what Na'Vi are doing with Rilech right now.
You know, get some spells out, gets to get a chunk of damage down, and then as soon as the cage came out from Veigar from Darkwings, Castle just flashed it and gets the counter-strike on everyone, gets in the midst of that whole team, and gets them some much-needed gold.
The meta allows that now?
Castle, the only
it's not about meta. Remember, the meta is a social construct.
Pressure on him as a result. You know, he had counterpick.
By and large, the meta is a social construct. There are champions which are objectively going to be stronger than others at any given time, yeah? That will always, that meta will always exist. But there's a whole extra game underneath that layer of meta that you can play.
In the driver's seat, 30 seconds until this next Drake. DSG last Drake,
let's be for real, man.
Something back, but all the tier 1s have been taken away, so less likely they'd be able to.
And I just feel like Bo never had the opportunity to play.
This might be a time
very rare he would get a game where it's like, oh, okay, Bo's on X, he's gonna take over the game here.
Castle and Kryra, so maybe not the time to fight, but they're positioning. They have 2 items on.
And also, to be honest with you,
Castle
the jungle was.
Will they try to force a fight with it? The Grim return.
The jungle was
Impact as some good poke coming out from
kind of
PSG. The Corki's been
changed shortly after Bo's arrival. I think it was shortly after. Where like
Castle can be forced to use that counter strike defensively in that TP shield.
The farming style was very heavily nerfed. It was very heavily nerfed. It was like really hard. It was such a high execution floor to play like a fast tempo jungler. It was all dog jungler, yes, but that doesn't mean you have to play dog jungler.
That Sentinels try and push a little too far through, and then he can get a flank engage. But Impact doing a good job holding that bush.
And they've lost control of the mid wave, so DSG has to now wait. They got to be careful. They're too far forward. And now comes Hambach going in on the engage. A bullet time over the top, and he's surely going to fall. Lives for a while. Castle trying to turn around. So Jen trying to get involved, but he's going to be exhausted, and he's got to run for it.
Complete route.
Castle's going to get knocked down as Hambach goes.
Let's be for real. Milky Way needs another chance. Milky Way needs to become the second Chinese import to the LDC. That's all I'm saying.
He's on the mid wave, and they didn't back up.
Absolutely. Sentinel's very coordinated, but that is basic stuff. Where Calmy's struggles end up continuing here. Once the Corki shows, it's clear as day that Sentinels just needs to go in. So they try and still fight a little bit on the back end, but with Calmy being one shot, they're never going to have a chance in this fight. Castle ends up falling as well. They lose the Drake, and that's just, they lost the standoff once they lost control of the mid-wave, and they didn't back up soon enough, Azale.
Actually, Loki,
I mean, it gets really,
if it's not Milky Way to EU...
I didn't actually catch who autoed that blast cone that knocked the Ahri back into the cage, but...
Wait, isn't Milky Way banned?
Well.
Wait, I just realized, isn't Milky Way banned? I completely forgot about this. Didn't he tank a ban? Dude, Milky Way tanked a ban, no?
Quite a lot here. Impact potentially going to get
oh my god, I forgot about that.
Maybe look to stack this up. He's
oh
going to
my
go
god,
for
I
a
completely
himself,
forgot.
But this one is not going to work.
Yeah, he needs to. Is he banned from all Riot sanction events, or is it just China?
Not going to succeed, unfortunately for him. So dies and loses his TP. That's a little bit of insult to injury.
Yeah, little things like that.
Is it just China or is it all Riot?
Losing if they accumulate over time, but they're still in a pretty strong position as a team. The bounty going over to Mundo.
If it's just China,
16, he can get
come to Europe,
really
Mr. Milky Way. We have a proposition for you.
There's still a lot of damage and heal cut already completed on the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, it is really interesting, Mundo Ultimate, because it has just such a change at rank 3. So, you know, at rank 3, both the healing effects are increased by an additional 5%, but you start getting bonus HP from everyone.
You think we'll steal Yeon from NA one day? Nah, never.
Normally ultimates just go up, but it's like it does more of the same thing. This has an additional.
I need all of WE imported to Europe so Karis can gap caps and maintain my agenda.
Is so powerful for Mundo, and he does have 2.5 items. You know, is mostly focused on that armor for now. And I think rightfully so, as Veigar obviously not the highest DPS champion, but does have a Void Staff already completed, and means the death cap is going to be pretty delayed. Hanbok going to be looking for a pick, and there is Calmy.
Calmy is having a stinker.
Now you don't. He is knocked down in the hurry. Castle, though, trying to come in on the flank, tries to get in onto Hanbok. Hanbok interrupts the lead.
Oh my god, where did Castle's health go?
Where did,
oh my god, was that all Darkwing's damage?
Impact finds the Grim Return onto Sajed, and it is everyone from DSG falling. They are going down like fish in a barrel. Darkwings get the double. Kryra is running away. DSG try to look for a play after their mid laner gets picked, but they just can't make it happen.
And Sentinels just have absolute tunnel
vision.
Yeah,
it's Giga mid gap.
Oh
my god! Like I'm not gonna lie, I've been talking with you guys in chat more than paying attention to the game. Because the game is over. Like you know, let's just call a spade a spade.
And you could see DSG thought, you know, maybe this is the time we can
Calmy has Malignant's Rocket Belt. This might be a build of all time.
So it allows them to go for the squishy target. Yes, some nice damage gets landed by Sajed. Crits Rahel a couple of times. Can't get the execute on that flash rocket. Even if he gets it,
if Milky Way is banned only LPL, they can bring him C9.
Instead of a, you know,
that brother isn't coming to C9, man.
So 4 of them end up going down at the end, and Sentinel get the Baron and take full control of the game.
Oh, the Chovy build Rocket Belt. Oh, never mind. Then the Rocket Belt is good, guys. Rocket Belt second is good. Okay.
Utilizes that passive with the strut, the additional move speed, hugs the wall, gets out, and Hanbok.
If Chovy did it, then the build is good.
2,000 gold lead. Both his carries on the bot side have an over 2,000 gold lead, and he has the GA, so he can kind of just full send it on Sajed, who feels like really the only.
I have no idea if Chovy built it. If he did, then it's funny as hell. But I don't think this is ever like an acceptable second item.
16 and DSG are
I can barely think of contexts where it's acceptable, and this is.
Feels like it's.
You know what? To be fair, it's close.
Absolutely, that's likely what Ido is thinking about in the back. How is he going to prep Game 5 draft in this Fearless? Because Calmy is half dead again already. One big RW.
Yeah, but he got put down to about 20-30% before the heal from the Nami came through. And that wasn't even a Veigar R or anything like that. Was the activation of the Actualizer. But is looking for that death cap now. Now the TP going to come out here from Castle. Can he find an angle? He's spotted already. Lion's going to try to look for the engage with the Nami wave. Doesn't really find anything. He's going to get in under Rahel. Can they knock him down? Great McHale's, but it doesn't matter as Calmy's going to be able to get the first kill on the other side, though. Sajed falls. Calmy's trying to run here from Impact. Darkwings, Impact, as well as Hanbok looking for the fight. Hanbok is low, but still has the GA, and now the Cultivation of War is stacked up. Impact is going to be fearless, has that revive ready. Won't need it, though. Going to be able to push in, grab another inhibitor here. It was a good attempt from DSG.
I just really hate this Ahri blind.
Who had no flash, but at the end of the day, doesn't really change much.
Yep, love to see the effort. They're not just going to slowly bleed
this
out.
This Ahri blind is just so bad.
It's a 2-for-1.
I also hate the Mundo pick too. Like I just don't.
20 seconds.
Like I think if you're gonna go Corki, if you're gonna go Corki
374 from that passive. Death cap not completed yet. If it
does complete, it's just gonna get Corki and Nami blind. Like you might as well just go to Lear on 3, man. Like so you just lock in pretty much guaranteed prio. Like it's just so weird.
He knows these are crucial fights, but I don't even think this soul is contestable.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh my god, 1W does 1.2k damage.
Pop everything you can for this fight, because realistically, if you get the soul, well, how does
gotta stop wasting my prime sub on Dom? Oh, beast.
And then you have Mountain Soul on.
Bring it on over here. Bring it on. Bring it on.
You have to think to be able to find a way back into this game.
Make sure you give it back to him though once he starts streaming again.
Have had their kind of share of ups and downs throughout the series, but this is their best game, I think it's fair to say so far.
Yeah, man, I've been streaming.
So as well. Hanbok has played excellent these last 2 games, aside from one mistake on the Wukong last game. Otherwise, you know, if they
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna keep it real with you though at the minute.
Oh man, this would be a 3-1 for us.
Because the LPL's gone and like schedules are a bit weird for me.
I think on the side of DSG,
for like the next 2 months.
The Yone game was shaky. This game
for like 2 months. For like the next 2 weeks, there's gonna be a lot of variety streams.
Hanbok Darkwings have just been so
I'm going to be
good in
playing
the
through the
2v2
Resident Evil series
despite
before
the
Resident
language
Evil 9
barrier
comes out. So if that
we know
interests you,
exists
then
between the two of them. So
you know,
right now,
feel free.
Soul, 2 inhibitors down. Sentinel's not taking any
Can you co-stream LCP actually?
risks. If DSG
I
extend,
could,
we'll try and
theoretically,
cruise vision.
reach
I
out
can see
to
Sentinel's
somebody
going for a
and
fight,
ask.
But
Yeah.
otherwise, we might be waiting these 2 minutes for the next Baron.
Yeah, I think.
But it happens at like 6 a.m. in the morning.
DSG,
Like, imagine
only way
LCP
win
is
this
on
game is
tomorrow, which
maybe you
actually
get a
it's
random
Sunday,
Baron
so
steal and,
it probably
an
is.
Elder steal or something, right,
If I'm co-streaming the LCS, I would have to
I've
sleep.
got to give credit where credit is due. I thought Sentinels might be the team that would struggle.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
more
just
in
shagged
a
though.
late
Like,
game
I
fearless
sleep 5 hours.
situation.
I'm actually on the
They have
dom
been looking
schedule.
good. Castle tries to
Okay, good
sidestep
Zhonya's. He can
play,
E
but
and
they have
stuff
to
on the way
pop
out if he
the
needs.
stasis.
He's
As
chilling.
that ulti comes through, Lions.
Okay, bit of a.
Gonna let the ulti rip here.
Lions
kind
kinda
of
peed himself a bit.
from the engage coming through.
Consider my dom sub yours.
Want the
Yes.
Leona to be able to get in
Welcome,
range
man.
to ult them. With 2 waves of supers moving in, they're trying to play on this bottom cannon.
Embrace the dom schedule, become a ghoul. No, bro. I will not fast. Like, I will not speedrun myself into having a stroke in my mid 30s.
A one shot. If he can set that up, would definitely be able to burst someone down in a hurry.
Yeah, of course, Windy, man. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad I can do that for you, man.
Darkwings, let's see it.
That's like a QR one shot from full, pretty much. But we're
Like,
gonna have that
I think
Hugo
one thing
passive
that's also
keeping
kind of
Cryer
important to say,
safe
like, guys,
thus far.
I'm a Dom fan
Now
too.
you have been tripling him,
Like,
and,
I've been a
walls
Dom
are
fan
closing
longer than
in.
I've been
We'll see
in,
if
like,
DSG can
interested in
find
pro
a
play,
fight to
like,
delay the game a little
in an
bit.
analytical
DSG coming
capacity.
through,
Okay,
calling it a
charm,
one.
it's on
Death
to
Charm,
who.
but
It
it's
doesn't
just
matter.
onto Hui. Bubbles there to follow, but really, who cares? That's just the Leona you've landed your damage on, and Castle now getting chunked down there by Impact. The minions coming in, they're going to go for it. Here is the bullet time across multiple members. Castle's in the back line, but Rahel has the barrier. It's a double kill already for the Veigar. How much more can they get?
Oh, let's get a
Jet
penta.
flashing back. It's a triple for the Veigar. The bot lane's in the base. Darkwings is not going to get a penta, but he is going to help to send us to Game 5 with an 8-0-8 Veigar game.
Did you know Dom personally before you started to talk show with him? Nope.
The teams are neck and neck. In
I
week
did not.
1, it was a 2-1 series, and now we are.
Is there ever a world where I co-stream
going the
LCK?
distance. My
It's
player of the
possible.
game has got to be that Dark Winds
But I've gotta
Veigar,
get-
but we'll see what the lounge decides.
I've got to get
He's
co-stream
been
right.
smurfing.
It's really
It's
hard.
the first silver scrapes of the year from the first best of 5 of the LCS lock-in.
All right, man. We're
Stay
going
tuned
to
see
game
if
5,
Sentinels
guys.
or DSG
Call
take
Degon
the
for some
series
favors.
and
So I
guarantee their
actually.
spot in the America's Cup. We'll be right back.
Oh. All right. Fuck it. Fine. Fine. I'll lop. I'll lop. I'll lop. Go on. Enjoy. What was I saying? Yeah, actually, I reached out to Degon about it, and then I got a contact. But the thing is, I need to have a Riot person to basically sign off on it, apparently. So it's just really hard because I don't have one. No, like I need to have a Riot like representative basically. Like CC'd in. So like if I was still on the LEC it would be fine because I could loop in my old talent manager. Yo, how long is the intro to this song? Okay. You're on Sosa? Listen, I listen to my chat, man. I'm a man of the people. I will listen to reasonable requests. And this is a reasonable request. Can't hear YouTube side? Yeah, so unfortunately, I can't play music on the YouTube stream. So if you, for you guys, it's just completely mute. I apologize. There's no Sosa for the YouTube side of the stream, but if you're on Twitch, you get Sosa. Thoughts on Rekkles support? I think he's fine. I would really love to see him expand his champion pool because I think it's a really big hindrance that he only plays range supports, basically. But otherwise, I think he's a fine support. I think people are giving him too much hassle for the KDA thing. I mean, I don't know if I could sort it out. Because I think the way that the VOD track stuff works, it's probably doable, to be honest, but I'll just rather not play any music at all through the YouTube stream. I just think it's just too risky. What's this? No, I think we're good. No, we're good, we're good, we're good. Don't forget to run ads. I ran ads. Ads got run. I can run like a really short, like 30-seconder once the draft is done. Oh my god. Well, I guess the music is just gonna stay on and loud. Cause I don't think legally I'm allowed to turn this song off. I don't think legally I'm allowed to turn this song off. To me, he seemed like a complete passenger. He needs to have a good team around him to empower them. They need to be like playing well. I do agree. He's not really a playmaker. He's not a playmaker. I agree with that. I'm gonna wake up for the pay cut from the face down. Feel me? Why didn't he want to play ADC anymore? He role swapped in 2024. He role swapped in 2024 because he couldn't find a team as an AD. He thought it would be too hard. And then he went to T1 as a support in the academy, which is a really big deal because like they don't really take Western players often. And then he came back as a support still. A house, you a car? Guitar? I'm your dog. My main problem is I don't know who he would replace to improve the team. What team? Sorry, what team are we talking about? Are we talking about Rekkles? Sorry, we're talking about LR, like in a hypothetical where they were still playing. Yeah, I don't know. It's just hard. It's hard really for him to be good in this environment right now. Oh, you know what? I will say, I think if Fearless wasn't in season, obviously Rekkles is he only played best of ones in the LEC, but in a hypothetical where they actually go to best ofs, I think if there was no Fearless, Rekkles would be an even better support player, even in this meta right now. Support is low-key stacked in EU a little bit. Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, the support role is really stacked, to be honest. Even some of the even some of the like ones who were having bad years last year. You think like Paris had a horrible year last year. He's having a pretty solid year this year. Fleshy had a very he had like a very, very volatile year. Fleshy's been, he's still kind of having a semi-volatile year this year, but it's like it's like an upward trend. Lostbot is still fine. I don't think like he's good or bad. I think he's just kind of whatever. Yeah, no, I think the support role in Europe is really good. There's a lot of good supports in the league right now. Yeah, I mean we didn't mention like the like Busio, Mickey X, like Alvaro, yes, like these are the main guys. It's funny, we've spoken about every support basically in the league except for one. And his name is Labrov. And Labrov still has really bad games from time to time, which makes you really wonder. Even in games where he has complete pop-offs, like he had a really I mean his Bard game was really good. I think his Bard game was against Fnatic. I don't know, like Labrov, he's bad. He's like, man, I don't know. I really want to love Labrov, but it's just hard. It's just really hard to love Labrov, man. He doesn't have enough like good games in between the bad. If anything, he has more bad games in between the good. Yeah, it's just I don't know. Alvaro's also been having some stinkers. That said, Alvaro on form from was it last year, I think? Alvaro, he was having some crazy ceiling games. Also, side note, can I just put you guys on? Like this is like weird tangent because it was like talking about music. I was listening to some Hans Zimmer earlier. And on autoplay, do you know what randomly came up and I had to like it just out of respect on my Spotify? The fucking Black Ops 1 theme, bro. The Pentagon. Listen to this shit. It's got so much aura, bro. And we're into draft. You're a Denzel Curry fan? I don't dislike Denzel Curry, but he is goated. Like I like his songs when they come on. Yep. Wait, this is low-key good draft music, no? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold. Wait, hold. This is kind of fire. Wait, hold on a second. All right. A lot of oh, interesting. So DSG a first pick here. They first picked the Rumble. It's the first time it's up. Varus is also up. Galio is really high prio because of all of the mids out. Prio and first move is just super OP. Xin Zhao. Trundle is out. There's no Jax. Cryer is going to have to go to something like Lee Sin here, I think. Like, what's even left up? Sivir is a good answer into Varus. There's also the Alistar's gone. Bard. Okay. No jungle pick here. This is really risky for DSG. This pool pinch is going to be crazy. Oh, they're going to flex. Oh my god, they're going to flex Varus top, no? They're going to put impact on Varus, or? Wait. This is... Wait. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Nah, you can't play Evelynn. You can't play Evelynn into Galio. It's too hard. Do you think you can put impact on Varus? No, I don't think you can put impact on Varus, but you know, like all right, well, fuck it. I know I'm gonna queue after this, just because it'll probably be fine. What can you do here? I mean, they can also put Galio top, but like, low-key, what if you put Varus top? Is your AD pool that pinched? Is your AD pool that pinched? I don't think you can run Galio. Sorry, I don't think you can run Camille. They also think it's Galio top. Low-key, bro, you could, man. All of the engages are out. Way. Okay, so it will be Galio top. I sleep. I sleep. Yeah. Oh, God. What is we up to? Tristana? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Rumble Jungle Flex. Or, that would be cool. Sheo did it, and honestly, like, you could tell that Rumble Jungle didn't look that bad. You could tell it didn't actually look that bad, you know? Okay, no, it's fine, it's fine. They're putting Rumble top. Hold on. And it's Rakan. Okay. Sure. I feel like Sedge is really homeless. She has effectively no melee. Like, it's just it's ugly. I'm not a fan. I think you should just honestly, I think if you have the ability to flex Rumble into the jungle, you put it there and you just go another champion to Galio top. Alright. I'm gonna run small ads, 30 seconds, not even, and then we're in. We're in for the final game. Game 5. Sorry on YouTube, I probably sound like I'm shouting like a maniac. We're listening to really loud music right now, so I apologize if if that's the impression you get. Feel like it was an insane enchanter angle. Yeah, could also. Trismid is viable, yeah. It's fine. It's playable. Unfortunately, the YouTube enjoyers do not get to hear the music. No. Oh my god, is it going to sync up with the game start? Is it going to sync up with the game start?
Strategically building suspense with a pause early on in the game.
Low-key cinema, okay, close enough. Oh fuck, it's just a Pagoda ad!
So one of the players is not yet back from the restroom, so just waiting for the players to return. I don't know, maybe they
wait, someone's gone to the toilet?
I do that in solo queue.
Wait, what? Someone's gone to the toilet? Did I just hear that?
Your first pick, you lock in your pick, you run to the bathroom.
I mean, let's pan out. Who was it?
I mean, egg rolls are nice. Shout out Pagoda.
Sajed, my man.
I had some Pagoda when I was in the States, actually. Yo, what's up, Windy? Welcome over. Welcome over from the
Yeah, that is fair.
Welcome over from the
Exactly. Every time they take one, you get
from
one
the YouTube
too,
stream.
You know?
I actually hate that because I hate delays, Azale.
Never mind. Take it out of the rule book.
The rule book should say no bathroom breaks once you enter Champ Select.
Capital punishment for bathroom breaks.
Ensuring capital punishment for toilet breaks.
That I think creates the need for these pauses, but I'm still against it.
We'll
all right.
to Mark. You know, it's not. It's above our pay grade. He's the one that has to decide if capital punishment for bathroom breaks is appropriate in the
Mark,
LCS.
Depending on his ruling, we'll take it to Gavin Newsom. You know, we'll see if he approves.
Up the food chain, from us to Mark to Gavin Newsom. That's generally how we decide our rulings here at the LCS.
I'm in favor of execution. Maybe our entire team needs to be executed after tonight.
The best part about that sound alert is I do get it in the activity feed, but if I'm not paying attention and I don't see it in the activity feed, I don't see it in the chat, which is what I'm actually watching. So that one actually caught me off guard.
Has already just had such a better split than people have expected. You know, even if they were to lose here.
Dude, I really want DSG to win. Low-key, showing some bias right now. I want them to win. This will be a crazy good win.
From the DSG side, and they are going 5
crazy
games.
cool win for them.
Of course, over on the other team, we do have people that are having their first series as well.
And you know what? If C9 were willing to dodge DSG, then I want to see DSG C9.
And I feel like a lot of them are showing up.
And
I want to see DSG C9.
Incredibly since week 1 when they lost to DSG. And I don't think we necessarily knew the whole story of Hambach when he arrived on week 1 because the teams was
League of Legends! Wow!
All right, I'm gonna turn off the sound alert, so don't submit any. They're not gonna get played. Don't waste your channel points. We gotta keep it off now for the game.
Of his tier 1 team in LCK was the 6th man, so wasn't scrimming with the academy team, wasn't scrimming with the main team. So it made sense that he was having issues with coordination, but him and Huhi have been so connected in the latter part of the series. He seems to have a good early game every single time, and he's going to look to have one more.
I think this is kind of weirdly. I think this is better for Cryer. I think Hambach should be pathing top here.
You know, he subbed in to a DSG team that was like the most dead last.
I think I actually really don't like this pathing from Hambach. I think, if anything, what he should maybe look to do, the reason why he should start bot, in my opinion, he's got 2 options. If weirdly Huhi and Rahel manage to cheese Prio, low chance, but possible, he should try and invade Sejong Blue.
And Darkwing's, you know, earning his
and just disrupt the mid state, because mid is going to be a bit odd. So if you can slow them down, that's fine. Other than that, if he can run top and just murder Castle under his tower, like Rumble cannot survive Xin Zhao Galio.
About the performance of both of these teams.
That should not be playable at all.
These teams who, for a lot of people, were either middle or bottom of the pack.
So let's see. Does DSG comp look functional? No, not really. That's kind of my worry.
I mean, it makes it really unpredictable. You know, a lot of our power rankings have been pretty off. You never know what's going to happen.
I don't know. I don't like Sej here either.
A lot of fun to watch thus
it's
far.
Definitely comfort for him, but
looking for a trade here on the castle, and we'll
I'm not bought in.
Rush and just walk out. So I actually really love this new Galio skin. I think it's actually pretty sick.
I love it, except, I mean, I love it because I'm going to play it. I just don't actually think it's that readable compared to other Galio skins. The ultimate is harder for me to see, not to mention the spikes on the wings look a little bit like a Relia ultimate going off to me. I imagine pro players now are completely used to it because it's such a cool skin and I see it picked every single time. But man, it looks super cool, I'll give you that.
A little bit pay to win.
This skin
there,
is,
you know?
is very cool.
That's your words. I'm just saying,
I really want to get this skin. I'm a little burnt though.
Capital punishment.
Well, I'm not burnt like that, but I just don't want to spend money on skins.
But no,
it's bad.
It's definitely a cool
I also
skin.
actually bought a Galio
when,
skin off the shop.
What is the Ash skin called? That was like one of those legendary Ash skins. I remember a lot of pro players told me that the Hawk Shot they thought was like ultimate when it first came out.
You're not league partner?
But people
No.
get used to those pretty quick. So you know, I definitely think
I need to stream and get. I need to get my numbers up. Basically, because I don't really have any. Believe it or not, despite my tenure inside the industry, I actually don't have the kind of connections required to get league partner program.
Around here, only thing we haven't touched on yet is Rahel, of course, is going to be playing on Hit Ferris.
Also, I think if I have league partner, I don't know if I think I would have to change my behavior a bit, and I don't know if I want to do that.
Consistent damage, as Galio isn't really going to be bringing that.
Yeah, I could definitely.
I want to stay me. I think I'd have to mute myself a bit.
He'd have the range advantage on both the Trist and the Sivir, but definitely is better against the Sejuani to have the attack speed. I think this is one of those games where you
But
could
the
find
skins, though?
Yeah, fair enough. Both of them are quite strong, and that's that interaction I was talking about.
Skins
when you
would be
rocket jump in
fire.
on the Trist, you are going to get feared, and generally that means you're going to get hit by 2 spells, which is going to be a proc of that passive. As Kryra is over in the area, but Castle gonna have to
so
flash out
imagine if
because
Hanbok
Hanbok
did
was
this,
there
blew his
first.
flash on the first
Lions
clear,
now
and then he
here
gets the
on
full clear back
invade.
up
Should've
from
been
bot to
spotted by
top.
that
There's
ward,
no
though, as he
camps
walked
here
into
for
the
this
rush.
invade to happen.
Hanbok, I think, is waiting for
I think
Impact
Hanbok's
to
first
come
clear
in
is so
and
troll.
get over there for a smite steal. Who he has now arrived
Oh, now
as
they're in a
well
weird spot.
as,
Does Lions
nice
not have E?
sidestep there from
Why did he
Lions.
wait so
Will
long
go
to
the
E?
wall,
What?
but
Was it on
Kryra gets in
cooldown?
trouble. They're going to just continue the chase here.
What?
Will Impact flash forward. He uses
Oh,
the
the Torque
taunt.
connects. He's dead.
Can't really catch too much, but does get the Bard, and Lions now flashing out.
Yeah,
not going to
dead.
be able
Okay.
to get away. First blood grabbed by Darkwings as these invades are just not working out for DSG whatsoever.
Yeah, total disaster.
You can still
They're
talk shit on
losing
NLC,
so
it's
much
not an
off of
accredited
this.
league.
I mean, Rumble is able to
That's also
push in
another
top
thing.
lane, but
I
mid lane has
don't
to
know if
sit.
I'll be able to say what I've been saying about the
Raptors will
NLC.
go over.
Well, I guess, guys, the first clear was good because the invade plays out like that, and now they get to win.
Game for the Sejuani versus the Xin. Kryra, 2 games in a row in pretty much the same spot. Ends up leading to a team death. So good start for Sentinels, but it's pretty much just Huhi being on top.
I mean, I think Darkwings did have a very poor start to
Yeah,
the
exactly. I mean, this time obviously they had
to the
Lions,
split.
making the roam.
Now,
Their support
yeah,
up there
he's
as
not looking
well,
too bad
but
this
yeah,
series.
it's the
This
same-
is
it's the
a
same
good
blood.
look
They
series.
went for the same
But I
blood.
think
They-
Cormi is
last time Carver goes down, this time he does
Cormi's
not go
making
down
it look good,
himself,
you know?
But unfortunately,
Like, this is a
the
good
first
sell.
blood going there over to Darkwings, and again, these kind of matchups can sometimes snowball.
Did she play all
pretty
games red
heavily
side?
as Calmy
I
being chunked
believe
low,
so.
Does have the Bard trying to heal himself back up. And Lions, flashed late. He didn't flash the taunt from Impact. Ended up taking that, got incredibly low. Then
did also
flashed
have
and died
extra
anyway. And
last
that
year.
is a pretty punishing death. That's one that he should have had to use his flash, but I don't think he should have died.
Yeah, they likely would have lost a lot of pressure regardless, but the death adds insult to injury. You can see they've also now gone double call. Something that I think is fine, especially if you're just holding the game even. Like with double 80 carry and a front line, oftentimes you're kind of waiting for the game to come to you, but now they're going to try and make something happen onto Rahel or Huhi. Hard to get a recon though.
Yeah, not going to be able to get much. Lions playing like shoot, so does get at least that proc. Going to be a potion used by Huhi, but it's just refillable, so honestly, who cares?
People need to
Rahel
stop
gonna be
pretending like
rushing
XU isn't a
towards that
problem.
blade of the Rune King.
Yeah, I
And,
don't
Sajed,
know
a
what
little
this
bit of
LAP
damage
is
there,
either.
but it is
I
just
must
kind of
say,
a farm
I
down
am
on that bottom side. I mean, the
I'm
scaling
very
obviously not
anti-act.
bad
Like, that
whatsoever
brother
for
needs to not be
DSG
playing in the
with these double 80 carries.
LCS, man.
Looks
I'm
like
so
Calmy
I'm
is
sorry.
potentially going in towards the Merc treads
He
here early on,
needs another trip
just
to
try
tier 2.
answer all of the CC as well as the magic.
And if he never comes back, he never comes back.
Makes a lot
Like
of sense. I
that's
think they
that's
need
where
to
I'm
be
at
in a
with
defensive
XU.
pattern, though. I'm trying to get in the head of Kryra and why
Really
he's
not
going
bought
for
in with him.
these engages. It's almost like they're very
He needs a
flippy
little bit of
engages. I
time
don't
away.
feel like they necessarily had a very strong lane
At the
to play
minimum.
through, because even if you have the Rumble push top, Galio can always just move through the brush and get to you first. I'm not sold on it. He doesn't have stronger dueling than the Xin. It's backfired 2 games in a row. And I feel like they
100%. Yeah,
have
like even if DSG
better
lose, like this
scaling
is
as
still
well.
good.
So
Like
it's like a home run play where he's almost just trying
5
to
games
ego on him a little bit.
stage,
ends up
like
getting punished.
for
My
a team
guess
like
is if you
this,
talk to him, he would say,
especially
if we
for
actually don't play
like Sajed, for
well,
Kryra,
we
like
should
this
win.
is just
You know,
this
'cause
is
they had
all
the
very
first base from
valuable.
Lions, so I think they feel like, oh,
Valuable
Bard's gonna get there
experience.
first.
Twisted
We
Feet,
are
thank you
quick
for the
on
follow, man.
play, you hit all your skills, and then you push them back, or
Welcome,
you
bro.
just kind of win out in the fight. But of course, you miss the stun, you don't actually make that happen, then
Cormi
he shows up and
is
things go
getting
pretty bad. So
absolutely
maybe it just feels like, hey,
pumped
it's
here.
an execution thing. It is the right play, but we're not executing on it. But has happened a couple times in a row, and it is one of those risky moves that can be punished quite heavily. As Impact gets back to lane now, is down almost 20 CS. You know, a little bit of that is obviously
Yeah, by the
from the
way,
roam,
like,
but the same thing happened
this
last
is a
game, and it ended up
crazy
not
amount of
mattering
CS to be
whatsoever.
down.
Castle got out to a pretty early
Impact is down a whole level.
CS
What is
lead
going on?
in the Zehen Jax matchup.
I've not been paying attention. Why is
Then
Impact down
was
so much CS?
Not getting punished more heavily than that. Eventually caught up.
Yeah,
This
Impact
matchup
has
is
been
not like that,
incredibly
bro.
solid.
At
Also,
all.
based off of the shenanigans that happened to Cromp, seems like a pretty easy Drake by Hanbok.
Should he be down 20 CS? 8 minutes into the game?
Gotten this series, but the pressure's
Like
really
Castle's kind of
on,
chovying here as well, to
for
be honest. Like
Sentinels
he's
now,
not missing
who gained
anything.
blue buff as
That's
well.
like a big.
I actually really like this. So Huhi, it's
Big
kind
part
of a
of it,
subtle
but-
play, but he goes behind, he interrupts the Bard recall, and he stacks the wave behind the tower. So what this does is it means that the wave is pushing away from DSG. So Sajed now has no support, and he can't walk up to the wave. So his wave is getting denied. Kryra is also getting pushed out. Lions is
Yep.
back now, but like they
Really
are
smart
just
from
bleeding
Huhi.
minions on the bottom side of that lane. And, you know, it should be pushing away. And as you see, it is. Because all because of this little thing that Huhi did where he stacked the wave. That's like plus 4 or 5 minions that Huhi made from stacking the wave behind their tower. And then knowing Sajed can't woke up.
No, but you shouldn't be a full level down, bro. Like, he's a full level down. Like, this is how, anytime we look top, this is how the health bar should look.
Gromp, they lose the minions bot lane, and they can't even defend the jungle. So, Sentinels, Hanbok, Huhi, jungle support synergy has been completely on point. They match the first invade, repel it, and then they execute their own invade expertly.
Yeah, there's Call Me jumps in, immediately gets feared, and the ulti is going to be thrown down. He, of course, will survive, but it is tough when you take that damage. And Trist, it's like, yeah, technically you can go in for some early lifesteal, but then your first item is so.
Do you guys remember when Caps did the ult into QW thing on
just crit scaling items? So
on Hui, and then like popularized the combo?
Very difficult because Trist only trades by going aggressive. And when you jump
I remember when he did that shit, and everyone's like, oh, they were like, everyone was like soy jacking, like, oh my god, like, of course Caps knows how to play this champion with fucking 9 spells.
Play in the team fight, but it's not easy for Call Me, and he has had a really tough series.
Yeah, he's got to try and survive off of the life.
Well, the Mercs is so that he's the Mercs is for the trade pattern.
From Legend Bloodline, which is
I'm not gonna say whether or not it's good or bad.
Throughout the lane.
Yeah, but they do get the flash though off Darkwings. That is very nice as Krara makes a visit.
No, like why are we letting ourselves get traded on like this?
So it is going to be that lower CDR on the ulti.
Yeah, I'm not going to say whether or not I think it's like good or bad per se. Like, I don't think it's like that bad, but like the trade ban is like if you when you're playing Trist mid, when you're playing Trist mid, you wanna rocket jump forward on the head of someone, right? But what ends up happening is Darkwings, he will just fear you and you walk off.
Darkwings continuing to slowly build.
So if you get Merc Treads, the fear is short enough that you can actually stop being feared and then auto the way enough that you actually re-proc the E, and then you get to choose whether or not you like go forward again or you just like want to jump out.
In the first 14 minutes of the game, that doesn't really matter.
Without Merc Treads, you can't do that.
All the plays are happening through mid-bot at the moment, and that's where Darkwings is pushing in Call Me, and another engage on Lions.
Yeah, Lions going to be trying to get out of there. Flashes away, but Hanbok just flashes over the Tempered Fate, finishes him off. Lions picked again, felt safe to walk up because he had the magical journey, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Trundle at that point was bad, bro.
Kryra is just without plays at the moment. It's another deep invade, and he's losing his Gromp for the second rotation in a row. Last time it was Blue Gromp, now it's Wolves Gromp. It's going to become a massive experience advantage for Xin versus Sejuani in this game.
He's down over 30 CS.
This is not good.
That is brutal. Yeah, Kryra is feeling like he is kind of out of it. And a lot of it, I feel like, yeah, you know, it's one of these things where it's just kind of snowballing off of the earlier play, right? But great engage here. Can they actually knock down Hanbok? Let's see. Sajed going to be turned around on, is in some trouble, going to get knocked down. Pops the ulti. Sajed has to use the heal and does have the spell shield come back up.
Oh my god, he's going to kill him.
Will expire, but he dashes back in.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Almost gets him with the wind, becomes lightning.
Oh my god, that was so sketchy.
Has to use his flash. They have to use the heal from Lions. They barely take him down in a 3v1, and now he buys Sundered Sky.
I mean, thank God they killed him. Otherwise, wrap it up. That would have been GG right there. Because they did, that's pretty huge. You got a lot of slingshot experience when you have a big level advantage like that. The kill going over to Kryra, even though it's not ideal for your late game carry, helps him a little bit stay somewhat adequate against Hanbok and items. But Hui's just going to continue to keep annoying Sivir right here, and Kryra, he still can't really farm.
No, I mean, how fearless is Hui this game? It feels like it's like the 4th time he's been behind the towers. He's just standing in between the 2 towers saying, you know what, you can't do anything about it. Like, we know you have no Sejuani help. Good luck locking me down. You're not going to be able to do anything to me. So he's just harassing them constantly. I love this kind of play from Huhi, where you really know the limits of your champions, but also, almost more importantly, you know the limits of their champions. And when they're missing this Sejuani ult, they have nothing really to lock you down. So Hui's just kind of dancing on him and being as annoying as he possibly can. Hanbok going to come back in for the invade.
I don't know her. It's a really hard watch right now for DSG.
Big Raptor there, so won't be
Sentinels just have them in a complete headlock.
Bot side. Darkwings is up 900 gold at this point.
It's just a complete headlock.
Gapped in the mid lane. It's been really, really tough, and it should be a freebie at the Dragon. You have to feel like, because look where Huhi is again. He's scouting everything out. They're not worried at all.
Yeah, still really impressed with Hanbok and just the overall synergy from Sentinels in this Game 5. It's been such a hard-fought series to this point. Definitely a few mistakes being made in previous games, but in this one, the overplay early by DSG into the jungle of Sentinels, and since then it's just been Sentinels living in this bot side. So at least Kryra gets his wolves, but blue is gone again, and the wave isn't accessible for Sajed Sivir, and the Gromp is once again being pressured by Hambach.
This is a crazy game from Hui. I feel like he's just played this so well,
Wow.
constantly in their face.
They have to reset that bot wave.
He got the Grump again. Yeah, when the wave is just pushing away from him once more, Sajed can never move up. He's down 40 plus CS. This is ridiculous. And it's like, it's not like he's missing CS. He just can't walk up to the wave.
Yo, much love from Bradford as always. Thank you.
Thank
you, Lilia.
Against him, so it's pushing out away from him. And Lions is like recalling and not there to help
Guys,
push it out.
I hate to say it, I think this game is over.
It's a 1.6k gold lead.
Like unless Sentinels somehow just fuck up the snowball here, I don't know how. And it's possible. Like this is NA we're talking about, right? This is NA. This is NA.
He's still got 40 cull stacks left. Like he's just been sitting there slowly trying to complete a support quest, but he can't do anything.
Oh boy.
How is the gold only 1400? That's the puzzle here.
Well, look at top lane.
It's 900 for the Rumble.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's the answer, really.
I guess that's it.
Yep, it's that, and it's the Call Me Cull cashed out. So, you know, you get an injection of gold from that. You have 900 gold in the top lane. So that is kind of like making it appear a little bit closer. Of course, you know, Castle is strong, so that is something that they have going for them. But again, like I touched on in Champ Select, there's not really that much lockdown for Castle. So you could drop a good Equalizer. Like you hit a Bard ult onto the Varus, you drop Equalizer on his head after that. You're hoping that Sejuani can hit an ult or something, but there's not that many tools to hold him in place.
And Huhi's just first out of Mikhail's, because why not?
Yep.
Because that's the one engage that DSG has.
I love it.
So Sentinels definitely making this draft look very effortless in its execution, knowing that there's just that one bit part engage. Huhi's Rakan is kind of checkmating the game, it feels like, so far.
Yeah, I mean, Hui went for an early Mikhail's even in the Leona game as well.
Legit, there's just, I don't know how to play.
It's making sense in pretty much every position he's taking it, and especially in this game where you have basically one button to engage, and Mikhail says, nope, can't do that. So that gets really, really tough. Rahel is scaling. Sajed has had a bit of time to farm these waves. Now they've moved him over towards mid lane, so finally he's getting access to some minions here. And they just have to hope, you know what, scale, 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 and maybe you can have a big team fight win later on, but Kryra going to have to flash out and use the ult defensively. He's trying to invade to get something back, but Hambach is there, and he's up 2 levels, so there's no way you're ever going to win a duel against that. And Darkwings just moves over, and now all your playmaking tools
I don't know, man. Like, I just, you can't play anywhere. You cannot play anywhere.
He got the red. I actually think that's fine. He got the red, and he's flashing your ults.
I agree. Like DSG, they showed way more than some of those other teams, but this game,
in the last 10 minutes,
they are mega homeless.
In his house, and he can't get rid of them. So now, even with no ult, Darkwings fails flash.
Darkwings,
oh
no, he did fail his flash. Going over the wall, tried to get over, but
everyone look away.
Get hugging the wall before he uses the flash, and is going to get taken down. As a result, they are able to grab that kill, and Castle continuing to extend that lead.
Okay.
And it's Call Me going to be able to jump out to safety, nicely buffered on the taunt, but Sentinels pushing in mid lane, looking to try to knock him down.
I think this is going to be mid turret, which will open up the map even more.
They should ride it bot.
The gold is very
ride it
close,
bot.
especially after
yeah,
that
good stuff.
Went for
good stuff, Rahel. Ride it all the way. You can crash it.
That Sentinels is going to want to collect.
Good.
So he is back in
you got your driving permit
between the 2 towers. Now abusing Castle,
good
but he's taking a lot of damage this time as he does get hit by a binding. Castle going to overheat, trying to move forward here, going to be thrown into the exhaust.
Chains
nice
missed.
Sidestep on the Varus ult though. Rahel trying to turn things around.
You guys just walk out for that, I guess.
They won't be able to get a kill, but no one falls on either side. It is just the 1k gold lead now. Castle's strength does have to be respected.
It really does. Once they can play around the Rumble, now that they've gotten him out of that lane, the game is looking a little bit, I mean, a lot more playable, because it was really feeling unplayable for pretty much, 5 minutes through 15 minutes. It felt like there was nothing they could do. They fell 50 CS behind in jungle and in bot lane. But now, Call Me has kept his CS up, has cashed in his call, might even be able to get this turret in.
And he is playing against an MR stacking Galio, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a first full item of magic resist. They do throw down the Bard ulti. Can they look for a play? But all of Sentinels are coming. This
should just got him killed.
Not good. Call Me should be able to knock down the tower, but can he actually get out of dodge?
Nah, this brother's dead as hell.
The rocket jump, but that is not going to keep him safe.
Yeah,
Knocks
don't
down
even
the
press
tower,
R,
but
bro.
it'll cost him his life. Unfortunately for Sentinels, Hui grabs the kill. We'll see if they can get anything else off the back.
Mountain Dragons up, so maybe this def lets
it's a good
them
kill nonetheless. Questionable Bard ult right there.
walk
so
to the
I'm not
bot
sure what the
side.
plan was.
I don't
but
know.
They get
Bard
the
R was
gold
really
on
bad.
to Call Me at least before he falls, and now Lions and Kryra are at least stopping Darkwings from pushing through. So they're keeping this game actually very playable. Like if they get to a team fight where Call Me and Sajed are sitting on 3 or 4 items and it hasn't been Soul yet, they'd still actually have a chance despite how much Huhi and Hambach have dominated in the early game.
Sentinels is right-clicking the dragon now, so if they take it, that should just
how do your
be
AD
that.
carries get past the Xin Zhao with the ultimate being active, and how do you find a good engage to burst someone down when there's Mikhail's on the other side and counter engage from Huhi? I feel
guys,
like
the blue buff's up. They might not even right-click the
very high
Drake.
chance that the
Okay, they're gonna
Sentinels
right-click
carries
the Drake.
will have
It's
a lot
fine.
easier time in the fight, where I don't know if DSG can get past the Xin. So I think that's really the question here: is can they set up Sajed as well as Call Me to have a successful fight? As they're going to go for the engage, the Equalizer will get thrown down, but I mean it's super late. It's after the dragon is already taken. I thought they weren't even going to try to fight.
I think
for it.
LR could
Well,
compete
all five
with
are
this
here.
teams in
Guess
best
we'll
of
try.
5,
They drop
as in
Equalizer
like
as well
NA
as the
teams.
Glacial Prison. Doesn't really get them anything though, and it is now
Compete?
Soul Point
Like, take
for
games? Yeah,
Sentinels, and
absolutely.
That is going to be a potential Mountain Soul here in just over 4.5.
Beat Dig,
Sentinels playing
100%.
with a huge amount.
Some of the weaker
confidence
teams, once we
as
know how it's going to be, once the
Rahel
dust
has
settles,
paused
yeah,
the game,
sure.
So we'll have to check
I could believe it.
on what is going on there. But as you mentioned, very difficult game for them to play. The gold might just, it feels like a mirage, the fact that it's like 35K to 34K, because it's being completely dictated by Sentinels.
Yep, it has been completely dictated by them start to finish. They're stacking all the objectives, which obviously when you're on Soul Point, you're on the precipice of a massive amount of stats.
KCB versus Shopify, who wins?
It's going to make things a lot harder, and just compositionally, I feel
Low-key,
like they have a lot of
KCB
the
might
answers. So
might actually
we'll
win.
have to see, can Call Me and Sajed find ways to really get involved, or can Castle, who has this massive individual gold advantage, really turn things around and maybe get a good play, burst down one of these carries?
I mean,
because that's the kind of stuff it's really going to take, I feel like, for DSG to not just kind of slowly bleed out of this one. I mean, you have 4.5 minutes until the next Dragon. That is a must-win, I feel like, or your series is probably cooked.
Yeah. In Game 5, still been a very entertaining series to this point. I'd say throughout the series, it has felt like Sentinels has scaled a little bit.
I'm giving
has looked
Forsen
more
and Ruddy a
confident
shot
game.
versus SR.
Hambach and Huhi have been
Now let's
very
not
well
get
connected
too
early game.
crazy.
On the DSG side,
Let's not
Castle's
get
had a
too
great
crazy
series.
now.
He's had individual advantages in almost every game. Sajed has been able to keep his farm up and team fight very effectively in most games. This game's a little bit tragic because the bot side got so dominated and Huhi kept pulling the wave to prevent him from being able to farm. But still, a lot of League Legends to be played.
So update on the pause. Sentinel's audio did briefly cut out for a second, so they paused, and now they're making sure that that is not going to happen again. So they're investigating and making sure that there's not going to be any more audio issues going forward. Obviously going to be doing those audio checks once more, because you definitely do not want that to happen in the middle of a team fight or anything like that.
Especially in a series that has been this close going down the stretch. Looked like DSG doing some audio checks as well, just to see that there's no issues on their end. A lot of stress on this team as when you're getting choked out like this, it's a very difficult game to play. I feel like that's why we see fights like the last one, which wasn't a fight. It was just Kryra throwing his ult in and
another
Castle
toilet
throwing
issue.
his ult in, because when you have no agency, you kind of want to be around to hope that someone else has some level of agency, and then you're there in case something good happens. But currently, there's just nothing good to be done for DSG.
So another update. So it actually did also happen at DSG. So it happened for both teams. So they are now continuing to investigate. They believe they have figured out what the issue was. So we should be able to.
Okay, that sounds like it was an audio box issue.
Back to game very quickly here, but yeah,
very
despite the
likely
close
audio
gold
box
lead,
issue.
There's a 3-dragon lead for
in
Sentinels.
the studio.
Has been a pretty back and forth series. We're here all the way in Game 5 for
I'll
our
assume
first
that's been
series
fixed
of
then.
lock-in playoffs. The winner will go to America's Cup, will guarantee themselves at least top 3, and of course will still be in the hunt for that first stand berth that everyone is really fighting for.
Yeah, and loser will get sent down to play either Lion or Team Liquid. So with all the parity we're seeing, it was surprising that Lion and Team Liquid are even in the lower brackets. So not necessarily like you go down there and play a team that is weaker or worse. They have performed worse in the Swiss stage, but based off of reputation and scrims and preseason predictions, are actually quite strong. So a lot riding on the last bit of this Game 5, because it's either America's Cup or a very hard road back.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people I know that I've been talking to are feeling like it's even scarier going against TL and Lion because
I just realized Sloppy is the mid laner for the NLC team.
To their next game, right? So they have a lot of time to kind of try to work through things, potentially fix some of those issues, because obviously they played last weekend, they're in the lower brackets, they're going to play this weekend, and then they will be playing next weekend. So
look, man,
we can look forward to that.
There's a lot of stuff going on in the NLC.
Really good series, and
I've been raising it as an issue for a reason, is what I'll say.
I think has as well. And this is a guy who I think people didn't expect that much from him.
Really, it's really bad what's happening in the NLC.
He's been able to find a way to.
It's really bad what's happening in the NLC.
Control mages look really good. The Veigar was great last.
How's Donjek doing, by the way?
And it feels like
yeah, I mean, I haven't had an update in a few days, but the last I checked, he's doing fine. His brother's actually normally in here. I don't know if he's gone to bed. It is 1 a.m.
Darkwings feels like this super young new player, but he's 25. He played.
But he's been doing fine. As far as I know, he's okay. He's got people around him. He's being looked after.
He performs at a very high level.
Trends look chill.
Hopefully stories
is Teddy his actual brother? No. I mean, no. Teddy's not his brother.
Standout tier 2 player that must be thrown in LCS. Once you get a few reps,
Teddy isn't his brother. Teddy is like
the same champion pool
graphic
as others,
designer.
He's been very effective.
And I feel like we've seen that from a lot of the players that have come up, right? You know, we're seeing a lot of young players on FlyQuest. We're seeing guys like Cryro, like Kizno, like
but like Jake's actual brother does come in here quite often.
Playing this very aggressively. In comes Impact from behind, and Lions could be in some trouble. But is able to use the magical journey to get back to
it seemed like who he was expecting Impact to ult him.
Impact is going to be able to tank this one up. Call Me flashes back. Good Bard ult to buy a bit of time. And now Darkwing get caught under the tower by a ultimate. Nice turnaround.
That tower's ramped too.
Do they want to jump in on this?
They would love to chase this down if they can. Yep, Impact's dead. Guys, this is... Oh my god, look at Castle! Oh, he's slowed. What did he get slowed by? I think Zin's LW? Oh my god. Okay, yo. It's in front of Nash. Cool Meat is going to base and TP. He's going to TP in a sec. He's coming. Oh, Castle. No. Castle. Wait, did Humbug just grief?
Communication may really cost them. Homie is back, but man, Castle chased way too far. The rest of the team wanted to go for the Baron. I feel like they could have tried.
I think they could have tried, but it's also an 18,000 health Baron.
So the reason why Call Me Base, I understand why Call Me Base, but I think he should just do it. He's got item for Flicker Blades. He's got gold Flicker Blades, so he wants to base and then double. He wants to TP in so he can just have the DPS. So he can have the second item.
Best Bard ult of the game. Catches 2 of the divers, not the turret, which allows the turret to just one-shot Darkwings. And then they have Impact no flash. Potentially the best play would have been for Castle to not teleport in because he gets the turret bot lane and DSG probably still wins the fight. But once Castle's in, he's thinking, we need to hit a home run right now. They get the shutdown on Impact. And
why does he keep
probably
going?
have turned for Baron, but that is going to be something for their review. We don't have time to go over that now.
No, we don't at all.
Oh no!
Live, and Impact could be in some trouble. Remember, has no flash. They're not going to fully commit.
Okay, well, never mind. He is Randuin's second item.
Clearly, they cannot just punch through this Galio. He is very tanky. He has had the Randuins for a while.
Really love that Randuins pickup for him. Doesn't over-prioritize the magic resist. Needed a little bit for the early lane against Castle. Now with 2 crit damage dealers, that's the best tank item he can build in the game so far.
And Sentinels, they want to keep accelerating this game where DSG kind of want to slow it down in a bit because you really want to
the ADCs won't deal damage without it.
Tristana as well as the Sivir. And if they can get this next dragon, get towards IE for both of their carries, that would be huge. But Call Me going to be able to rocket jump to safety, will be pushed back, and it means that tower top should fall. Of course, they're not going to have the IE for this next fight, and that is going to be the soul fight.
Now the question is, if the Bard ult makes up for the head scratcher earlier, absolutely it does.
Can they find a way to make it?
They were already in the like DSG were already in the hole when that ult happened. That second ult has put them in a place where the game is playable.
Is get a lane pushing. I really think Castle needs to be on bot lane, get that pushed in as deep as possible, because you need to have at least one angle to approach the Drake from. They're over-grouping a little bit mid to not get more pushed in, but at the very least, being able to take a little bit of vision in river is a positive play.
Another thing that's really big is Sentinels have TP advantage, but Impact did
Flicker Blade, you know.
Here. The reset on
he has
that
Flicker Blades. Like
is gonna allow him to jump again.
He's kind of allowed to do this. Oh, good space.
Can't go for more. but he does push Impact back and gets his ult. That's actually huge because Impact was the TP advantage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they need to get him out of this lane assignment.
So that is a
like,
really
this isn't gonna get better for Impact.
For DSG, and
if Impact like knee-jerk buys Tabbies, which I kind of understand, I think it's not
as well. Probably got a little greedy at the very end.
Maybe it's probably strong for the next fight right now. But I don't know if he needs it for the rest of the game.
To secure this Drake, but they do have first setup, so Sentinels does have to move into them, which can be pretty difficult.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait for Call Me though, so they can't start a fight just yet. They need to be very, very careful.
No, the Navori, like, if he's allowed to right-click a lot, like, Navori's cooldown reduction return is good.
Might be spotted soon. Sentinels trying to posture aggressively with that extra man. Now Call Me shows Castle on the side is in a lot of trouble. He has no
he's actually max DPSing.
But he could be in trouble.
It's a lot of damage, you know.
The ulti onto Rahel, but it's Castle that's
they can't kill Hanbok.
But it gets him nothing. Sajed is going to try to flash into the magical journey, but it expires. Sajed is going to fall.
Oh my god, he got trolled by the Bard portal. Oh, the Bard portal. Oh no.
For the hills. Call Me pushes mid. But it's a 2K
man, the Bard portal. Did we see this?
It is gonna be Soul for Sentinels.
Did we see the Bard portal, guys? The Bard portal just didn't go through the wall. That's so unlucky. They really need to. I'm gonna be honest. Like, they need to. They need to have a look at Bard portals.
Probably too early. It's a total disaster there.
Like, I don't think you should be allowed to press the portal through the wall like this.
That's Mountain Salt. This is going to make things a lot more difficult.
And it, like, does that.
Said, they do have
like, I understand why it's so specific, but I think
high DPS comp, so,
the chances that you ever want a short portal like that are so low, I think they should really look at trying to just prioritize what it actually wants. Or, like, prioritize, like, longer
armor and MR
portals.
Increase that is going to really benefit champions like the Galio, who is stacking that. So now you definitely need your Last Whispers. You can see they're going to be building towards that next.
I know Bard's thing is fluky, but I swear it never happens to good Bards. Nah, what happened to Lions there could happen to a good Bard.
It's a little bit of desperation time for DSG. They're going to overload a side lane and see, hey, can we actually find something here?
This is a good overload. I like it.
Step too far forward.
Hoping
Dark
to
Wings
get
isn't
one or two
walking up on
kills
this
and
wave,
maybe
though.
be able to sneak Baron. Maybe similar to the way they won the Ivern Nasus game.
They should just stay here for forever.
This is the state that they're in right now. At least they're trying.
Dark Wings is going to get bored.
Plays, but Sentinels just needs to make sure their waves are pushed up, make sure they're approaching
with
vision.
Oh my god.
And they should be able to close this one out.
I mean, they keep canceling their recalls. They could get spotted in that brush, and that would be a disaster here, because now there's a lot more Sentinel members on that
Lions
top side.
left.
Can Call Me and Kryra even get a kill?
No. I don't think so. Not with how close the rest of the Sentinels team is. I mean, if it's clearly just like an extended 2v1, you can, but they are moving out now, and I think they're going to be spotted here pretty soon on that ward if they do walk that way. I love that Hanbok is also grabbing a Randuin's of his own, double AD carry.
Yeah, when a fight is going on like that and you have to like fast click it, there can definitely be times where even if you have it on a normal cost, you can get a short portal like that.
To boot, and they
it's
are
really fucked up.
The Baron now. Huhi just trying to keep them away. It's going to be a slow burn.
To be honest.
But once the Varus arrives, it'll be going down a lot more quickly. And it feels like DSG, they're aware, but can they approach?
Yeah, it's so hard for them to approach. Rahel hitting it now, shreds it almost instantly.
Okay, well, he's going to spot it now. So now they know for sure. They're going to TP the Tristana back out.
I mean, Kryra would just have to blind flash in. If they can get any vision over top,
they're going to delay with the Bard ult. Can Kryra get in and try to steal his way? Call Me's on the side, fighting against Dark Wings as well as Huhi. Kryra, does he go? Nice binding comes through. The equalizer's on no one at all from Castle.
Hanbok is dying, though.
Castle's going
to get knocked up insta. Oh, it's slightly mistimed, actually. Okay. Wow, the Zunge is perfect.
Feels like a bit of a comedy of errors there. As the equalizer
both sides making weird spot.
Goes in and dies, and
so I actually think, I don't think the equalizer is weird time. I'm good. I think the actual, I think what they want to do here with this equalizer, I think the idea is drop the equalizer on the Nash. It's going to burn the Nash down. Yes, Jack gets it. And then Kryra goes in and steals it. And yeah, exactly.
Which I think makes it so, because the Baron resets exactly right there.
Yeah.
He takes so much
just
damage
gets
from
one
Castle's
shot.
Rumble, just sitting on pretty much his flame spitter right there.
Oh, what's Call Me? Call Me's got a redemption on him?
Trying to reset the rocket jump, and he does so onto Huhi, and now the teleports are coming in. Kryra's going to be in behind them. Can they look for more? Kryra
they can't go.
Find someone.
Guys.
Huhi has to flash, so they have to go very defensive.
Guys, Sentinels are quaking.
In retreat. And yeah, that was some risky business around the Baron. I mean,
Sentinels are quaking. Okay, but there was hold. We could get a throw here.
On the top side, dealing with Call Me.
We could get a throw here.
So if you're trying to turn like that, it's just unlikely to work out. I mean, Hanbok goes over the wall thinking, hey, I have Galio ult, but you know, your Rakan's nowhere near. Your Varus can't hit, so it's not going to work out in that situation. That's a pretty big shutdown being given over.
Hold on now.
Call Me now has this LDR. You can see that the Executioner's calling of the Mortal Reminder has been finished for Sajed. So surely you would think the IEs are coming next.
Yeah, they both have their armor pen items, partially because the Mountain Soul needs to be cut through. I got a weird feeling now. Just with the way that Baron went, with the way the pick happened before the maybe possible 20-minute Baron from DSG, it feels much more winnable now than it did at, say, 10 minutes. But Sentinels could still be one team fight away. They know they're on this power spec. They don't want the 80 carries to get to IE, so they're back at the Baron.
This is scary, though. If you're in the pit against the Equalizer here, Castle is very, very strong. Sajed going to get spotted over the wall, but does have a spell shield. Call Me is pushing mid lane here, so he's going to be trying to continue that. Rahel coming to respond now, and Calmy's going to have to be careful because he's separated from the team.
Yeah, I don't think Calmy can get through. And Calmy doesn't really take damage just have an angle on the flank. So they're really just hoping DSG commits in, and then they can get their
Sentinels
fight.
Castle is moving over to try to regroup with Calmy, but now potentially Sentinels could engage to the other side. Some poke coming through onto Kryra. The Baron's getting low. There's Equalizer across multiple members.
Oh, he's on it, I think. Mikhail's from Huhi is good. They're trying to push into the 3. Lions is fine. Oh my god, but Sajid got one shot.
It's up to Castle and Calmy. They're going to try to get something done here on the side.
They should get an Ash off this.
No kills at
really
all.
decisive from Sentinels. They're all basing,
it feels
actually.
like they're about to lose so much more.
Can just go right back onto the Baron.
Oh, they see Hanbok.
3v5.
Kryra's in a lot of trouble.
That's so awkward.
Call
Can he make it a movie?
Movie
made. Movie made.
That is a massive shutdown.
Oh,
as
no,
was trying to go for a kill on one side. Call Me gonna get spotted out. Can he make a great escape? He cannot. He falls. But without the Varus, this is so much harder to do. Castle's got to try to stay alive, though. He gets caught on the recall briefly there. Overheats, trying to go in on the Huhi, but surely has no damage to finish him off. And Impact is not going to go down. They're delaying the death. They're just delaying the death.
Yeah, because Elder is going to be up in 34 seconds, and now he's dead for 20 seconds after Elder, and 5 will likely be alive for this Baron. So Sentinels really on top of the death time.
Okay, Sentinels should just get Elder.
The game is crazy. The start of that fight, Huhi did incredible to peel the backside of the fight. Kryra's sticking around for some miracle steal, but it's looking tough. This will be Baron and probably Elder as well. It depends how long it takes Sentinels to reset and go down for the Elder.
Yeah, it's still 30 seconds until Castle respawns here. They're going to be able to have the Baron buff on all 5 for Sentinels, so instant reset here. And are going to be rushing out of base, spending all their gold. There's Randuin's done for Hanbok. You can see he's got an elixir in his inventory. He is ready to go, and Rahel working in towards that Jack show, so going to be very tanky once that is completed. Just about delaying for Castle. They are going to have time to get him back here. The TP is going to be up very shortly after the respawn, if not right as he respawns. Hanbok is going to get stunned, but just no damage there to follow it up.
It's still so hard to kill him. I mean, Hanbok is super tanky.
Look at that TP.
Impact is super tanky. They're TPing deep, but they'd have to get onto the carry. So Rahel's no flash. He might be a target if they can find him.
They are split once more. Do they have eyes on Castle? Kryra getting chunked down once again. He's down 2 levels, remember.
They're just kind of hitting the dragon here, guys. Oh my god.
And Sajed, it's really all about them and Castle.
Oh
Castle
my
on the side.
god.
Hanbok try to go for it here.
Hanbok is stunned.
At the same time as the Bard ult, it cancels everything. Sajed is going to be charmed up. He's going to be taunted up.
Okay, hold on. Darkwings is dead. Kryra's alive. No, Calmy died. No, it's over. It's over. They can't play.
Gets knocked down. That
Bard
ult was playing for the other team. Sentinels crush the fight. We'll see how much more they can get. But the anti-timing there from Lions
that's a rough way to lose the game.
Damage immunes the Sejuani ulti, and Sentinels are marching on the Nexus.
That's probably the
take away Lions is take away Lions is Bard. Take away his Bard pass.
One nice one in the top lane, but had
take away his Bard pass.
In the wrong direction. 4
alive,
Castle the only defender. This is probably the series, Azael.
This is definitely looking like the series. Impact tanking up the towers. Castle can do nothing. Sentinels were pushed, but they did not break. They take down DSG. They qualify for the America's Cup, and they continue their march towards first stand.
Whew, Sentinels got to be feeling some relief after that one. They had control of this game 5. For pretty much 32 of the 33 minutes. And even at the end, they had the Mountain Soul. It just always felt a little bit strange because DSG would be pulling off these random plays, getting kills here or there. But at the very end of it, they win the big team fight. They push mid.
No, DSG isn't out. They're just in the lower bracket now.
They lost.
Game 3 was in their hands. So
your bond pass was revoked and your melanin is stolen. Yep.
Definitely the case. Spam chat
That's
now.
it.
Who is your player of the game? Mine has got to be Huhi. All I can think
All right.
about when I think about this game
well,
is
man.
Huhi playing between the two towers, constantly
just
freezing the wave on Sajed.
Just feels bad, man. That just feels bad. That feels like a bad way to end the game. Like the way that fight happens.
Mikhail shut down everything that Sejuani wanted to do.
Bro.
I feel like Huhi has just been stellar throughout this season for Sentinels. Agreed. Lounge, what do you think?
Yep. Huhi has had a really good season so far.
Depending on what you guys voted.
Yeah, a lot of trolling. But you know what? It's all good. This series kind of made me hate both teams. No. You shouldn't hate DSG. Like,
And it was really
they have inexperience in the carry roles. Or in AD and jungle.
He was like, yeah, Hanbok, he's kind of this crazy guy.
The rest of the team is just kind of whatever.
To some of his
like,
calls,
it's good, man. Yo, is this? Where is the? Okay, hold on. More importantly than anything, guys, is the buff sound guy back? Is the buff sound guy back? This is what we need to know. These are the real questions.
There he is. I wonder. Hey, where you going? He's just dropping his stuff off. Wrong turn.
Is the buff sound guy back? Is that the buff sound guy? That looks like the buff sound guy. No, or?
The staffer didn't even know.
No, it's not. It's not the buff sound guy.
I feel like he was right behind
He's telling him right
GG.
now. Be careful, Raz is crazy.
I thought you took a wrong turn there, Darkwing.
He was yelling at you from here.
Shake my head. Where is the buff sound guy?
There you go.
First of all, congratulations, you got Qbert with you. That's your, maybe even two. We'll get you two.
Cute.
Yeah.
Qbert.
First of all, a full 5-game series.
Homie was Gigafig this series. Yes, he had a horrible series after game 1.
I feel a little tired, but I think, yeah, actually,
really bad series after game 1.
Like performance coach, like has helped us stay
all right,
hydrated
chat.
and,
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna go EP.
So I think I'm actually feeling okay.
So naturally, I think I'm gonna go and play some solo queue, or I'm gonna go grief. I think. Guys, if you're over on YouTube, just remember, obviously, I do stream on Twitch. Typically.
Communication has kind of been
and that won't always be on YouTube because it'll be like variety. So for example, tomorrow, assuming I don't get invited out anywhere, like frame 1, I'll probably start playing through Resident Evil 3, so a little bit of variety gaming. So feel free to come over to Twitch if you would like to do that and just like hang out and chill and watch that. We're playing through all of the franchise until RE9 comes out. But we'll be back tomorrow for FlyQuest C9 series start. So if that's your dig and you're only here for that, no problem. Show up for that. That'll be here 9 o'clock UK, 1 p.m. West Coast, 4 p.m. East Coast. I want to say that is right. I'm gonna send you guys over to Jin. Jin is he's a cool guy. I met him today.
60% of the comms are Korean.
Very energetic. He's just chilling out, reacting to content. So chill with him. Say hi to him. Do you post your gameplay on YouTube? My League of Legends solo queue gameplay, no. I just do my thing on Twitch, and that's that. Yeah, so I'm gonna end the YouTube stream. I'll see you later. See you tomorrow for the LCS. Bye. And here on Twitch, I'm gonna be sending you guys